The entire arena buzzed with heated discussion. Although Chen Han possessed remarkable talent to openly provoke members of the Xing family, here was deemed brazen to the point of madness. The Xiao Clan ranked among the foremost of the 6 great families, their strength in no way inferior to that of the Yi family. How could someone like Chen Han with his current level of strength possibly contend against such a colossal power? Seek guidance. Someone scoffed. Right now you are not qualified in the slightest. Xing Yidao spoke with detached indifference. The strength Chen Han had displayed earlier was indeed astonishing. Within the early King realm, he was unquestionably among the very best. Yet early King realm was still merely early King realm. No matter how capable one was, crossing realms to battle was not something so easily achieved. What is it? The Xing family does not dare. Chen Han's voice carried out lightly. Chen Han continued to smile as he spoke. Xing Yidao's face darkened iron blue with anger. He simply could not fathom why Chen Han insisted on provoking the Xing family, as if he had nothing better to do than court disaster. Boy, mind your tone. Although Lingxiao sect is one of the 3 great immortal sects, if you infuriate my Xing family, the price is something you cannot afford to pay. A younger member of the Xing family let out a cold laugh as he spoke. You're merely at the early King realm, yet dare to be so outrageous. If I hadn't just broken through to the mid-King realm, I would have beaten you until your teeth scattered all over the ground. Chen Han glanced at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Come down. The crowd stared at Chen Han in astonishment. A Xing, when possessed the cultivation of the mid-King realm. For Chen Han to challenge Xing, when to battle, was in many eyes nothing short of seeking his own death. Xing Wen burst into loud laughter. Huh. Boy, since you insist on making me act, don't regret it later. Chen Han spoke calmly. Why waste so many words? Come down. Xing Wen looked towards Xing Yidao. If word spread that the Xing family bullied others, it would be troublesome. Xing Yidao gave a faint nod. Our Xing family may refrain from meddling in worldly affairs, but we are not a target that just any stray cat or dog can provoke. Xing Wen grinned, then leaped straight down onto the martial platform. On Lingxiao sect's side by Mo Sheng and the others all furrowed their brows. Xing Wen's cultivation was at the mid-King realm, his strength formidable to the extreme. Faced with such an opponent, could Chen Han truly cope? With a clattering sound, Xing Wen drew a broad saber, his gaze filled with contempt. Even back when he was in the early King realm, Xing Wen had already demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess. Now that he had reached the mid-King realm, his opponent was still the early King realm Chen Han. In the eyes of the onlookers, Xing Wen's victory seemed unquestionable. Boy, if you can withstand 3 of my saber strikes, I will take back what I said before. Xing Wen grinned as he spoke, the 9th grade treasured saber in his hand radiating a chilling aura. Chen Han lifted his gaze, his face utterly devoid of fear. With a dragon's roar, the longing sword appeared, and sword intent surged forth in its entirety. The metallic ring echoed through the air. Sensing the sword intent emanating from Chen Han, Xing Wen burst out laughing. Is this all you can manage? It's far from enough. With a thunderous boom, Xing Wen's saber cleaved down like a raging storm. Chen Han shifted from offense to defense, feeling out Xing Wen's saber techniques as a solemn expression appeared on his face. The signs of the 6 great families were indeed formidable on a completely different level from ordinary martial cultivators. Xing Wen laughed loudly, shouting slash, as the treasured saber in his hand cut forward without the slightest mercy. Condense. Without hesitation, Chen Han executed the 3 forms of Lingxiao, unwilling to show the slightest carelessness against such an opponent as Xing Wen. Xingyan art. Xing Wen gave Chen Han a brief glance as the 9th grade martial art burst forth in an instant. Their fierce battle stirred up a great commotion. Though Chen Han was only at the early King realm, he did not fall behind in the slightest against Xing Wen. After 3 exchanges, Xing Wen's expression had already grown heavy. He had never imagined Chen Han would be such a troublesome opponent. If he had not advanced to the mid-King realm, he truly might not have been Chen Han's match. Not bad, boy, you do have some skill. But if you wish to defeat me, you are still far from enough. Xing Wen let out an enraged roar as he swung his great saber down, a strike powerful enough to cleave mountains and rivers. Demon entering style? Chen Han slashed out with his sword, and a violent tremor erupted in midair. The entire martial arena quivered slightly at that moment, and this battle drew the attention of many powerful experts. With a heavy thud, Chen Han landed on the ground, his gaze locked firmly on Xing Wen. The disciples of the Xing family were indeed formidable. No wonder that when the Xing family struck at the Chen family, the royal clan of Jinling did not even dare to intervene. The juniors of the Xing family alone possessed enough might to annihilate all of Jinling. Whatever other moves you have, use them now. Otherwise you will have no chance. Xing Wen laughed loudly. The members of Lingxiao sect all wore awkward expressions. Even the 4th form of the Lingxiao 3 styles could not inflict any real harm on Xing Wen. Before Xing Wen, Chen Han was still far from sufficient. Many people sneered one after another. They had thought Chen Han would bring them a pleasant surprise. Yet before Xing Wen, Chen Han seemed to have no hope of victory. Sometimes arrogance taken too far is anything but a good thing. With a sharp metallic hum, a surge of sword intent instantly tore through the sky. The crowd was slightly taken aback, and all gazes converged upon Chen Han. In Chen Han's hand appeared a black treasured sword exuding an extraordinarily domineering aura. A 10th grade divine sword. The crowd was utterly astonished. Even in Lingzhou, 10th grade artifacts were exceedingly rare. That Chen Han actually possessed a 10th grade artifact left many people rather surprised. A fine sword, but in your hands it is wasted. Xing Wen stared greedily at the Shuriying sword. Even within the Xing family, 10th grade artifacts were rarely seen, let alone among other powers. After this battle, many people would likely set their sights on Chen Han, yet with the experts of Lingxiao sect present, those people would not dare act rashly. This sword seems somewhat familiar. Xing Yidao furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at the Shuriying sword as though he had seen it somewhere before. Chen Han gripped the Shuriying sword, his gaze lifting as he fixedly stared at Xing Wen. Go! With a low shout from Chen Han, Xing Wen's expression changed abruptly. He felt an invisible force instantly envelop the entire martial arena. A powerful sword intent distorted Xing Wen's vision. The sword tomb domain. Someone cried out in shock, and the gazes directed at Chen Han grew once more complicated. Chen Han had been a monstrous talent who comprehended a domain even before stepping into the king realm. The domain was his true trump card. How do you truly believe that unleashing a domain is enough to contend with me? Xing Wen spoke with a sneer, his great saber hacking downward as he sought to shatter Chen Han's domain. A resonant hum rang out as sword intent surged in all directions, soaring into the sky. Xing Wen froze for an instant. From this sword intent, he actually felt an overwhelming sense of threat. This is what a domain truly is. Xing Yidao spoke calmly, shaking his head in resignation. Having also comprehended a domain himself, he understood all too well its power. Chen Han's comprehension of the sword tomb domain had long since sunk deep into his bones. Even though he was only at the early stage of the king realm, he absolutely could not be underestimated. I refuse to believe I can't break your domain. Xing Wen roared in fury, his great saber hacking down again and again as martial techniques exploded out in a frenzy. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not break through the sword intent encircling him on all sides. Chen Han gazed indifferently at Xing Wen lifting the Shuriying sword in his hand, which then transformed into 12 flying swords. The flying swords turned into 12 black phoenixes, letting out long cries as they charged toward Xing Wen. Gritting his teeth, Xing Wen unleashed his full strength to defend, yet his body could not withstand the strike at all, and was sent flying backward. The entire arena cried out in shock. Chen Han had truly defeated Xing Wen. Heavens, this Chen Han is simply too monstrous. Even Xing Wen is no match for him. Lingxiao sect has truly produced an extraordinary figure, but he is only at the early stage of the king realm. Indeed, no matter how outstanding the talent, if he does not live long enough to grow, it will all be for naught. Many people were staring at Chen Han, and there were those who began to harbor thoughts. With so many talents in Lingzhou, some did not wish to have another Chen Han. Chen Han sheathed his sword and turned his gaze towards Xing Yidao. Xing Yidao wore a stern expression, feeling a flicker of anger within. What exactly was Chen Han trying to do? Find a time to visit the Xing family. Chen Han grinned and directly returned to his position. Everyone looked at Chen Han in confusion, wondering what he was trying to do and what his relationship with the Xing family was. Xing Yidao gritted his teeth. The anger on his face was clearly visible. How could the esteemed Xing family be shouted at by someone like Chen Han? Did he think the Xing family was easy to provoke? This is exhilarating. If only I were at the initial stage of the king realm. Lei Han laughed heartily. If he weren't already at the late stage of the king realm, he would have rushed forward to battle Chen Han. Yi Mingfeng frowned slightly, then looked down at the martial arena. Lei Han, didn't you say you wanted to spar with me? Here's your opportunity. The crowd displayed expressions of surprise. Yi Mingfeng actually accepted Lei Han's challenge. It was unclear how exciting their clash would be. Just what I want. Fight! 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 Lei Han laughed, stepping directly towards Yi Mingfeng, throwing a punch without a second thought. Chen Han fixed his gaze on the two combatants in the martial arena. Their exchanges were extremely rapid, each attack powerful enough to crush ordinary warriors of the same realm. This was the power of the top talents in Lingzhou. With Chen Han's current strength, he indeed was not a match for these individuals. In the end, Lei Han lost to Yi Mingfeng by half a move, signaling the end. Neither of the two had used their full strength, but they still instilled a strong sense of pressure among the audience. Those in the top ranks of the Qingbang were indeed monsters. Bai Mashing shook his head helplessly. If he were to spar with these two, he might not even withstand 10 moves. The Lingxiao sect was indeed lacking in this regard. However, Chen Han's performance brought significant prestige to the Lingxiao sect. With the talent Chen Han had displayed, it was not impossible for him to enter the top 10 of the Qingbang in the future. But by then, Yi Mingfeng and the others might have already reached the Saint Realm. Someone else stood up seeking guidance. This place gathered the top talents of Lingzhou. There wouldn't be another opportunity like this in the future. Before long, elders from various factions arrived. Watching their disciples' exchanges, they revealed expressions of satisfaction. Many disciples shared the tales of Chen Han's exploits with their elders back home. People from various factions displayed expressions of surprise. The Lingxiao sect had indeed produced such a figure. Naturally, the one with the worst expression was from the Xing family. This person was Xing Yuhe, the second-in-command of the Xing family, and also the father of Xing Wen. Xing Yuhe was well aware of Xing Wen's strength. How could he show his face after Xing Wen at the mid-stage of the King realm lost to a Chen Han at the initial stage? Master Ling, your Lingxiao sect has truly produced an extraordinary individual, even surpassing my son, Xing Yuhe said, looking at Ling Dongyi. Ling Dongyi couldn't help but smile. It's just a playful spar among the younger generation. Why take it so seriously, second Master Xing? Xing Yuhe laughed. That is true, but may I meet this Chen Han? I want to see what kind of prodigy can surpass my son. Ling Dongyi frowned slightly, turning his gaze towards Chen Han. The surprises Chen Han brought him were indeed numerous. Chen Han did not hesitate, standing up directly, his gaze towards Xing Yuhe, filled with fervor. As he looked at Chen Han, Xing Yuhe couldn't help but squint his eyes. He felt a familiar aura emanating from Chen Han. Suddenly a figure flashed through Xing Yu's mind. Xing Yu's expression turned exceptionally grim as he deduced Chen Han's identity. So it's his son, he huffed coldly, leading the Xing family away. The crowd gazed at Xing Yuhe in astonishment, wondering why he suddenly changed his demeanor. Other forces also began to leave, signaling the end of the meeting. Along the way, Chen Han observed the displeased expression on Ling Dongyi's face. The other disciples naturally noticed it as well. Master. Bai Mashing was the first to speak up. Ling Dongyi waved his hand. This time the demon clan has made significant moves, and we will discuss it at the sect. Everyone nodded. Ling Dongyi's expression made it clear that the demon clan was coming with great force. Upon returning to Lingxiao sect, Ling Dongyi gathered all the Wang realm individuals in the main hall. Naturally, Chen Han was among them, as those gathered in the hall were the strongest disciples of Lingxiao sect. Ling Dongyi stood at the forefront, his gaze solemn. We have discovered the tomb of a sacred realm powerhouse on Thousand Demon Mountain, but we cannot yet determine whether it belongs to the human or demon clan. Everyone was shocked. The tomb of a sacred realm powerhouse might contain the legacy of that very realm. If one could obtain the sacred realm legacy, achieving that realm would merely be a matter of time. Only by attaining the sacred realm would one possess sufficient influence in Lingzhou. However, this tomb has its restrictions. Only martial artists under 30 years old may enter. Our Lingzhou forces have reached an agreement with the demon clan to each send 100 individuals inside. Whoever can obtain the legacy shall keep it. Our Lingxiao sect has also secured 7 slots. I hope those who go will possess enough strength for self-protection. Ling Dongyi's words caused many disciples to exchange glances. Bai Mashing furrowed his brow tightly. He had already surpassed 30 years of age, and was thus excluded. The Wang realm disciples of Lingxiao sect under 30 were already scarce, and managing to field 7 was already a limit. Soon several figures stepped forward, but most were in the initial Wang realm, with only one reaching the mid-Wang realm. Ling Dongyi's gaze fell upon Chen Han. Chen Han, you should also go. Everyone turned their attention to Chen Han. His performance in the Mo family was on par with that of the mid-Wang realm disciples. If Chen Han went, there might be a chance of obtaining the legacy. Sect master, who discovered this sacred realm tomb? Chen Han asked with a frown. Ling Dongyi was taken aback. It was discovered by members of the demon clan, and the news reached the Mo family, leading to today's meeting. Chen Han continued, since it was discovered by the demon clan, why would they want to share it with us humans? The disciples nodded in agreement, realizing the oddity upon hearing Chen Han's words. Your confusion was also raised during the meeting. It is rumored that this sacred tomb has a high chance of belonging to a human sage, which is why the demon clan notified the human clan. If it is indeed a human sage's tomb, the demon clan would not be able to access it, nor would they be able to obtain the treasures within. Chen Han furrowed his brows. While this reasoning seemed plausible, his doubts remained. Very well, I will go this time. Chen Han nodded. He was in need of opportunities to enhance his strength. Only with sufficient cultivation could he approach the Xing family. Within the Xing family, the strong members sat indoors. Are you saying that the 5th sister along with that scoundrel had a child, and he is still alive? The speaker was Xing Fengjiang, the head of the Xing family, and one of its sacred realm powerhouses. Xing Yuhe nodded, his expression tense. Beside him, a middle-aged man frowned. His name was Xing Hechuan. He was the one who had gone to the Chun family to annihilate Chen Han. He had thought the Chen family was completely eradicated, yet unexpectedly, a mixed blood still remained. The time to head to the sacred tomb is 1 month later, and the 7 chosen disciples have begun to devote themselves fully to their cultivation. If they can obtain the sacred realm's inheritance, it will greatly benefit their future. However, this time to the sacred tomb, many outstanding talents from the Qingbang will also attend. In such circumstances, it will be quite difficult to gain the favor of the sacred one. Chen Han sat alone within Wuyan Peak as the abundant spiritual energy constantly seeped into his body. The power of the 9th grade spirit formation is indeed terrifying. Hey, why do I feel like this ninth grade spirit formation is of no use to you? Qin Mingdong observed Chen Han lamenting his extraordinary talent. For an ordinary disciple, sitting here for a day would feel like an overwhelming pressure. Yet Chen Han had been sitting here for 10 days without a trace of discomfort on his face. Chen Han opened his eyes and shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, it is somewhat insufficient. It is still too slow. Qin Mingdong rolled his eyes at Chen Han. You are truly amusing. At this speed, within 3 years you will reach the mid-stage of the Wang realm. A speed like this, and you are not satisfied. Chen Han chuckled. 3 years is too long for me to wait. After saying this, Chen Han stood up and gathered spiritual energy in his palm. Qin Mingdong looked at Chen Han in surprise. What are you planning to do? Chen Han grinned. Since the ninth grade spirit formation is unsatisfactory, why shouldn't I carve a spirit formation myself? Qin Mingdong blinked at Chen Han, then burst into laughter. Kid, are you joking? This ninth grade gathering spirit formation is my masterpiece. I dare say that within the Lingzhou there are fewer than 10 formations that can rival this gathering spirit formation. You are merely a newly minted ninth grade spirit formation master. How could you possibly carve a formation more powerful than this? Chen Han stretched, and then pressed his palm onto the ground. Spiritual energy coiled into patterns rapidly spreading across the surface. The spirit formation Chen Han carved is not as grand as the one at Wuyan Peak. The entire spirit formation could only accommodate Chen Han alone. Qin Mingdong looked at Chen Han in astonishment, truly unable to believe that Chen Han could carve out an even more powerful spirit formation. Buzz! The patterns on the ground suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Qin Mingdong's expression changed. The aura of this spirit formation made his heart race. Formation rise. Chen Han called out softly, and a fierce wave of spiritual power surged around him, lifting the spiritual energy skyward. Within the entire spirit formation, the spiritual energy increased by dozens of times. 10. 10th grade gathering spirit formation. Qin Mingdong swallowed hard. Although the gathering spirit formation is a 10th grade formation, the requirements for carving it are not that high. However, this is after all a 10th grade formation. To carve this formation, one must at least touch the threshold of a 10th grade formation master. Could it be that Chen Han is already close to becoming a 10th grade formation master? Becoming a 10th grade formation master grants a status comparable to that of a sacred realm powerhouse. This is truly absurd. Huff! Chen Han took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. The aura from the formation continuously surged into his body. Qin Mingdong watched Chen Han swallowing hard. If he truly carved a 10th grade gathering spirit formation, it would be utterly terrifying. This kid is too terrifying. Qin Mingdong forced a bitter smile. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly be top tier, even in Lingzhou. Chen Han sat alone within the spirit formation as the spiritual power within his body continuously surged. In just over 10 days, Chen Han felt fluctuations in his internal spiritual power. Mid-stage of the Wang realm. Break. Boom. Chen Han let out a light shout, and the aura within him successfully broke through. It was time to head to Qinma Mountain, where 7 disciples gathered together accompanied by Elder Ling Weitian on their way to Qinma Mountain. Qinma Mountain lies within the territory of the Demon Clan, yet it is also quite close to the human realm. This time at the sacred tomb, 10 individuals from the Qingbang will attend. Ling Weitian spoke calmly. The Qingbang members. The disciples of Ling Xiao sect furrowed their brows. For those who made it onto the Qingbang are all prodigies at the late stage of the King realm. Will any of the top 10 be going? A disciple inquired. The true terror of the Qingbang lies with those in the top 10. The top 10 prodigies of the Qingbang exist on an entirely different level. Such prodigies in the late stage of the King realm are undoubtedly figures to be revered. There are 2, Ling Weitian replied. Who are they? Chen Han asked calmly. Under 30 years old, they certainly aren't those few individuals. Ling Weitian smiled bitterly. Wang Feng, who is ranked 9th on the Qingbang, and Yulin Fei, who is ranked 5th on the Qingbang. Chen Han slightly furrowed his brows. He had no impression of Wang Feng, but he had some recollection of Yulin Fei. As the only woman in the top 10 of the Qingbang, Yulin Fei is undoubtedly the dream goddess of the young men in Lingzhou. Wang Feng is a disciple of the Zhitian Pavilion, known for his calm nature. Moreover, due to the special status of Zhitian Pavilion, he enjoys considerable prestige in Lingzhou. However, he is quite low-key and rarely makes appearances. That explains why I didn't see Wang Feng during the visit to the Mo family. Turns out he is a low-key fellow. By the way, Yi Qing and Xing Wen will also be going, Ling Weitian added. Chen Han was taken aback, then shook his head. No worries, they are just defeated opponents. After reaching the mid-stage of the King realm, Chen Han doesn't need to exert full force against Yi Qing and Xing Wen. However, in just a month's time the opponents will also grow. It is uncertain to what extent they will reach. Ling Weitian led Chen Han and the others toward Qinma Mountain. All the high-ranking forces in Lingzhou were well aware. This sacred tomb would merely be the beginning. The movements of the Demon Clan have started to increase, becoming more frequent. The friction between the human and demon clans is bound to escalate. Outside Qianma Mountain, numerous forces have already gathered. Groups of powerful demon soldiers guard the entrance to Qianma Mountain. Seeing these fierce demon clans, the human forces dared not approach too closely. After all, they are in an antagonistic state. Frequent contact could easily ignite conflict. Ling Weitian brought Chen Han and the others down onto the territory of the humans. Upon seeing Chen Han's arrival, many forces cast their gazes upon him. This Chen Han has certainly made quite the impression during the visit to the Mo family. Many young disciples looked at Chen Han, their eyes filled with battle intent. It seems that after the visit to the Mo family, your fame has increased quite a bit, Ling Weitian remarked with a glance at Chen Han. Chen Han shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Ling Weitian frowned as he looked at Chen Han, hesitatingly asking, during the visit to the Mo family, why did you force the Xing family to take action? Chen Han chuckled lightly. Nothing much, just found them unpleasant to the eye. Ling Weitian smiled bitterly. You really are reckless, but the Xing family is not to be trifled with. If you happen to cross paths with them in the future, it's best to lay low. The Xing family possesses 2 Sacred Realm powerhouses, making them a top-tier force in Lingzhou. Chen Han was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He didn't expect the Xing family to have 2 Sacred Realm powerhouses, which was indeed unexpected. Nevertheless, even so, Chen Han would still go to the Xing family. His mother is still with the Xing family, and regarding his father's death, Chen Han will never let it go. Soon Chen Han encountered a few acquaintances, Xing, one from the Xing family, and Yin Bai Tian from the Yin family. They had all come prepared for this sacred tomb. The demon tribe has arrived, Ling Weitian said calmly. The gazes of the crowd turned towards the forces of the demon tribe. Compared to the human race, the 100 demons were more organized, and they had come together. Bang! The leader of the demon tribe stood directly in the center of the territory between the human race and the demon tribe. The aura of the sacred realm instantly spread across the entire Qianma Mountain. Chen Han looked at the demon tribe in astonishment, not expecting them to send a powerhouse of the sacred realm. This kind of aura was simply terrifying. Soon one person stepped out from the human race. Since this was the stance of the Mo family, this person was naturally a powerhouse of the sacred realm from the Mo family, Mo Qianxiu. Qiashan, there's no need to scare the juniors like this. Mo Qianxiu looked at the sacred realm demon tribe with a stern expression. Taizhan grinned and walked towards Mo Qianxiu, his body resembling a quaking mountain, extremely imposing. Mo Qianxiu, you should understand the rules of the sacred tomb this time. The final inheritance belongs to whoever obtains it. Mo Qianxiu nodded, and then stood at the entrance of the sacred tomb with Taizhan. Both of them simultaneously released their spiritual power, and the surging spiritual energy flowed into the sacred tomb. Human race saint. Mo Qianqiu's eyes flickered. The owner of this sacred tomb is from the human race. As a result, the chances of the human disciples obtaining the inheritance were greatly increased. Mo Qianxiu specifically looked at Taizhan and saw him smile back as if he already knew that this sacred tomb belonged to the human race. The demon tribe plays a good game of strategy, Mo Qianxiu said with a light smile. Taizhan grinned. After all, this sacred tomb was discovered by our demon tribe. Even if you human race have a saint, shouldn't you also give us a share? Mo Qianxiu was speechless, waving his hand to open the sacred tomb. 100 people from each side surged towards the sacred tomb. They were all the pride of their clans, and if they could obtain the inheritance, their own forces would undergo earth-shattering changes. The other disciples of Lingxiao sect followed behind by Ling Tian, a disciple in the midstage of the king realm. Bai Ling Tian, after all, had the highest cultivation and was the senior brother, so it was appropriate for him to lead the team. Chen Han, I know you have pride in your heart. However, this trip to the sacred tomb is extremely dangerous. I hope you will stay in the rear and not act recklessly, Bai Ling Tian said, taking a deep breath. Since the trip to the Mo family, Chen Han had become the focus of the entire Lingxiao sect. Many disciples of Lingxiao sect regarded Chen Han as the hope for revitalizing the Lingxiao sect. Even if they couldn't obtain the inheritance, they could not let Chen Han get hurt. Chen Han smiled. Senior brother, Bai, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Bai Ling Tian nodded. With his strength, it was impossible to compare with the top talents of other forces. If Chen Han were to act recklessly, it would be quite troublesome. Upon entering the sacred tomb, the scene was entirely different. The interior of the sacred tomb was extremely vast, and the paths were complex. The human race immediately split into small teams and dispersed. In contrast, the demon tribe only divided into 3 or 4 teams for exploration. Why is this demon tribe typically proud, moving in groups? Chen Han noticed the movements of the demon tribe and felt slightly surprised. Bai Ling Tian chuckled. Perhaps this batch of demons is particularly afraid of death. The sacred tomb is filled with traps, and there might be demon beasts lurking. It's normal to be afraid of death. Chen Han narrowed his eyes. This trip of the demon tribe was definitely not that simple. However, they did not pay much attention to it. The people of Lingxiao sect found a remote path and quickly advanced. Along the way, they discovered several tomb chambers. However, these tomb chambers were of lower grade, more like the tombs of the attendants of powerful beings in the sacred realm. Nevertheless, the group managed to uncover some treasures of considerable value, including a spirit sword of the 8th rank. This sacred tomb is likely the relic of a great sect. Chen Han furrowed his brow and spoke. A relic of a great sect by its condition must certainly be centuries old. The other disciples nodded, gathering some treasures before pressing onward. A sudden rumble echoed ahead. Chen Han and the others hastened forward. Could it be that someone was making a move within the sacred tomb? Upon reaching the source of the noise, Chen Han immediately recognized several familiar figures. They are members of the Lei Lin sect surrounded by demons. Bai Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. Although the Lei Lin sect was formidable, the demons numbered over 20, holding a clear numerical advantage. No wonder the demons did not act separately. They intend to seize the human share as well. Chen Han clenched his teeth. It appeared the demons had long conspired, coordinating to confront the humans together. The humans unaware would naturally not unite. As long as the demons acted swiftly, by the time the humans realized, they would have already been annihilated. Should we intervene? A disciple swallowed nervously. The demons boasted numerous powerful warriors. Even the mighty Lei Lin sect, led by a prodigy on the Qing list, stood no chance. Charging in would be a death wish. You seek reinforcements, I will aid the Lei Lin sect. Chen Han took a deep breath. The disciples of Ling Xiao sect were generally weaker, and their direct involvement would have limited effect. It was better to call for help while he bought time. The Lei Lin sect could not be lost here. Junior brother Chen Han, come with us instead. This place is too perilous. Bai Lingtian bit his lip. The Lei Lin sect had little to do with Ling Xiao sect. If they died, so be it. Chen Han shook his head. If we all fall like the Lei Lin sect, being picked off one by one, this sacred tomb expedition will yield nothing. With that, Chen Han swiftly charged toward the battlefield. The sudden arrival startled both the Lei Lin sect and the demons. Just a mid-level king realm. I'll deal with him. A late king realm demon spoke indifferently, unfazed by Chen Han's charge. Lei Matian, I advise you to give up. With your numbers, you stand no chance against us. The king realm demon sneered. The demons present outnumbered the humans by twice as many. Although the Lei Lin sect was powerful, victory was impossible under such odds. Lei Matian gritted his teeth, his late king realm aura fully unleashed. Ranked 43rd on the Qing list, he would never bow to demons. Where is the person who came to help us earlier? Lei Matian asked those around him. The disciples shook their heads. That fellow is only mid-level king realm, and recklessly charged in. I think he's a fool rushing to his death. Lei Matian frowned at the notion of a suicide. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted behind the demons, startling everyone. Several demon figures were blasted into the air, many showing expressions of shock. What kind of person possessed such power? Li Yao's face darkened. The demon prodigies he led were all top-tier warriors. How could they be defeated so swiftly? It is that mid-level king realm human. Our forces cannot withstand him. Other great demons admitted with bitter smiles. Though all were mid-level king realm, that human's strength far surpassed theirs. Ridiculous. A mere mid-stage king realm human, and you cannot stop him. What use are you? Li Yao bellowed. Han Meng, go and stop that man. Li Yao took a deep breath. The powerful man beside him nodded and quickly strode toward the rear. The members of Thunder Proximity sect also sensed the movement of the demon clan. That mid-stage king realm fellow had caused such a commotion. Han Meng has gone after him. Their side only has one latest-stage king realm figure. Lei Matian took a deep breath. With only one left, he could now engage Li Yao, giving Thunder Proximity sect a chance to break out. At the rear, Chen Han wielded the dragon's roar sword, continuously repelling the surrounding demon clan. The demon clan's physical bodies were extremely formidable. Even the dragon's roar sword could not inflict severe damage upon them. Han Meng strode to the rear, and upon seeing Chen Han, couldn't help but furrow his brow. A bunch of trash, unable to handle even a single mid-stage king realm human. Han Meng snorted coldly. The demon clan members around him retreated, their expressions filled with fear as Han Meng's gaze fell upon Chen Han, his expression one of utter contempt. A mere mid-stage king realm human dares to challenge the might of my demon clan. You seek death. With that, Han Meng charged directly at Chen Han, his fists smashing down violently. Chen Han lifted his eyes, raised the dragon's roar sword, and blocked the blow. Han Meng frowned slightly. Chen Han could block his attack. Interesting. Take another punch. Han Meng roared, unleashing a flurry of blows. Chen Han defended with his sword. In terms of brute force, humans were no match for the demon clan. A single punch from Han Meng could slay an ordinary mid-stage king realm expert. Not bad. A mid-stage king realm, and you can block so many of my punches. But your sword may not hold up. Han Meng grinned. Chen Han looked at the dragon's roar sword in his hand. Cracks had begun to appear on it. An 8th grade spiritual sword couldn't withstand even a few blows against Han Meng's fists. Just how powerful was Han Meng's physical body? Chen Han took a deep breath and gripped the Shadow Devourer sword. Han Meng's expression shifted drastically. Chen Han actually possessed a 10th grade divine weapon. Now let's see which is tougher, your fists or my blade. Chen Han said with a calm smile, and the Shadow Devourer's sword in his hand slashed down in an instant. Han Meng's face darkened. He dared not easily take on a 10th grade divine sword. Boom. Waves of powerful auras erupted, stunning both the demon clan and the humans. A Mid-Stage King realm human was able to contend with Han Meng for so long. It was nothing short of monstrous. Is that him? Lei Motion's face showed surprise. During the Mo clan visit, many had witnessed Chen Han's brilliance. He hadn't expected Chen Han to lend aid to Thunder Proximity sect within the Sacred Tomb, which caught him off guard. Chen Han has actually reached the Mid-Stage King realm. A disciple of Thunder Proximity sect exclaimed in shock. Lei Motian was stunned for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Chen Han. Chen Han was actually battling Han Meng of the Demon Clan. Han Meng was no weaker than the prodigies on the Azure ranking, yet Chen Han, despite being only at the Mid-Stage King realm, could match him. If he reached the latest Stage King realm, he would surely break into the top 10 of the Azure ranking. We must break out quickly too. We can't let the Demon Clan trap us here. Lei Motian immediately gave the order. The other disciples nodded, and several of them moved swiftly, attempting to break through the encirclement. Li Yao's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated that a mere Mid-Stage King realm brat would manage to delay Han Meng. In the rear, the battle between the two men grew increasingly fierce. Chen Han wielded the Shadow Devourer's sword, matching Han Meng's strength. Han Meng, covered in wounds from the Shadow Devourer's sword, could only draw a 9th grade treasure blade. If Chen Han continued to strike him like this, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Damn it, troublesome fellow, I will make sure you die here. Han Meng gritted his teeth, swinging the treasure blade down at Chen Han. Tiger Force Blade Technique. Han Meng roared, the treasure blade in his hand resembling the sharp fangs of a fierce tiger as it descended upon Chen Han. Chen Han, unyielding, instantly unleashed the Lingxiao 3 styles. People from Lingxiao sect. Han Meng looked at Chen Han in surprise. He never expected that Lingxiao sect could produce such a troublesome individual. 4th style demon entry. Chen Han had no intention of holding back as the Shadow Devourer's sword erupted in its strongest form. Facing Chen Han, Han Meng's eyes widened. Chen Han's aura gave him a sense of foreboding. Impossible, how could a mid-level king realm brat possess such power? Han Meng shouted, but his entire body was sent flying backward in a tragic manner. On the other side, the fierce battle between Li Yao and Lei Motian naturally sensed this surge of power, both displaying expressions of shock. Even they felt the threat from Chen Han's sword. Damn it, a mid-level king realm actually possesses such strength. Li Yao gritted his teeth. It seemed Han Meng was defeated. Kill. Bai Ling Tian and others, accompanied by a team of human powerhouses, rushed to this place. The demon clan began to retreat, and Li Yao could only lead his people to withdraw. Lei Motian, are you alright? The one speaking was Li Tianxiu from the Divine Oracle Pavilion, ranked 31st on the Qing list. Lei Motian shook his head. Thanks to Chen Han's assistance, otherwise we would be in grave danger. Li Tianxiu looked at Chen Han in surprise. How could he not recognize him? However, Chen Han's strength was at most mid-level king realm. How could he be of help? Li Tianxiu paid no mind. It seems the demon clan plans to monopolize this inheritance. You were attacked, and the other forces must have encountered difficulties as well. Lei Motian nodded. If our 3 forces act together, we will have the ability to resist when encountering the demon clan. Li Tianxiu nodded, turning to Chen Han and the others, saying, disciples of Lingxiao sect, just don't cause trouble, don't hold us back. The people from the Divine Oracle Pavilion burst into laughter. Their disciples were all, at least, mid-level king realm. In contrast, Lingxiao sect had only 2 mid-level king realm, a significant disparity in strength. Lei Motian frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Chen Han, who simply shook his head, not intending to provoke conflict. Lei Motian nodded. If Li Tianxiu saw Chen Han's strength, he would surely be taken aback. Although the 3 major forces acted together, they did not encounter the demon clan easily. With the presence of 2 Qing list powerhouses, the demon clan had to think twice. It seems there is a battle ahead. Li Tianxiu suddenly spoke. Everyone moved forward, only to find the same scene as before. One disciple exclaimed in shock. Lei Motian shook his head. Do not underestimate the demon clan. The 3 leading demons possess strength in the... One disciple exclaimed in shock. Lei Motian shook his head. Do not underestimate the demon clan. The 3 leading demons possess strength in the top 20 of the Qing list. The crowd was astonished. Being in the top 20 of the Qing list was already exceptionally elite. Even if Yulin Fei was powerful, it would be difficult to withstand 3 of them. Go help. Li Tianxiu said, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Yulin Fei was the highest-ranked individual among those present. If Yulin Fei were to be defeated by the demon clan, the situation for the human race would undoubtedly become very... Yulin Fei, you are indeed formidable, but with so many of us here, let's see how you cope. Long Hong laughed loudly as the combined strength aimed to confront the Yu family, leaving them with nothing to counter. Yulin Fei's expression darkened as she gazed at Long Hong and his 2 companions. I know that fellow is nearby. Oh, since you're going to deal with me, don't hide. Long Hong laughed heartily. As expected of you, Lin Fei, Xiong Meng is indeed close by. However, with just you alone, you probably can't even handle the three of us. The disciples of the Yu family displayed heavy expressions. The demon clan was vast in numbers, and there were three formidable experts in the late king realm. Even with Yu Lin Fei present, it would be difficult to contend against them. Long Hong, someone from the human race, is approaching. A man with antennae beside Long Hong suddenly spoke up. Long Hong's expression tightened as he immediately turned his gaze to Yu Lin Fei. First, let's deal with this woman. The three late king realm experts immediately launched an assault on Yu Lin Fei. While they could not defeat her individually, if they combined their strength, it would still give her a headache. Just as the three were about to strike, a figure suddenly descended. This person was robust, exuding an impressive aura, no weaker than Yu Lin Fei. The ones who have arrived are from the Lei Lin sect, the Divine Oracle Pavilion, and the Lingxiao sect. You go deal with them, this woman is mine. Xiong Meng stated indifferently. The three of Long Hong nodded, and immediately took their men to confront the approaching individuals. Their strength was among the top in the demon clan. Dealing with Lei Matian and Li Tianxiu was more than sufficient. Xiong Meng turned to Yu Lin Fei, a slight smile playing on his lips, the number one beauty of the human race, indeed beautiful upon this first encounter. Yu Lin Fei's face darkened as she directly drew her sword and launched an attack. As the two clashed, a powerful aura surged outward, instilling fear. It's Long Hong, they have come for us. Lei Matian said with a solemn face. Long Hong's strength was indeed above that of Li Yao. If he faced Long Hong, there would be no chance of victory. Damn it, if only we had one more late king realm expert, we could buy some time. Li Tianxiu snorted coldly, casting a glance at the Lingxiao sect. At this moment, the Lingxiao sect was undoubtedly a burden to him. He'll take care of the remaining late king realm expert. Chen Han suddenly stepped forward, his expression indifferent. Li Tianxiu glanced at Chen Han and sneered. Ridiculous, do you truly think that just because you defeated Qing when you can contend with the experts of the Qingbang? Those three are not weaker than the top 20 of the Qingbang. Both Lei Matian and I may not be able to ensure our own safety. What do you, a mere mid-king realm, think you can use to fight him? Is it just your mouth? Lei Matian gritted his teeth, let alone Chen Han. He was not confident he could handle Long Hong and his three companions. If Chen Han were to act recklessly, it could prove extremely dangerous. That doesn't concern you. Chen Han shot Li Tianxiu a glance and said. Li Tianxiu snorted coldly, since you say that, I won't stop you. But don't think I will come to your rescue. Once the fighting starts, we will all have to fend for ourselves. Chen Han, holding the devouring shadow sword, took a step forward, saying, that doesn't concern you. Seeing Chen Han, a mid-king realm expert, charge forward, Long Hong and his companions frowned slightly. Did this mid-king realm kid seek death? Watch me obliterate this kid with a single strike. The antennaed man beside Long Hong sneered and struck out with his palm. Long Hong nodded. He was well aware of Wan Yi's strength. How could a mere mid-king realm human possibly withstand Wan Yi's blow? Break! Chen Han wielded a sword, directly unleashing his intent. The strength of Wan Yi far surpassed that of Han Meng, so he could not afford to be careless. Intent. Wan Yi became serious, stepping towards Chen Han, his hands transforming into robust knife-like arms, their hardness rivaling that of divine artifacts. Long Hong and another latest-stage king realm powerhouse engaged in combat with Lei Motian. The rescue from the three major forces allowed Yu Lin Fei to breathe a sigh of relief. If she were to fight the demon clan alone, she might be left here by Xiong Meng. The strength of Xiong Meng was not inferior to Yu Lin Fei, and coupled with the terrifying physicality of the demon clan, Yu Lin Fei could not gain the upper hand at all. How can a mid-stage king realm brat be so difficult to deal with? Wan Yi's face turned ashen, thinking that it would only take a single palm to handle Chen Han. But up to now, Wan Yi still could not defeat Chen Han. Chen Han, relying on his intent, unleashed a powerful sword aura that even Wan Yi had to defend against with all his strength. If he was not careful, he might truly be killed by Chen Han. Three styles of Lingxiao. Chen Han moved extremely quickly. He had to defeat Wan Yi at the fastest speed possible. After all, Wan Yi was a latest-stage king realm, being comparable to the top 20 on the Qingbang list. If he did not exert himself fully, it would be difficult for Chen Han to achieve victory. Today I will experience the sword techniques of the Lingxiao sect. Wan Yi roared sharply, and his knife-like arms instantly slashed down towards Chen Han. The sword light became chaotic in the battlefield of Chen Han, and Wan Yi instantly became the focus of everyone. Who is that human boy? How can he fight against Lord Wan Yi for so long, yet is only in the mid-stage of king realm? I didn't expect such a genius to emerge from the human race, but with Lord Wan Yi's strength, he will surely bury him here. If this person survives and escapes, he will undoubtedly become a great threat. Since parting with the Mo family, Chen Han has actually reached such a level. The Lingxiao sect has produced an extraordinary figure. Chen Han swung his sword down, and where the sword fell, the space shattered. Wan Yi's face turned ashen. As a latest-stage king realm great demon, how could he possibly lose to a mid-stage human? Bloodline activate. Wan Yi roared, and the 9th grade bloodline within him instantly awakened. Seeing Wan Yi exerting his full strength, Chen Han held the Shuriying sword, and the intent of the sword tomb fully blossomed. In the hands of the demon clan, if one did not go all out, one might die in an instant. 10,000 turns of Jinling technique. Chen Han took a deep breath, his entire body enveloped in golden light. Demonic transformation style. Chen Han called out softly, delivering a powerful sword strike towards Wan Yi. The aura released by Wan Yi was no weaker than Chen Han's. He stepped into the void and reached for Chen Han. When Chen Han was with the Mo family, he was merely at the initial stage of King Realm. Now he had actually reached the mid-stage of King Realm and could fight against Wan Yi for such a long time. When Chen Han was with the Mo family, he was merely at the initial stage of King Realm. Now he had actually reached the mid-stage of King Realm and could fight against Wan Yi for such a long time. What exactly is Chen Han's background to possess such powerful strength? She could not believe that a mere Lingxiao sect could cultivate someone like Chen Han. A mid-stage King Realm being can actually release such powerful sword aura. It seems that the human race has produced another remarkable figure. Xiao Meng sneered coldly. You Lin Fei frowned slightly, but you demon clan also have a Xiao Long. Xiao Meng sneered. Lord Xiao Long is not someone you humans can compare to. After the last battle with Yi Mingfeng, you should be quite clear about the gap between the two. Yu Linfei's face turned ashen. Xiao Long was a top genius of the demon clan with extraordinarily strong power. A year ago, Xiao Long approached Yi Mingfeng, engaging him in a battle that lasted for 100 rounds. Yi Mingfeng was the pride of the Qingbang, arguably the strongest young cultivator in Lingzhou. However, after 100 rounds, Xiao Long suddenly unleashed overwhelming power, crushing Yi Mingfeng. If it weren't for Xiao Long showing some mercy, Yi Mingfeng would likely have been unable to withstand even 100 moves. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Mingfeng and others were desperately training, determined not to be outdone by the demon clan. Bloodline martial arts. 10,000 ants devour the monarch. With a furious roar, 10,000 ants was surrounded by dark energy, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Chen Han took a step back, the intent of the Shuriying sword spilling from his palm. Roar. Sun extinction. Blood trickled from the corner of Chen Han's mouth, yet the sword intent around him surged exponentially. Countless flying swords encircled Chen Han, then transformed into a sword dragon rushing towards 10,000 ants. Bang! A thunderous collision echoed, causing the onlookers to retreat in panic, fearing to be caught in the aftermath. The power displayed by Chen Han and 10,000 ants exceeded everyone's imagination. A mid-stage King Realm human could force 10,000 ants to such an extent, leaving the demon clan in disbelief. Roar! As the dust settled, 10,000 ants emerged, roaring in fury. Looking at 10,000 ants, Yu Linfei frowned slightly. It seemed Chen Han was still unable to withstand him. The gap in their realms was simply insurmountable. Li Tianxiu sneered coldly. I told him long ago not to overreach. Now, he can't even regret it. The disciples of Lingxiao sect wore grim expressions. Could it be that Chen Han truly lost? Tap. After a few steps, 10,000 ants suddenly displayed an abnormality, collapsing directly to the ground. The crowd was stunned. Could it be that they were both injured? As the dust cleared, Chen Han's figure gradually came into view. Swish! Chen Han, holding the Shuriying sword, appeared pale. Yet compared to the fallen 10,000 ants, he seemed in much better condition. The crowd was utterly astonished. It was actually Chen Han, with a lower cultivation level, who had triumphed. A remarkable figure had emerged from the human clan. This guy is truly interesting, Lei Matian chuckled, shaking his head. The outcome of Chen Han defeating 10,000 ants was something they had never anticipated. After all, 10,000 ants' strength was above that of Lei Matian. In that case, wasn't Chen Han stronger than him? Lei Matian shook his head. Oh, perhaps Chen Han was just lucky. This human boy is truly surprising. Xiao Meng said with a serious expression, having never expected 10,000 ants to lose. Yu Linfei smiled. If you underestimate our human clan, you will surely suffer losses. Xiao Meng snorted coldly, his figure disappearing directly before Yu Linfei's eyes. Seeing Xiao Meng retreat, the demon clan followed suit. If even Xiao Meng fled, how could they continue fighting? Yu Linfei, we shall decide the victor deep within the sacred tomb. Echoed Xiao Meng's voice through the air. Chen Han forced a bitter smile. It was good that the demon clan had retreated. However, the backlash from sun extinction was truly terrifying. After using this move, Chen Han felt his body numb and difficult to move. Chen Han, are you alright? Bai Lingtian and a few others hurried over. Chen Han defeating 10,000 ants truly brought honor to Lingxiao sect. Chen Han waved his hand. It's nothing, just need a moment to rest. Bai Lingtian let out a sigh of relief, glad that Chen Han was unhurt, otherwise their sect master would have surely scolded them to death. Lei Matian and others also approached Chen Han. Chen Han's battle was indeed astonishing, even leaving them in shock. Had it not been for Chen Han blocking 10,000 ants, it was likely they would have been the ones to leave. Li Tianxiu stood silently to the side, saying nothing. Chen Han's displayed strength was no less than theirs, leaving Li Tianxiu at a loss for words. Chen Han, thank you. Yu Linfei stepped forward looking at Chen Han with a smile. Chen Han nodded indifferently, no need for thanks. Once we enter the sacred tomb we are all on the same front. Yu Linfei covered her face with a smile, but her expression turned serious as she coughed. Since the demon race intends to strike against our human race, we must unite. We cannot allow the demon race to defeat us one by one, otherwise this legacy will truly be seized by them. The crowd nodded. Who would have thought that after entering the sacred tomb the demon race would strike first against the humans? Since the journey to the sacred tomb will become a bloody storm, they would also exert their full strength to confront the demon race. Let us proceed deeper together. If we encounter the demon race we will not hold back. Yu Linfei spoke indifferently. The demon race strikes ruthlessly, so the human race should not be blamed for their fierce counterattack. The journey to the sacred tomb will become the first clash between the human and demon races. Along the way Yu Linfei also gathered the members of the Yin and Xing families. Yin by Tian and Xing when both showed serious expressions upon seeing Chen Han. When they heard that Chen Han had defeated the 10,000 ants the expressions on their faces became complicated. The 10,000 ants were a powerful figure in the late stages of the King realm capable of rivaling the elites on the Qing list. How did Chen Han defeat the 10,000 ants? Both of them felt a chill, but their attitude towards Chen Han had changed significantly. With Chen Han's strength, he was capable of entering the Qing list. They likely were not worthy of fighting against him. The demon race is so cunning. Fortunately Linfei you noticed in time. Otherwise during the journey to the sacred tomb, we would be at a significant disadvantage. Upon encountering Wang Feng from the Zhitian pavilion, his face was ashen. Several factions had been unable to contact their teams for a long time, unsure if they were safe. Yu Linfei also informed Wang Feng about Chen Han's situation. Wang Feng looked at Chen Han with a surprised expression, filled with intense curiosity. It seems that the positions on the Qing list are about to change. Along the way several human factions united and charged toward the depths of the sacred tomb. Seeing the humans start to take precautions the demon race gave up on hunting, and instead gathered together rushing toward the depths of the sacred tomb. Boom! A gigantic tomb chamber appeared ahead of the crowd. In the center of the chamber stood a massive black coffin emanating a chilling aura of decay. Both the human and demon races arrived here looking at the black coffin with solemn expressions. Linfei, the people from the Zue-Yin pavilion have not arrived, I'm afraid. Wang Feng said with a furrowed brow. It seems that the people from the Zue-Yin pavilion have already met with misfortune. Although their fate is unknown, it is unlikely they will arrive here. Yu Linfei's gaze fell upon Xiongming. When her beautiful eyes swept over the demon youth in front of him, she showed a serious expression. Surprisingly, the demon race's leader this time was not Xiongming, but another young demon. Yu Linfei did not recall the presence of this demon youth. How much has the demon race concealed? Yu Linfei gritted her teeth. The talents of the demon race in the open were not as numerous as the human race. Ever since Qiu Long emerged and defeated Yi Mingfeng, the humans realized that the demon race was not devoid of talent. The young demon before her might very well be a prodigy on the same level as Qiu Long. Let's open the coffin. Xiongming spoke indifferently, his gaze falling upon Yu Linfei. Yu Linfei nodded. She also wanted to know who the owner of this sacred tomb was. Rumble. The black coffin gradually opened and a rancid aura seeped out from within. Everyone's faces bore a serious expression. After all, this was the coffin of a powerful figure from the sacred realm. It could very well harbor danger within. Bang! The black coffin opened, and everyone hurried forward to investigate the situation inside. Bai Ling Tian and the others also felt curious about the corpse of the Saint Realm powerhouse. After all this time, what would it be like? Chen Han suddenly stopped Bai Ling Tian and the others, shaking his head as he looked at them. Bai Ling Tian felt slightly perplexed. Could it be that Chen Han sensed something amiss? Xiongming furrowed his brows and spoke while Yu Linfei and the others also showed heavy expressions. There was actually nothing inside the black coffin. Could it be that this was not the sacred tomb of a Saint Realm powerhouse? Boom. The entire tomb chamber suddenly emitted a terrifying tremor. Both human and demon races displayed heavy expressions. What exactly is happening in this tomb chamber? Both races showed grave expressions. The entire tomb chamber is converging towards the center. Yu Linfei gritted her teeth as all the entrances around them were sealed. Someone continuously struck the tomb chamber only to find that it was covered by a 10th grade spirit array. Below the Saint Realm, no one could break this array. It is the Demon Saint. This must be the tomb of the Demon Saint. Wang Feng gritted his teeth as he spoke. Everyone looked at Wang Feng in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. It is said that the Demon Saint practiced demonic arts relying on blood essence to provide vitality. The Demon Saint established a sacred tomb to lure others in and then devour their blood essence. This is the method. The tomb of the Demon Saint. Damn it. Are we not going to die here? Xiongming gritted his teeth. The Demon Saint was also a 10th grade spirit array master. Using the 10th grade spirit array, he could completely bind those at the King realm. As long as no one can break the Great Array, we can only be crushed into dust by the tomb chamber. A rat clinging to life through demonic arts dares to covet our blood essence. The young man from the demon race spoke in a cold voice. Immediately a terrifying aura erupted from him. How strong? Yulin Fei and Wang Feng's faces turned heavy. The strength of this young man from the demon race was definitely above theirs. Does the demon race have another prodigy comparable to Qiu Long? A 10th grade spirit array is not that easy to break. Li Tianxiu furrowed his brows as he spoke. Even if Qiu Long came, he might not be able to break this 10th grade spirit array. The 10th grade spirit array can bind powerhouses in the Saint realm. How can someone at the King realm escape from it? Ignorant. Xiongming glanced at Li Tianxiu and smiled. Li Tianxiu's expression tightened, but he could not oppose Xiongming. Boom. The young man from the demon race was enveloped by a surge of black spiritual power. His body transformed into a black shadow and sank into the ground. Wang Feng's eyes flickered, revealing shock. Is it in Shadow Demon? Xiongming chuckled as expected of someone from the Zhitian Pavilion. You know quite a bit. Lingya is indeed a shadow demon. Shadow demons are the nemesis of your human spirit array masters. Yulin Fei nodded. Shadow demons can transform their bodies and directly ignore the core of the spirit array. As long as Lingya disrupts the core of the spirit array, there is still hope for them. You human trash, just watch our demon race's capabilities. Huh. To enter a human sacred tomb, we actually need our demon race to lend a hand. It's truly laughable. If it weren't for Lord Lingyan, none of you would survive. The demon race erupted with loud laughter, mocking the incompetence of the human race. Yulin Fei and the other prodigies felt anger, but they had no way to counter it. The 10th grade spirit array is something they cannot break. What help can they provide? Boom. The entire tomb chamber under Ling Ya's influence displayed signs of decay. How the formation is about to break. Suemo laughed heartily. Although this sacred tomb does not yield the sacred realm's legacy, being able to mock the proud children of the human race is already an unexpected delight. Chen Han looked around and shook his head, saying he cannot break this formation. His words drew considerable attention. Ha, if the demon race cannot break it, do you think you can? Xingwen let out a cold snort and laughed. The demon race noticed Chen Han's words and revealed disdainful expressions. How dare a mere mid-stage king realm fellow utter such arrogant claims? It was nothing short of shameless. Is that the guy? Suemo glanced at Chen Han, somewhat surprised. The shadow demon is a lifelong nemesis of formation masters, and what gives Chen Han the right to claim Lingya cannot break the formation? Chen Han, what do you mean by that? Wang Feng inquired. As far as he knew, Chen Han should not be the reckless type. Chen Han smiled, saying, this formation is the 10th grade absolute wall formation. Even a sacred realm powerhouse would find it difficult to escape from it. He added, if Lingya were a sacred realm being, it could easily break the formation. However, as a king realm individual, he can at most damage the formation's core, but cannot break the formation itself. As Chen Han spoke, the crowd's expressions turned serious. Haha, I can say such things too. Oh, everyone knows it's hard for king realm individuals to break a 10th grade formation. You Chen Han are merely good at talking. Can you actually pull it off? Long Hong laughed heartily. Since when he was injured by Chen Han, he had already been displeased with him. Now Chen Han actually dares to provoke the strength of Lord Lingya. He truly does not know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Chen Han glanced at Long Hong, then looked down at the ground. If you don't believe it, let him speak for himself. The crowd frowned as they felt a tremor beneath their feet, and soon after Ling Ya's figure sprang forth from the ground. Lord Lingya, what do you think? Long Hong hurriedly asked. Ling Ya's expression was grim. Although he was focused on breaking the formation, he could still hear the conversation above. Just as Chen Han had stated, he could only damage the formation's core and could not break it. Seeing that Lingya had been hit on the mark by Chen Han, the demon race's expressions turned awkward. I indeed cannot break the formation, but what can you human race do? Lingya spoke indifferently, his tone filled with disdain. The demon race nodded in agreement. What use is it for the human race to only talk? Without any practical action, will they not die here? The gazes of Xingwen and the others turned towards Chen Han. They were curious to see how Chen Han would handle this. The surrounding walls continued to close in, or if they did not take action soon they might truly die here. However, with the formation's core destroyed by Lingya, top-tier prodigies like Yulin Fei should be able to break the formation and escape. But those who can escape will certainly not exceed 50. This means that nearly 3/4 of the prodigies will die here. What's wrong? No way out. We are still waiting for you human race to take action. The demon race burst into laughter. Just wait for death. What other options do you have? Li Tianxiu snorted coldly. Chen Han shook his head. It's not that there isn't a way to break the formation. The crowd turned their eyes towards Chen Han, and Li Tianxiu couldn't help but sneer. Ridiculous, a way to break the formation. Are you perhaps a 10th grade formation master? The crowd laughed. It was impossible. At Chen Han's age, being an 8th grade formation master was already quite remarkable. How could he be a 10th grade? Chen Han coughed lightly, his voice deep. I am indeed that. After speaking, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Chen Han. Then a golden pattern appeared beneath Chen Han's feet. The entire tomb room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. A 10th grade formation master. This kid is truly a 10th grade formation master. I never expected there to be such a genius hidden among the human race, or indeed, one must not underestimate them. A 10th grade formation master, can he really break this spiritual formation? Lingya gazed at Chen Han feeling slightly surprised. Among the human race, there was actually a 10th grade spirit array master hidden away. Not only the demon race, but even the humans were left speechless. A 10th grade spirit array master possessed power comparable to that of a saint realm. Chen Han raised his hand, condensing spiritual energy in his palm. He then struck the ground, causing the patterns to begin to form and spread out directly. Such powerful strength. This is the power of a 10th grade spirit array master. Chen Han is actually a 10th grade spirit array master. This is indeed somewhat monstrous. From today onward, I believe Chen Han's name can enter the Qing list. There must not be many figures of the Qing list in the midstage of the Wang realm. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. The talent Chen Han displayed was truly terrifying. Chen Han's eyes widened as a surge of power flooded into his palm. Whoosh! I found you. With a light shout, Chen Han vanished from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, Chen Han's figure appeared in a void. Chen Han blinked and looked around. Is this the spiritual abode of a Saint Realm powerhouse? A spiritual abode of the Saint Realm? Kid, you're quite lucky. Yuan Peng manifested beside Chen Han, smiling as he looked around. After Yuan Peng obtained that demonic bone, he fell into a deep slumber. Now awake, he must have sensed something good. What is this place? Chen Han asked. Yuan Peng raised his gaze, scanning the surroundings. This spiritual abode is so vast. Could this really be the abode of a Saint Realm powerhouse? Kid, watch your surroundings. Although the master of this spiritual abode has died, the abode remains preserved, surely possessing terrifying power. Yuan Peng cautioned. Chen Han nodded, starting to be on guard as he looked around. Kid, how dare you trespass into my sacred abode? You seek death. A terrifying spiritual energy erupted within the vast spiritual abode. Demon Saint. Chen Han's expression turned grave. Although the demon saint was dead, he could not be underestimated. Kid, set up a sealing array. A remnant soul of a Saint Realm is not beyond your ability to handle. Yuan Peng grinned. Chen Han nodded, immediately beginning to set up the sealing array. As soon as Chen Han made his move, the demon saint in the void let out a mournful cry. Ignore this fellow, and continue setting up the array. I guarantee you will reap great rewards. Yuan Peng grinned. Chen Han took a deep breath, disregarding the aura of the demon saint. You want to seal my sacred abode? You seek death. The demon saint roared angrily as tendrils of demonic vines lashed towards Chen Han. Yuan Peng grinned. I needed this treasure. Yuan Peng laughed heartily, biting down and drawing the demonic vines into his mouth. Sensing Yuan Peng's aura, Chen Han displayed an expression of surprise. Having devoured the demonic bone, Yuan Peng had directly reached the late stage of the Wang realm. This was a bit too terrifying. Just what kind of existence is Yuan Peng? Smack smack. Yuan Peng patted his belly in satisfaction, and its aura suddenly broke through, stepping into the peak of the Wang realm. Chen Han felt a black line appear on his forehead. This speed of cultivation was a bit too fast. But in Yuan Peng's eyes, this was merely a restoration of its cultivation, a normal operation. Instead, it was Chen Han's speed of cultivation that left it breathless. Boom. Chen Han raised his gaze. The sealing array had been inscribed successfully. Array activate. The spiritual array instantly rose rapidly, devouring the remnant souls within the spiritual abode. The demon saint let out an ear-piercing scream. Being merely a remnant soul, it could not withstand the power of the 10th grade sealing array. Yuan Peng suddenly opened its mouth and spat a droplet of water towards the remnant soul of the demon saint. This quickly condensed into a soul pearl, landing in Chen Han's hand. The soul pearl condensed by a Saint Realm powerhouse is truly a great tonic. Yuan Peng grinned. Chen Han nodded, then concealed the soul pearl into a storage bag. Copy successful. Evolution successful. Obtained a holy grade spirit treasure, the soul pearl of the holy realm. Chen Han marveled, realizing he needed to keep such a treasure well hidden. Kid, didn't I tell you it was a good thing? Yuan Peng grinned. Chen Han nodded, saying, with this soul pearl the benefits for cultivation are immense. Yuan Peng swayed his body, returning to Chen Han's spiritual abode. Let's go back, this harvest is sufficient. Chen Han took a deep breath, preparing to return to the tomb chamber. Inside the tomb chamber, everyone waited anxiously. Why hasn't Chen Han returned yet? Could he be dead? Li Tianxiu furrowed his brows and spoke. Yu Linfei shot a glance at Li Tianxiu, saying, if you can't speak, then don't. Li Tianxiu looked weakly at Yu Linfei. He truly had no ability to act tough in front of her. Buzz. Chen Han's figure landed among the crowd, and upon seeing him, everyone immediately surrounded him. How is it? Chen Han smiled calmly, saying the formation has been broken. Everyone looked around as a powerful demon tribe warrior punched out immediately, creating a large hole in the wall. Retreat. Lingya glanced at Chen Han and shouted. The demon tribe quickly departed. Since the holy tomb was a trap, there was no need for them to remain. Yu Linfei exchanged glances with Wang Feng and led everyone away. Although there was no Holy Realm inheritance, there were still many gains from this trip. These treasures should all have been left behind by those devoured by the demon saint with good quality, ones reaching grade 9, which is quite decent. Upon exiting the holy tomb, the strong from both tribes stepped forward looking at the various talents with solemn expressions. How was the harvest? Mo Qianxiu quickly asked. Yu Linfei and the others shook their heads and informed Mo Qianxiu about the events inside the holy tomb. The expressions of Mo Qianxiu and several other powerful individuals immediately became rich with emotions. They all looked at Chen Han with incredulity. Haha, not bad, you really have some skills, kid. Ling Weitian laughed heartily. This trip to the holy tomb had certainly brought great honor to Lingxiao sect through Chen Han's actions. Before long, Lingxiao sect would produce another prodigy on the Qing list. Lingya led a group toward Chen Han. I look forward to you reaching the late stage of the King realm. Lingya grinned. Only someone like Chen Han deserved to be his opponent. Although Yu Linfei and the others were also powerful, they still fell slightly short in Lingya's eyes. Chen Han slightly raised the corner of his mouth, saying I look forward to it too. Lingya is undoubtedly a top-tier existence among the demon tribe. Even a strong figure like Xiong Ming shows him a degree of respect. Lingya's status is certainly not lower than Xiao Long's. What exactly are the demon tribe planning with so many prodigies hidden away? As both factions departed, they were fortunate that there were no significant losses from this trip to the Holy Tomb. If top prodigies from both sides had been left in the Holy Tomb, the war between humans and demons would likely have been on the verge of breaking out. Due to Chen Han being a grade 10 spirit array master, his name echoed throughout Lingzhou once again. The Zhitian Pavilion even placed Chen Han's name on the Qing list. He is the first to enter the Qing list while still in the middle stage of the King realm. What shocked everyone even more was that Chen Han's ranking on the Qing list directly reached the 11th position. Such a rank left many displeased. Even though Chen Han is a grade 10 spirit array master, his cultivation remains at the middle stage of the King realm. Even if he defeated Wan Yi, he should not have that 11th rank. If it were a direct confrontation, those pushed down from the Qing list do not believe they would lose to Chen Han. The matter concerning Chen Han is brewing in Lingzhou. Some individuals even declared their intention to challenge Chen Han and reclaim their rankings. However, this was not a big deal for Chen Han. The only pressing matter now is the 2 soul pearls. Chen Han directly gave the black grade soul pearl to Xiao Yuyan. With this pearl, Xiao Yuyan's cultivation will skyrocket. As for the other holy grade soul pearl, Chen Han did not rush to use it. Given Chen Han's current strength, absorbing this pearl would be too costly. It would be better to wait until reaching the late stage of the King realm and use this soul pearl to directly break into the Holy Realm. A month later, the Jinling Guard of the Jinling dynasty sought out Chen Han again. This time the situation directly threatened the safety of the dynasty. Due to Chen Han's formidable rise, the Wan Gu dynasty joined forces with 2 other dynasties to launch an assault on the Jinling dynasty. Although there is a great formation for protection, it cannot last long. Gu Feng Tian integrated with the formation cannot fight outside the palace. With just the King realm latest Wang Ting Wang, it is impossible to stop the powerhouses of the 3 great dynasties. What are the other 2 dynasties? Chen Han frowned and spoke. The Linhe dynasty and the Yesha dynasty. Linhe dynasty. Chen Han paused, recalling how he had beaten the prince of the Linhe dynasty at the peak of the 100 dynasties in Sanxian City. Now they are actually helping the Wan Gu dynasty to attack the Jinling dynasty, truly forgetful. Alright, I understand. Chen Han nodded. The combined forces of the 3 great dynasties have at least 15 King realm powerhouses stationed, posing a huge threat to the Jinling dynasty. Young Master Chen, what should we do? The Jinling guard looked at Chen Han, unsure of how to speak. Chen Han couldn't help but smile. With so many opponents, I naturally need to prepare. After saying this, Chen Han directly stepped into the air, leaving the Jinling guard in a daze. Chen Han rushed towards the Jinling dynasty as the enemy army was already at the city gates, and he could not waste any time. As he crossed the border city of the Jinling dynasty, many people showed expressions of astonishment. Such a young King realm powerhouse, how enviable. Soon Chen Han saw the army of the 3 great dynasties. They split into 5 directions, attacking the Jinling dynasty, with 3 King realm powerhouses stationed at each battlefield. The King realm powerhouses of the Jinling dynasty could not control the situation, and in the eyes of the other dynasties this was already a deadlock. The Jinling dynasty was doomed. Huff! Chen Han took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the front lines of the troops. If he were to run from place to place, he would not make it in time. It seems I have no choice but to do this. Chen Han narrowed his eyes and directly stepped onto the city walls. The King realm powerhouses within the city immediately sensed Chen Han's aura and rushed over. Chen Han. The one guarding this city was Wang Yin Chen Guyin Chen. Senior, long time no see. Chen Han smiled. Gu Yinshan forced a bitter smile. Oh, every time there was a crisis in Jinling, Chen Han would always show up. But this time it would probably not be so easy to handle. With 15 King Realm powerhouses, how could the Jinling dynasty possibly cope? At the same time, the 3 King Realm powerhouses from the enemy side also ascended into the air. Looking at the suddenly appearing Chen Han, they revealed disdainful expressions. Chen Han was merely at the midstage of the King Realm, and with Gu Yinshan there were only 2 King Realms. They had 3 King Realms, more than enough to deal with Chen Han and Gu Yinshan. Gu Yinshan, I advise you not to struggle. The Jinling dynasty is doomed. The King Realm powerhouse of the Linhe dynasty, Ling Man, laughed heartily. With 15 King Realms attacking the Jinling dynasty, what could the Jinling dynasty use to win? Gu Yinshan's face turned ashen. With the 3 great dynasties surrounding the Jinling dynasty, the already battered Jinling dynasty would likely struggle to withstand the assault. The Gu family's reign would also come to an end. Enough with the idle chatter. Chen Han spoke with an icy tone, his demeanor cold. Ling Man and the 2 other Sovereign Realm experts furrowed their brows, glaring at Chen Han. Boy, do you realize to whom you speak? Ling Man's voice was frigid. Chen Han smirked. How could I not? Aren't you just 3 worthless scum? Outrageous. The 3 Sovereign Realm experts erupted in fury. When we breach the gates of your Jinling Imperial City, let's see if you can still laugh then. Ling Man laughed heartily. At their pace, they would reach the palace gates within 3 days. Even Sovereign Realm experts would be powerless to stop them. Oh. Chen Han lifted his gaze, his eyes glacial. Then you won't live to see it. A flicker of cold intent flashed in his eyes as the Shadow Devourer sword materialized in his hand. A 10th rank divine artifact. Ling Man and the others stared in shock. They had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary youth would wield such a supreme treasure. Seize the brat, and the artifact will be ours. Ling Man's eyes gleamed with greed. A 10th rank divine artifact was an unparalleled treasure. This artifact was even more precious than the Jinling Empire. The 3 Sovereign Realm experts exchanged glances, nodded, and charged at Chen Han in unison. Sword in hand, Chen Han watched them approach, his expression utterly impassive. With a single stroke of the Shadow Devourer sword, Ling Man, who led the charge, plummeted to the ground. What just happened? How did Ling Man die? The other 2 Sovereign Realm experts were stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. They hadn't even seen Chen Han move yet. Ling Man was already dead. This was far too formidable. Your turn now. Chen Han spoke, coldly raising the Shadow Devourer sword high. No. The 2 Sovereign Realm experts let out a wretched scream, vanishing midair. The army below, witnessing the instant demise of their 3 Sovereign Realm commanders, swallowed hard in fear. What level of power was this to slay 3 Sovereign Realm experts with a single blow? Even Gu Yinshan stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Senior, I leave these troops to you. Chen Han smiled at Gu Yinshan. The latter nodded hastily. These soldiers, not even reaching the Sovereign Realm, were hardly worth Chen Han's personal attention. Chen Han took a deep breath, and a runic pattern slowly formed in his palm. Then a grand formation began to spread outward from him. The spiritual formation expanded with astonishing speed, covering the entire Jinling Empire within an hour. The 3 empires were shaken. Who could have laid such a formidable array? Could the Jinling Empire truly harbor a peerless expert? Once the formation was complete, Chen Han rose, the wind rustling around him. The Shadow Devourer's sword pointed diagonally at the ground, its blade grazed his fingertip, and a drop of his essence blood sank into the formation. Formation condensed. Spiritual energy surged, and the heavens and earth shifted. Gu Yinshan stared in awe at the sky. The spiritual array Chen Han had etched exuded an overwhelming pressure. Not even Gu Fengtian had ever given him such a sensation. What had Chen Han experienced since leaving the Jinling Empire to acquire such immense power? Rise! Chen Han roared, and the area covered by the formation instantly blazed with light. The people of the 3 empires were stunned. They still had no idea what the formation was meant to do. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped all the Sovereign Realm experts of the 3 empires. Their expressions hardened, and they vanished from their positions. As the Sovereign Realm experts disappeared, the spiritual formation rapidly shrank until it covered only a square kilometer, centered on Chen Han. The vanished experts reappeared within the formation. Upon seeing Chen Han, the 12 Sovereign Realm experts all wore expressions of astonishment. This spiritual formation was actually inscribed by a junior. Is it you? He Tushan glared at Chen Han. He clearly remembered that the last time he saw Chen Han, he was merely at the Spirit Mansion stage. In such a short time, Chen Han had actually reached the midstage of the King Realm. Such a cultivation speed is truly astounding. If he is not eliminated with Chen Han's talents, he will undoubtedly become a future threat to the 3 great empires. Huh. Chen Han exhaled, looking at He Tushan with a slight smirk. If I kill you, the army should retreat, right? His words drew laughter from the crowd. Although a midstage king at this age is indeed a prodigy surrounded by so many King Realm experts, Chen Han actually thinks he can kill them all. Does he really believe he is invincible in the King Realm? You are Chen Han, aren't you? He Tushan narrowed his eyes at Chen Han and said, "Your talent is quite remarkable. If you join us, I guarantee you the best treatment. The Jinling Empire is bound to perish this time. If you are sensible, agree to me, otherwise you will die with them." Chen Han raised his gaze looking at He Tushan with a smile. "Sorry, your three empires have nothing that can entice me. Humph, stubborn and seeking death." A King Realm expert roared in anger, striking towards Chen Han. Chen Han casually waved the Shuriying sword, and the attacker was instantly cleaved in two. He Tushan and the others showed expressions of shock. That attacker was at least in the midstage of the King Realm. Yet in Chen Han's hands he fell as easily as if made of paper. Chen Han looked up at He Tushan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Do you know why I gathered you all here? It is to conveniently send you all to the Yellow Springs." With that, Chen Han moved, and in an instant the winds and clouds changed. The spiritual energy within the entire formation began to erupt with his actions. "Kill him." He Tushan's eyes widened in fury. Chen Han was so terrifying that if he was not killed here, there would surely be great troubles in the future. Today Chen Han must die. "You want me dead, oi?" Chen Han moved at incredible speed. Wherever he swung his sword, a corpse would fall. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? I can't even catch a glimpse of his figure. To have such power in the midstage of the King Realm, imagine how we would fare against him in the later stage. He must be killed, otherwise our three great empires are doomed. Array converge. Chen Han spoke coldly, and the spiritual formation quickly closed in. He had no intention of giving these guys any chance to escape. Within this spiritual formation, he intended to slaughter. The Shuriying sword struck again, and again shattering the hearts of He Tushan and the others. Is this even human? This is clearly a monster. Under Chen Han's sword they had no ability to resist. Attacking the Jinling Empire seemed to have become their most foolish decision. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn aside from the three midstage kings, all others had died beneath his sword. But Chen Han was not finished yet. At this moment Chen Han was like a god of slaughter. He Tushan and the others stared with wide eyes. Despite being just one person, he instilled terror in them all. Damn it, who exactly is this guy? The Emperor of the Linha Empire gritted his teeth and spoke. They had thought that this attack on the Jinling Empire was as good as done. They never expected such a prodigy as Chen Han to emerge, ruining all their plans. "We three must join forces. We cannot let a junior bury us here." He Tushan gritted his teeth and spoke. The other two kings nodded, their auras gradually expanding as the three joined forces to capture Chen Han. Chen Han smiled and shook his head, unleashing the Shuriying sword with a fierce slash. In an instant mountains and rivers shattered and nebulae transformed. Boom. After a loud explosion, three figures fell to the ground. Below, Gua Yinxing was so shocked he couldn't speak. Could such power truly be unleashed by a junior under 30? Taking a deep breath, Chen Han felt the crisis of Jinling dissipate with the death of the 15 King Realm powerhouses. Upon learning this news, Gua Fengtian immediately ordered King Ziding to lead the army to annihilate all three opposing forces. Without the protection of King Realm powerhouses, the three great empires would soon be devoured by other empires. Had these three emperors known this would happen, they would never have made such a decision. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Gua Fengtian appeared directly in front of Chen Han. Looking at Chen Han with gratitude in his eyes, he acknowledged that without Chen Han the Jinling Empire would not have survived numerous crises. "I will set up a spiritual formation to cover the entire Jinling Empire." Standing atop the palace, Chen Han gazed over the entire imperial capital where his family resided. Chen Han would never stand by and watch as someone invaded his hometown. If anyone dared to trespass, they would be killed. Gua Fengtian nodded, well aware that Chen Han's strength had long surpassed his own. The person emerging from Jinan City was steadily ascending to the peak of Lingzhou. It wouldn't be long before Chen Han's name resonated throughout the entire Lingzhou. Chen Han sat cross-legged in midair, his spiritual power igniting the vast sky like flames. The people of the Jinling Empire looked on with admiration at this formidable display of spiritual power. Great formation. Rise. The heavens and earth trembled as the spiritual energy of the entire Jinling Empire converged in Chen Han's palms. With a soft command from Chen Han, a grand formation soared into the sky. A 10th grade formation master at such a young age, there are probably very few in all of Lingzhou. Gua Fengtian marveled. A once unknown youth had climbed to the pinnacle of Lingzhou. What kind of monstrous talent must he possess? Fortunately, this was the people of the Jinling Empire, and the entire empire would take pride in Chen Han. Light illuminated all corners of the Jinling Empire. This 10th grade protective formation would require time to breach even for those at the sacred realm. That's enough. Chen Han took a deep breath, stood up, and felt a breeze brush past his robes, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. Gua Fengtian looked at Chen Han, observing the depth in his eyes, knowing that Chen Han was about to undertake something significant. This matter was surely something that would impact Chen Han for a lifetime. After setting up the formation, Chen Han left the Jinling Empire. He had no time to wait. Now that he knew everything about the Xing family, he had to venture into the tiger's den. Mother, are you still there? At this moment a piece of news spread throughout Lingzhou. Everyone learned that Chen Han was the son of Xing Yingxi from the Xing family. No one expected that a discarded child would reveal such monstrous talent after more than 20 years. What would the Xing family do next? Everyone speculated about the Xing family's next move. If the Xing family were to force the Lingxiao sect to hand over Chen Han, the sect would surely be unable to resist. The disparity between the two forces was glaringly obvious. Buzz. In the secret chamber, Chen Han's body slowly stood up. His identity had already spread throughout Lingzhou. Ling Dongyi had been waiting outside the chamber along with several elders from the Lingxiao sect. Upon seeing Chen Han emerge from his seclusion, everyone wore serious expressions. Chen Han. Ling Dongyi frowned deeply. They all regarded Chen Han as the hope of the Lingxiao sect, but this identity struck them like a heavy blow. If they do not hand over the person, the Xing family will certainly not allow the Lingxiao sect to remain in Lingzhou. The people of the Xing family have already met with Ling Dongyi. Faced with the Xing family's threat, Ling Dongyi cannot resist. Master Yu Yan is still in the Lingxiao sect. I hope you can protect her safety. Chen Han took a deep breath and said. Ling Dongyi nodded. The Xing family wanted Chen Han and would not make things difficult for Xiao Yuyan. If the Xing family truly shamelessly demands that the Lingxiao sect hand over Xiao Yuyan, Ling Dongyi would definitely take Xiao Yuyan away from Lingzhou. With Ling Dongyi's abilities, even if pursued by the Xing family's Saint Realm experts, he could still ensure Xiao Yuyan's safety. Kid, are you planning to go to the Xing family? Qin Mingdong's eyes flickered. To him, Chen Han was no longer just a... If it weren't for Chen Han's youth, Qin Mingdong would have already taken him to form a brotherhood. Several seniors need not worry. With my current abilities, it won't be so easy for the Xing family to kill me. Chen Han smiled, knowing that with the strength of a 10th grade spiritual array master, even if he couldn't defeat the Xing family's Saint Realm, he had enough means to leave the Xing family. Ling Dongyi and the others nodded, and they wouldn't say anything more. Looking at Chen Han's expression, it was clear that he was determined to go to the Xing family. Xing Yuha is within the Lingxiao sect. Ling Dongyi frowned and spoke. Chen Han froze, a hint of weariness appearing on his face. All right. A simple word placed heavy pressure on Ling Dongyi and the others. They weren't sure what Chen Han planned to do, but based on Chen Han's personality, he would certainly not avoid it. Inside the Lingxiao sect's great hall, Xing Yuha sat alone, his expression very grave. Tap. The door slowly opened, and Xing Yuha looked over slowly, placing the teacup in his hand on the table. Chen Han stepped inside with no one following him. You really dare to come alone? Xing Yuha spoke indifferently. A junior, a discarded pawn that the Xing family did not care about. Having grown into the #1 genius of the Lingxiao sect, Xing Yuha knew that the Xing family had been negligent in their actions. However, no matter what, Chen Han bore the blood of the Xing family. If he could directly kill him, Xing Yuha wouldn't need to go through all this. The entire clan was divided into two factions. The two Saint Realm experts of the Xing family had not made their positions clear. Xing Yuha came here only to take Chen Han to the Xing family. No matter what, Chen Han's fate should be decided by who killed my father. Chen Han looked at Xing Yuha, clenching his fists tightly. The Xing family indeed had faults, but what Chen Han truly saw was the person who had acted and given the order back then. They were the true culprits behind the destruction of the Chen family. Xing Yuha smiled and said, once you go to the Xing family, you'll naturally understand. But since you are half a member of the Xing family, I must warn you that the Xing family is not a place for you to be reckless. If it weren't for your mother ignoring the clan's rules back, then the Chen family would not have disappeared. Chen Han's eyes widened in disbelief, or was it his mother's fault? What a joke. Where is my mother, and does she know my identity? Chen Han asked. Xing Yuha shook his head. Once you go to the Xing family, you'll know everything, but just depends on whether you dare to go. Staying in the Lingxiao sect is not a correct decision. Chen Han took a deep breath, fully aware of the Xing family's intentions. The entire Xing family has the most stringent hierarchy in Lingzhou. Chen Han's mother had violated the rules of the Xing family back, then angering the higher-ups, which led to the Xing family's pursuit of her. I can't believe it. Chen Han spoke with resolute determination. Xing Yuha chuckled. Aren't you afraid of dying? Chen Han gazed at Xing Yuha. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have come to Lingzhou, let alone seek you out here. Xing Yuha was taken aback, waving his sleeve as he stood up. Kid, you are the son of my 5th sister. By lineage, you should call me second uncle. However, the Xing family has yet to acknowledge your identity. If you abandon the Chen surname and join our Xing family, you need not die, your mother will be safe and sound. A hint of self-mockery crossed Chen Han's face as he let out a hearty laugh. How amusing. Does that mean my father died for nothing? Xing Yuha snorted coldly. With your father's status, how could he possibly be worthy of the Xing family? If it weren't for my 5th sister's recklessness, our Xing family would have long since allied with the Yi family. How could there be so much trouble? My mother is not your tool. Whom she wishes to marry is none of your business. Chen Han certainly would not agree with Xing Yi's words. Why should Xing Yingxi become a victim of the interests of the two families? Kid, these matters are not for you, a junior, to decide. Xing Yuha spoke indifferently. Come with me to the Xing family, and you will know everything. The two said no more and directly headed towards the Xing family. Observing their departing figures, Ling Dongyi's expression tightened. Master Chen Han's venture to the Xing family is fraught with peril. Is it truly all right? I've heard that the Xing family acts decisively. If Chen Han goes, I'm afraid. Several elders shook their heads helplessly, believing that Ling Xiao sect had produced an extraordinary figure. Little did they expect that he was the discarded child of the Xing family from over 20 years ago. What could he achieve? The Ling Xiao sect simply could not compete with the Xing family. Ling Dongyi shook his head. Trust him, this kid has created quite a few miracles. The Xing family is one of the most powerful families in Lingzhou. With a lineage of dual saints besides the Xing family, only the Yi family holds such power. The marriage alliance between the two families back then attracted widespread attention in Lingzhou. However, it was inevitably halted due to Xing Yingxi's escape. Although she was brought back to the Xing family, the Yi family would no longer fulfill their previous promises. Since Xing Yingxi bore him a child, how could the Yi family consider marrying again? Moreover, the man who was to marry Xing Yingxi back, then Yi Gufeng, had also become the top combat power of the Yi family. In Lingzhou, beneath the sacred realm, the foremost individual is none other than Yi Gufeng. Chen Han's sudden appearance has also attracted the attention of various major forces in Lingzhou. It is uncertain what decision the Xing family will make regarding this son of Xing Yingxi. However, this is already of no concern to the Yi family. The relationship between the two major forces is neither close nor distant. As Xing Yuha led Chen Han into the Xing family, many juniors from the Xing family, upon seeing Chen Han's arrival, wore expressions of complexity. Logically, Chen Han shares blood relations with them. Yet from another perspective, Chen Han is the culprit responsible for the rift between the Yi and Xing families years ago. For Chen Han to dare come to the Xing family is already a shocking matter for them. After all, within the Xing family, regardless of how exceptional Chen Han's talent may be, he is by no means their match. Here, upon stepping into the grand hall, Chen Han heard a voice filled with age. He lifted his head to see Xing Fengjiang seated in the highest position, his expression solemn. Beside him, the powerful figures of the Xing family were all present, but there was no sign of Xing Yingxi. Where is my mother? Chen Han spoke as the wind outside rustled his sleeves, infusing a sense of solitude. Xing Fengjiang smiled slightly. You come to my Xing family not only for your mother's sake, but also for your own matters. Chen Han's tone was indifferent. Let me see my mother first. The strong members of the Xing family frowned deeply. This Chen Han was indeed arrogant, daring to show disrespect in front of the powerful of the Xing family. Xing Huaxia spoke indifferently. Upon seeing Chen Han, he felt a twinge of regret. He regretted not having killed Chen Han back then, otherwise there wouldn't be so many troublesome matters now. If Chen Han held a grudge and harbored resentment against the Xing family, it would cause them a great headache. Chen Han smiled. Elders, when you killed my father and exterminated my Chen family, did you ever consider that my mother is from the Xing family? Chen Han spoke with fervor. How could he forget the enmity built over 2 decades? Impudent! Xing Huaxia roared in anger. I should have killed you back then. Chen Han raised his gaze, staring intently at Xing Huaxia, a murderous intent surging within him. It was this very Xing Huaxia who had entered the Chen family back then. What? Do you want to take revenge for the Chen family? Xing Huaxia snorted coldly. This is the Xing family, a place where you cannot act recklessly. Chen Han laughed heartily. The Xing family. Is that so impressive? One of the 6 great families of Lingzhou actually resorting to such ruthless measures against a small dynasty's family. Do you still have any face left? If my father had been given a little more time, who would live and who would die would still be uncertain. Chen Han's words caused several strong members of the Xing family to show heavy expressions. They did not expect Chen Han's attitude to be so hostile. However, this also gave confidence to those advocating for Chen Han's death. A Chen Han who regarded the Xing family as enemies could not be spared. Chen Han, I give you a choice. Before Xing Fengjiang could finish, Chen Han suddenly interrupted. I will not change my surname. I want to see my mother. The atmosphere in the grand hall turned heavy. Chen Han, you are the child of my 5th sister, which makes you a junior of the Xing family. Do not speak to your elders in this manner. A beautiful woman frowned as she spoke gently. Chen Han looked at the beautiful woman. She should be his mother's younger sister. 6th sister, are you still so stubborn? This brat treats our Xing family as enemies. If we do not kill him, our Xing family will be in turmoil. Xing Huaxia snorted coldly. Xing Yinten furrowed her brows slightly. 4th brother, why not give Chen Han a chance, and give 5th sister a chance? Xing Huaxia laughed heartily. How many chances have been given to 5th sister already? She is still obstinate, insisting on marrying that waste. Enough. Xing Fengjiang's brow furrowed tightly. Everyone quiet down for a moment. Xing Huaxia and Xing Yinten both fell silent, their gazes fixed on Chen Han. Xing Fengjiang slowly exhaled. In that case, I will let you see 5th sister first. But you must understand that what happened back then was her debt to the Xing family. Chen Han frowned, not quite understanding Xing Fengjiang's meaning. Xing Yantan immediately stepped down, beckoning to Chen Han to take him to see Xing Yingxi. Xing Yingxi was locked in a tall tower, and the entire tower emanated a thick aura of death. Walking ahead, Xing Yantan sighed and said, "Your mother was the most outstanding junior of our Xing family back then. Her talent was not inferior to that of Yi family's Yi Gufeng." Chen Han was astonished. "Then why did you still marry my mother to Yi Gufeng?" Xing Yantan smiled bitterly. "Because your mother's physique was the spirit saint body imprinted from the Yi family. The Yi family's spirit saint body is one of the most powerful physiques in Lingzhou. Those capable of condensing the spirit saint body are exceedingly rare. At that time, the Yi family had only Yi Gufeng who could condense the spirit saint body. By a stroke of chance, the Wen family visited the Yi family, triggering the sacred spirit of the Yi family's ancestral grounds. They received the recognition of the Yi family's immortal ancestor, bestowing upon them the sacred body. However, after all, this is the sacred body of the Yi family. In exchange, my father agreed to let your mother marry into the Yi family. The one who married your mother was none other than Yi Gufeng, who was flourishing at that time." Chen Han nodded, realizing that there was such a story behind it. However, later on, a monstrous figure appeared in Lingzhou, someone who could rival Yi Gufeng. Xing Yantan changed the subject, drawing Chen Han's attention. "My father," Chen Han blurted out. Xing Yantan nodded and fell silent. Upon reaching the highest level of the tower, Chen Han encountered a stone chamber. Inside sat a beautiful woman with white hair, cradling a silver sword. "The Candle Moon sword has been discovered." Chen Han was astonished. This Candle Moon sword was remarkably similar to the Candle Moon sword. "Fifth sister, look who has come." Xing Yantan smiled and spoke. Xing Yingxi turned her face, revealing an exquisite beauty. When she saw Chen Han, her entire body trembled, and she immediately rose to approach him. "You? How did you come?" Chen Han gazed at Xing Yingxi, tears welling up. "Mother, I have come to take you away." With that, the two embraced. Xing Yantan stepped aside, her expression complex. If only back then Xing Yingxi had not gone to the Yi family, and had not obtained the sacred body, perhaps things would have been different. Xing Yantan left directly, leaving Chen Han and Xing Yingxi alone. They talked for a long time, but suddenly Xing Yingxi stopped speaking. "What's wrong?" Chen Han frowned and asked. Xing Yingxi smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing." Soon after, Xing Yantan returned to the tower and took Chen Han away. Xing Yingxi could not possibly leave the tower. The Xing family would not permit it. "What are your plans?" Xing Yantan asked Chen Han. Chen Han raised his gaze, his tone serious. "I will take my mother away from the Xing family." Xing Yantan shook her head. "You probably cannot do that unless you reach the Saint Realm." Chen Han's expression tightened. As soon as they descended the tower, several people surrounded them. These individuals were juniors from the Xing family, and Xing Wen was among them. "What's wrong?" Xing Yantan asked with a frown. Xing Wen looked at Chen Han and spoke. "Sixth aunt brother Xing Yidao requests Chen Han to go to the martial arena." Xing Yantan's brows furrowed. She naturally understood Xing Yidao's intention. She wondered whether this action was sanctioned by the elder brother. Chen Han glanced at Xing Wen, lead the way. Xing Wen smiled. "You've got spirit, but the one you face is There's no chance of winning." Xing Yidao, the third-rank prodigy on the Qing list. His strength was not weaker than Yi Mingfeng and Mo Yu. Although Chen Han displayed formidable strength, he was only ranked 11th on the Qing list. Yet in the eyes of many, this ranking held some ambiguity. Xing Yantan followed along. She could not allow fifth sister's child to be bullied in the Xing family. Even if Chen Han could not take Xing Yingxi away, she could not let him die in the Xing family. Inside the Xing family's martial arena, many young juniors had gathered around. Not only these juniors, but some of the top figures from the Xing family were also watching closely. They wanted to know Chen Han's true strength. For them, whether Chen Han lived or died had little impact. However, if Chen Han's talent reached an unimaginable level, then they would have to consider whether to quickly resolve the matter with Chen Han. If given enough time, he could pose a significant threat to the Xing family. "I thought you would leave the Xing family directly," Xing Yidao said casually. He had long heard of the matter concerning the sacred tomb. Chen Han's victory over the myriad ants indeed showcased some ability. But for a prodigy like Xing Yidao, dealing with the myriad ants was merely a trivial matter. No matter how terrifying Chen Han's talent was, he was ultimately only in the mid-stage of the Wang realm. In the face of a top figure like Xing Yidao, he was still insufficient. As Chen Han stepped onto the martial arena, all eyes gathered around, eager to see if the offspring of Xing Yingxi had the qualifications to battle against the prodigy of the Xing family. "If the Xing family allows me to take my mother, I can leave at any time," Chen Han stated. He understood that Xing Yingxi was not living well within the Xing family. That head of white hair was the best proof. Xing Yidao laughed heartily. No matter what, Xing Yingxi is a member of the Xing family. Whether she can be taken away is up to the Xing family to decide. Chen Han remained silent as the Shuriying sword appeared in his hand. The Xing family was abuzz with excitement upon seeing Chen Han draw the 10th grade divine sword. They never expected that Chen Han truly possessed a 10th grade divine sword. This was a 10th grade divine sword of which the Xing family had very few. Where did Chen Han's Shuriying sword come from? What if I insist on taking it away? Chen Han pointed his sword at Xing Yidao, the sword intent surging. The surrounding spiritual power coalesced around the sword body, seemingly aiming to cut through everything of the Xing family. Then you may as well try if you have the capability. Xing Yidao sneered, a 9th grade divine sword buzzing in it. The two exchanged glances and immediately attacked, a powerful aura sweeping through the entire martial arena. The younger generation of the Xing family displayed expectant looks, believing in Xing Yidao's strength. Chen Han was merely in the midstage of the Wang realm, unable to be a match for Xing Yidao. Yet the aura Chen Han exhibited had already proven his talent. If by chance Chen Han were to defeat Xing Yidao, it might indeed cause a stir throughout Lingzhou. After all, Xing Yidao was a peak figure among the younger generation of Lingzhou, and if defeated by Chen Han, wouldn't that make Chen Han invincible in the same realm once he entered the late stage of the Wang realm? Even Yi Mingfeng might not be able to match Chen Han. However, there were rumors that Yi Mingfeng had entered seclusion to break through to the peak of the Wang realm. Once Yi Mingfeng truly reaches the peak of the Wang realm, his position at the top of the Qing list will be unshakable. Boom. In an instant, both sides had exchanged several blows. Although Chen Han's cultivation was weaker than Xing Yidao had not completely gained the upper hand. At this moment, Chen Han's sword was exceedingly domineering. Even Xing Yidao had to evade its sharpness. What was initially thought to be a battle of oppression had turned into an evenly matched contest. As time passed, Xing Yidao's advantage diminished more and more. His combat style was completely seen through by Chen Han. You do have some ability, but even so it is not enough. Xing Yidao roared in anger, his aura surging wildly. As the most outstanding figure among the current younger generation of the Xing family, how could Xing Yidao be simple? With a slash of the 9th grade divine sword in hand, the heavens and earth changed, as if the surrounding space was about to be cleaved apart by Xing Yidao. Chen Han did not hesitate, directly unleashing the Ling Xiao 3 styles. The sword technique of the Ling Xiao sect. Xing Yidao was slightly surprised. In the Mo family, he had already seen Chen Han's Ling Xiao 3 styles. Especially the 4th style, the Demon Entrance style, left a deep impression on Xing Yidao. It was said that Ling Dongyi had never mastered this 4th style, yet Chen Han was able to comprehend it, which was indeed an impressive achievement. However, how could the sword techniques of the Xing family be inferior to those of the Ling Xiao sect? Xing Tian Dao entering the sky's peak. With a furious roar from Xing Yidao, the sword in his hand ignited like flames, charging directly at Chen Han. Demon Entrance style. The two swords clashed, igniting an overwhelming sword intent. This top-tier confrontation left many members of the Xing family dumbfounded. If other younger generations of the Xing family were to face Chen Han, what chances would they have? Meanwhile, Xing Fengjiang and a few others were secretly observing the battle. The strength displayed by Chen Han was by no means inferior to Xing Yidao. However, they knew that Chen Han was only at the mid-stage of the Wang realm. If Chen Han were to reach the late stage of the Wang realm, wouldn't Xing Yidao be destined to lose? If this child is allowed to remain, he will surely become a great threat in the future, Xing Huaxia said indifferently. Xing Fengjiang sighed lightly, recalling the difficulties of the events from years past. If he hadn't sent Xing Huaxia to the Chen family, could the Xing family still have possessed such a prodigious talent? And that Chen Ming was also an exceptionally gifted individual. If he were still alive, he might have reached the sacred realm. After all, at that time Chen Ming was renowned alongside Yi Gufeng, possessing extraordinary strength. Did you really kill Chen Ming back then? Xing Fengjiang suddenly asked, catching Xing Huaxia off guard. Xing Huaxia frowned. Elder brother, do you not believe me? That's not it. I was just thinking Chen Han's rapid rise in cultivation couldn't have come from nowhere. Xing Huaxia hurriedly responded, I can assure you that at that time I wiped out the entire Chen family with one strike. Chen Ming was merely at the midstage of the Wang realm. How could he withstand my blow? Xing Fengjiang frowned. When Xing Huaxia went to the Chen family, he had already reached the peak of the Wang realm. With Xing Hequan's strength, it was impossible for Chen Ming to still be alive. Xing Fengjiang nodded and did not pursue the matter further. However, the more he observed Chen Han's displayed strength, the more he felt something was amiss. In the martial arena, Chen Han and Xing Yidao had exchanged over 100 moves. Both exerted their full strength, making it difficult to determine a victor. Sword Tomb Intent. Chen Han was the first to activate his intent, unleashing a powerful aura that shook the entire arena. Xing Tian Intent. As the most gifted junior of the Xing family, Xing Yidao naturally understood the intent as well. The two formidable auras clashed against each other, neither yielding. Replication successful. Xing Tian Domain. Chen Han's eyes widened fiercely. A domain was a powerful ability only possessed by Sacred Realm experts. Your intent is decent, but it pales in comparison to my Xing Tian intent. Xing Yidao spoke domineeringly. As the top genius of the Xing family, how could he be defeated by someone like Chen Han? Oh really? Chen Han suddenly charged at Xing Yidao, gathering spiritual power around him. This action caused the higher-ups of the Xing family to rise in unison. They were certain they had not misjudged this aura. It was a domain. How could a mid-stage Wang realm brat possess a domain? A domain signifies that one has comprehended the intent to its utmost and formed a space of spiritual power by breaking through the confines of heaven and earth. To step into the sacred realm, this domain is the most crucial hurdle. Those of the Wang realm who have not comprehended any intent, no matter how talented they may be, cannot enter the sacred realm. Because they cannot open up any intent, they cannot comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Yet Chen Han, being merely at the mid-stage of the Wang realm, was able to release a domain. Oh, what kind of monstrous existence was this? How is this possible? This kid actually comprehended a domain. Xing Huaxia exclaimed in astonishment. Comprehending a domain was something even he could not do. How could Chen Han possibly learn it? No, it's a pseudo-domain. Xing Fengjiang shook his head. If a person at the Wang realm could open up a domain, they would undoubtedly step into the sacred realm. What Chen Han opened is a pseudo-domain, which is simply compressing the intent to its utmost. Though it can't compare to a true domain, it is significantly stronger than mere intent. If that's the case, isn't Yedao destined to lose? Xing Huaxia spoke in surprise. Xing Fengjiang did not want to admit it, but this was indeed the truth. With the manifestation of the Xingtian domain, Chen Han instantly crushed Xing Yedao. In the same realm of perception, Chen Han's understanding of the Xingtian intent far surpassed that of Xing Yedao. At this moment, Xing Yidao's intent was nothing but a facade to Chen Han. Boom! With a single strike, Chen Han shattered Xing Yidao's realm of intent. Break! In an instant, Xing Yidao's intent crumbled to pieces. Following that, Xing Yidao's body flew out like a ball. Though a mid-tier king realm body is not that fragile, it is impossible to remain unscathed under such a powerful attack. Collapsing to the ground, Xing Yedao spat out a mouthful of blood, never having anticipated that Chen Han possessed such formidable strength. Sheathing his sword, Chen Han stood still, his gaze indifferent. Third on the Qingbang. Just this. The entire venue fell silent as Chen Han appeared exceedingly arrogant at this moment. However, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant, being able to defeat Xing Yedao in the mid-tier of the king realm. One must ask who in the entire Lingzhou could achieve such a feat. Alright. A resounding voice echoed from Xing Fengjiang. Yintan, take Chen Han to the guest room to rest. Xing Yintan nodded and hurriedly led Chen Han away. The news of Chen Han's victory over Xing Yedao would soon spread throughout Lingzhou. The perception of Chen Han among the people of Lingzhou would also change. In the mid-tier of the king realm, he fought against the third of the Qingbang, Xing Yedao, and actually won. What kind of monstrous talent is this? This inevitably reminded the people of Lingzhou of Qiu Long, who once entered Lingzhou. His strength is extraordinary. If Chen Han reaches the late stage of the king realm, would he be able to compete with Qiu Long? In the following days, Chen Han remained in the guest room. The Xing family was in an uproar over Chen Han's matter. Some wanted to protect Chen Han, as his displayed talent could play a crucial role in the development of the Xing family. However, there were also those who wanted to deal with Chen Han directly. The more monstrous Chen Han's talent, the greater the threat he posed to the Xing family. One must ask which power would dare to keep such a prodigy alive. If Chen Han were to become a saint in the future, he might very well target the Xing family first. Alright, there's no need to argue about this matter further. Xing Fengjiang roared, and only then did the crowd fall silent. Elder brother, what does father mean by that? Xing Huaxia furrowed his brow and spoke. On the surface, the Xing family was under the control of Xing Fengjiang. But behind the scenes, it was still their father who managed the entire Xing family. However, Xing Qinghai had been in seclusion for many years and might not pay attention to such matters. I will go ask father. The matter of Chen Han will be decided by me and father, Xing Fengjiang said calmly. The others nodded and ceased further discussion. The matter concerning Chen Han indeed relates to the future of the Xing family. Whether he is friend or foe remains unclear. In the guest room, Chen Han's internal aura gradually stirred. The battle with Xing Yedao directly stimulated the spiritual power within Chen Han. Coupled with his comprehension of the Xingtian domain, Chen Han's cultivation seemed to loosen somewhat. Kid, just swallow that soul pearl directly, Yuan Peng instructed. Chen Han took out the soul pearl, which radiated a brilliant light. The soul pearl, condensed by a saint-level expert, is undoubtedly a great tonic. Gulp. Roar. A terrifying aura surged up to Chen Han's throat. The power of the soul pearl was overwhelmingly strong. If an ordinary king realm were to ingest it, they would likely explode and die. Even Chen Han found it difficult to bear the power of the soul pearl at this moment. How has this soul pearl become so much stronger? Yuan Peng was astonished. He could clearly sense that the soul pearl Chen Han was about to consume was several times more powerful than the one he had refined before. At this level of soul pearl, directly consuming it could threaten Chen Han's life. With a deep breath, Yuan Peng did not hesitate and began to absorb the power of the soul pearl. If he did not do so, Chen Han would likely meet his demise here. This is incredibly replenishing. Yuan Peng rejoiced. The spiritual power of this soul pearl was clearly beyond his imagination. Before long, Chen Han returned to normal, enveloped in a blue light. Yuan Peng exhaled lightly, and his aura unexpectedly surged to the Saint Realm. It was quite amusing that he returned to the Saint Realm thanks to this human kid. Chen Han opened his eyes, sensing the spiritual power within him. Peak of the Wang Realm. The power of the Soul Pearl directly propelled him to the peak of the Wang Realm. A peculiar aura surged into Chen Han's mind. He was startled. This power felt somewhat familiar. The Realm of Intent. He blurted out that this Realm of Intent was not something he had copied, but rather something he had comprehended on his own. Moreover, the level of this Realm of Intent completely surpassed that of the Sword Tomb in the Xingtian Realm. The Realm of Life. Kid, are you a freak, or what? Yuan Peng exclaimed from within the spiritual abode, sounding both astonished and irritated. Seeing Yuan Peng's expression, Chen Han understood that the Realm of Intent he had comprehended was extremely formidable. As long as he stepped into the Saint Realm, he would naturally comprehend the domain. The power of this Realm of Life was certainly more terrifying than that of the Xingtian domain. Ding! There was a sound from the roof above. Chen Han looked up, slightly surprised someone was on the roof. Xing! His eyes flickered with killing intent. It was this person who had wiped out the Chen family with a single move. Chen Han burst through the door and stepped onto the rooftop of the Xing family. Xing Huaxia, upon seeing that Chen Han had discovered him, felt a trace of surprise. I didn't expect you to be quite clever, kid, he scoffed. Chen Han glanced at Xing Huaxia, realizing that he was alone here, which was unusual. Don't overthink it, there's someone who wants to see you, Xing Huaxia said with a smile. Chen Han narrowed his eyes and quickly followed Xing Huaxia. The two of them left the Xing family, while within the Xing family two figures opened their eyes. They could see everything that happened in the Xing family clearly. Father, is this really a good idea? Xing Fengjiang furrowed his brows. Xing Qinghai slowly stood up, his body trembling slightly. Fengjiang, this Chen Han is ultimately not one of our Xing family. He loathes the Xing family. If this person is not eliminated, he will surely become a great threat. Xing Fengjiang frowned. Then there's no need for the second and fourth brothers to act together, right? Xing Qinghai shook his head. I don't want any accidents. Also take care of Xing Yingxi as well. Let this matter end here. It's as if it never happened. Xing Fengjiang nodded. Yes, father. The Xing family must give up on Xing Yingxi, as well as Chen Han. To the Xing family, Chen Han was ultimately a hidden danger. Since he could not be utilized by the Xing family, he must be eliminated. As for Xing Yingxi, Xing Qinghai had already lost all hope. Even if Chen Han did not come to the Xing family, he had long since wished for Xing Yingxi to no longer exist in this world. The Xing family does not need useless individuals. Xing Huaxia led Chen Han directly to a secluded area. This place was remote, devoid of any nearby inhabitants, making it the perfect spot to strike. Chen Han naturally noticed the surrounding environment, realizing that the Xing family intended to make a move against him. Xing Huaxia turned around, and behind him a figure slowly emerged. Xing Yuha? Tisk, I didn't expect it to end up being us two brothers to send you off on your final journey, Xing Yuha sighed. Chen Han raised his gaze. The Xing family had dispatched two peak Wang realm powerhouses, which truly showed they regarded him highly. The strength of Xing Yuha and Xing Huaxia was absolutely top tier within the Xing family. The two individuals exuded an aura that surpassed Xing Yidao's by several times. Let me handle this just as I did when I killed Qin Ming. Let me end it all. The sins created by my fifth sister shall be resolved by me personally. Xing Huaxia spoke indifferently, wielding a 9th-grade demon blade that radiated a terrifying presence. Where is my mother? Chen Han inquired. Xing Huaxia paused for a moment, furrowing his brow as he replied, Don't worry, she will soon accompany you. Chen Han's eyes gleamed coldly. The Xing family would not even spare their own. What a great family the Xings are. Chen Han laughed heartily. He never expected such a vile family to exist in this world. No matter what you say, after today you will become a corpse. Xing Huaxia snorted coldly, striding towards Chen. Xing Yuha shook his head. Fourth brother, be quick, leave him with a complete corpse. Xing Huaxia nodded, and directly slashed his blade at Chen Han. In the mid-level of the Wang realm, even if he could defeat Xing Yidao, it would only be a narrow victory. How could he possibly contend with an established powerhouse like Xing Huaxia? Blame your mother. If you had never come into this world, none of this would have happened. Xing Huaxia roared as the demon blade transformed into countless forms, encroaching upon Chen Han. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Chen Han shook his head with a laugh, extending his fingers. Clang! The demon blade was caught firmly between Chen Han's hands, and Xing Huaxia could not break free. How is this possible? The faces of Xing Huaxia and Xing Yuha revealed expressions of shock. Chen Han had effortlessly caught Xing Hequan's blade. How could this be achieved? If you want to kill me, you are not worthy. Chen Han yelled, unleashing a punch. Xing Huaxia was caught off guard and was sent flying. Chen Han had no intention of holding back. He stepped forward and unleashed another punch. Xing Yuha was taken aback, rushing to intervene. But he could not stop Chen Han's fist. After several punches were thrown, both men were knocked to the ground. Chen Han looked down at them coldly. The Xing family truly deserved to perish. Xing Yuha looked at Chen Han, regret evident in his eyes. How could Chen Han at such a young age possess such terrifying strength? In the entire Lingzhou, no one could rival him. But the Xing family's orders had been issued, there was no turning back for them. You can kill us. This matter was orchestrated solely by the two of us and has nothing to do with the Xing family. Xing Yuha spoke seriously, hoping to prevent Chen Han from targeting the entire Xing family. Chen Han glanced at Xing Yuha, and with a swift motion of his blade, two wails of agony erupted, utterly tragic. For your mother, Sake, I will spare your lives. Humph. Chen Han coldly snorted. Though he spared their lives, their cultivation levels were completely shattered by Chen Han. The suffering his mother endured will be repaid by you. Divine Sense Technique. Chen Han narrowed his eyes, directly employing the Divine Sense Technique. He learned that the Xing family intended to poison Xing Yingxi. Very well, the true face of the Xing family is truly nauseating. Humph. Chen Han coldly snorted and directly stepped into the void, leaving behind a heavy expression on the faces of Xing Hechuan and Xing Yua. Perhaps the decision made by the Xing family over 20 years ago was a mistake. Inside the Xing family, Xing Fengjiang directly ascended the high tower. Xing Yingxi was still seated in her usual spot. Upon seeing Xing Fengjiang approach, a trace of seriousness crossed her expression, but she quickly restored her demeanor. Fifth sister, Sai, Xing Fengjiang said. Xing Yingxi raised her eyes, looking at Xing Fengjiang with a flicker in her gaze. Father, have you decided to take action? Fifth sister, do not blame eldest brother. Father does not want you to descend further into depravity. Xing Fengjiang gritted his teeth. Xing Yingxi raised the corners of her mouth, fully aware of her father's character. Since being captured from the Chen family, her status in Xing Qinghai's heart had plummeted. For over 20 years, Xing Yingxi's cultivation remained stagnant, and Xing Qinghai had long given up hope. Where's my son? Xing Yingxi asked. Xing Fengjiang gritted his teeth. We have sent him away from the Xing family. Xing Yingxi abruptly turned to Xing Fengjiang. You're lying to me. Xing Fengjiang's expression darkened, unable to hide from Xing Yingxi's keen gaze. The atmosphere in the stone chamber became extraordinarily heavy. Tears welled in Xing Yingxi's eyes, filled with endless regret. Fifth sister, in your next life I hope you can marry the one you wish to marry. Xing Fengjiang raised his hand ready to strike, when suddenly a large hole was blasted into the tower. Chen Han's figure stood in midair, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed at Xing Fengjiang. Chen Han! Xing Fengjiang exclaimed in shock. How could Chen Han be here when Xing Yuha and Xing Hechuan were supposed to deal with him? Upon seeing Chen Han, hope shone in Xing Yingxi's eyes. Chen Han was not dead, he stood right before her. Surprised too. Chen Han spoke indifferently, his tone dark. Xing Fengjiang stared at Chen Han, unable to believe that he had escaped from Xing Hechuan and Xing Yua. Peak of the King Realm. How could you possibly possess the cultivation of the peak of the King Realm? Xing Fengjiang was astonished, as Chen Han was merely at the midstage of the King Realm a few days ago. How could he have reached the peak of the King Realm now? This was impossible. Chen Han looked coldly at Xing Fengjiang, slowly descending beside Xing Yingxi. The members of the Xing family gathered around, and upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from Chen Han, they all revealed heavy expressions. I will take my mother away. Chen Han directly picked up Xing Yingxi. Who would dare to stop him today? What if I say no? Xing Fengjiang gritted his teeth. At this point, how could he let Chen Han go? Chen Han narrowed his eyes, and at that moment a surge of spiritual energy erupted beneath his feet. When he first came to see Xing Yingxi, he had secretly set up this formation. A 10th grade formation, even Xing Fengjiang would need some time to break it. Youngster, you are being presumptuous. A figure stepped forward. It was none other than the patriarch of the Xing family, Xing Qinghai. Xing Qinghai's aura was even stronger than Xing Fengjiang. With both Xing family sages present, how could Chen Han possibly escape? Where are Yuha and Hechuan? Xing Qinghai spoke indifferently, not expecting that Chen Han had broken through to the peak of the King Realm and defeated Xing Yuha and Xing Hechuan. Such a prodigy, if left unchecked, would surely become a great threat to the Xing family in the future. They've been dealt with, Chen Han said nonchalantly. Very well. Neither of you will leave. Xing Qinghai spoke angrily, clearly displeased. Old man, you can't hold them. Just then a figure slowly emerged from Chen Han's body. It was Yuanpeng, a sacred beast. Xing Fengjiang and Xing Qinghai looked on in shock at Yuanpeng. How could Chen Han possess a sacred beast? And how did a sacred beast form a contract with him? Who are you? Xing Qinghai asked with a solemn face. If Chen Han had the assistance of a sacred beast, then the implications of everything would be entirely different. Yuanpeng laughed heartily. Who am I? I am Yuanpeng. Have you heard of me? As Yuanpeng spoke, the faces of Xing Qinghai and Xing Fengjiang turned ashen. Yuanpeng, hunted by the demon race for 100 years, had actually appeared here. With the 10th grade formation and Yuanpeng's strength, dealing with the two sages of the Xing family was not impossible. Chen Han's backing was far from what the Xing family could imagine. The demon clan has entered the Xing family. Do they truly think the Xing family is easy to bully? Xing Qinghai roared, unleashing the full force of his sacred realm. Xing Fengjiang also quickly displayed his aura, with the two sacred realm powerhouses releasing their spiritual energy, directly causing a commotion in Lingzhou. Many sacred realm experts looked towards this place, wondering who the Xing family was confronting to necessitate such power. Although I have not yet regained my peak, I still possess the strength to deal with the two of you insignificant fish. Yuanpeng bellowed, his entire body transforming into a giant rock soaring in the sky. Chen Han leaped onto Yuanpeng while holding Xing Yingxi. With the addition of the 10th grade spirit array, Yuanpeng's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Xing Qinghai's. If Xing Qinghai were to disregard everything and attempt to stop Chen Han, the Xing family would have to pay a painful price. The consequences of a clash between sacred realms were something the Xing family could not bear. Xing Qinghai gritted his teeth, not expecting that a junior like Chen Han could actually gain Yuanpeng's recognition. He did not anticipate that Chen Han's talent had reached a level that even he found daunting. How many people in Lingzhou could match such a young peak of the King realm? Father, Xing Fengjiang looked nervously at Xing Qinghai, fearing that if a battle broke out in the Xing family, they would suffer heavy losses. Xing Qinghai took a deep breath and raised his head. You all may leave. Chen Han glanced at Xing Qinghai, who chose to endure. It was the Xing family that had underestimated Chen Han's strength. Chen Han lifted his head, his expression emotionless. Yuanpeng directly flew away from the Xing family. If Xing Qinghai dared to pursue, he would dare to battle Xing Qinghai. At worst, they would both suffer injuries. Watching Chen Han take Xing Yingxi away, the members of the Xing family all displayed heavy expressions. Fengjiang, bring back the second and fourth brothers. Today's events must not be spread outside. Xing Qinghai exhaled lightly, his expression cold. Xing Fengjiang nodded and left immediately. If I find out that anyone speaks of this, the family laws will be enforced. Xing Qinghai snorted coldly and waved his sleeve as he left. The people of the Xing family nodded in agreement. Xing Yidao's face was ashen as Chen Han had reached the peak of the King realm, leaving him far behind. He must quickly elevate his cultivation. He could not fall behind. The Xing family had erupted in a sacred realm conflict last night, attracting the attention of the entire Lingzhou. However, the Xing family did not mention this matter. The only news that spread throughout Lingzhou was that Chen Han had defeated Xing Yidao, which caused a stir. Chen Han, in the midst of the King realm, actually defeated Xing Yidao, who was ranked third on the Qingbang. What monstrous strength that was! Because of this event, Chen Han's ranking on the Qingbang directly rose to third. Those who did not accept Chen Han's rise immediately fell silent. They were not fools. How could someone who could defeat Xing Yidao be something they could provoke? Many speculated about Chen Han's next move, and no one knew what he would do next. This suddenly rising top prodigy had piqued the interest of all the sacred realm experts in Lingzhou. After leaving the Xing family, Chen Han directly returned to the Jinling dynasty. Upon returning to this place, there was no change in Xing Yingxi's expression. Mother, just stay here. If anything happens, just instruct Xiaozhan. Chen Han spoke. Xiaozhan hurriedly approached. Madam, I can do everything. Xing Yingxi smiled, already aware of the relationship between the Xiao family and Chen Han. At the Xiao family, she would not have to worry about her life. If the Xing family wanted to come to Jinling to take someone, they would first have to break a large array. By the time that happened, Chen Han would have sensed it. Mother-in-law. Xiao Daitian approached with a smile, eager to properly entertain Chen Han's mother. The two chatted for a while, quickly finding common ground. Chen Han blinked, realizing that indeed peers had shared topic. Xiao Muing gazed at Chen Han with curiosity and asked, Brother-in-law, what are you doing in Lingzhou? Chen Han rolled his eyes at Xiao Muing. Children don't need to know so much. As he spoke, Chen Han tossed a few bottles of pills into Xiao Muying's hands. These are all 9th grade pills, worth a lot. 9th grade pills. Xiao Muing joyfully cradled the pills. Chen Han smiled. This girl Xiao Muing indeed had some talent. During this time, Xiao Muying's cultivation had already reached the Lingfu realm. Under the guidance of Hu Qianlong, she was now one of the top disciples at the Lingzuan Academy. By the way, brother-in-law, why hasn't sister returned during this time? Xiao Muing blinked and asked. Chen Han smiled and said, Your sister is currently in secluded cultivation. Once she finishes, she will definitely come to find you. Xiao Muing cheerfully nodded. Her sister was nearing the King realm, and she needed to work hard to catch up. Only by reaching the King realm could she be of help. After staying at the Xiao family for several days, Chen Han was accompanying Xing Yingxi. However, he had to leave. The longer he stayed in the Jinling dynasty, the more it would expose Xing Yingxi's whereabouts. If the Xing family were to come looking for him, it would be quite troublesome. At this moment, the best course of action was to quickly reach the sacred realm to have a real sense of security. Hainer, what do you plan to do next? Xing Yingxi asked. Chen Han hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Xing Yingxi smiled gently. Your father once encountered a divine relic while cultivating in the land of the demon clan. You might consider going there to take a look. Divine relic. Chen Han looked at Xing Yingxi in astonishment. Divine relics were remnants of ancient celestial beings left in the Lingwu continent. The treasures within were so enticing that even Sacred Realm powerhouses would be tempted. In the Chen family treasury, there should be a map of that divine relic, Xing Yingxi added. Chen Han hurried towards the Chen family treasury, and indeed found that map. The location of the divine relic was surprisingly deep within the Demon Clan's territory. Venturing deep into the Demon Clan territory would pose troubles even for Sacred Realm powerhouses. Not to mention Chen Han had yet to reach the Sacred Realm. Going to the Demon Clan could be a matter of life and death. It was utterly crazy that his father had once ventured deep into the Demon Clan. I remember your father used a phantom demon pill to disguise himself as a demon to go to that place, Xing Yingxi recalled. Phantom demon pill? Ninth grade pill? Chen Han said, slightly surprised. Xing Yingxi nodded. Your father was indeed a ninth-grade alchemist back then. Chen Han awkwardly smiled. It seemed his father was quite the polymath in his youth. If it weren't for the Xing family, the Chen family would have been exceptionally powerful. Mother, I am also a ninth-grade alchemist, Chen Han said, grinning at Xing Yingxi. Xing Yingxi was slightly surprised, then smiled. Not only was Chen Han exceptionally gifted, but he was also a ninth-grade alchemist and a 10th-grade spiritual array master. Her child was truly outstanding. After staying at the Xiao family for a few more days, Chen Han prepared to head to the Demon Clan. He first returned to the Lingxiao sect, coincidentally encountering Xiao Yuyan, who had just emerged from seclusion. After her retreat, Xiao Yuyan's cultivation had reached the late King realm. The power of the Soul Pearl was indeed astonishing, allowing her to leap through several realms. If that Soul Pearl were sold, it could probably fetch thousands of billions of spirit coins. Such wealth could only be offered by a few top-tier forces. Upon hearing that Chen Han was going to the Demon Clan, Xiao Yuyan naturally wanted to accompany him. Chen Han had no choice but to refine 2 phantom demon pills, allowing the 2 of them to transform into the appearance of demons and exude a demonic aura. Your tail is so soft. Chen Han tugged at Xiao Yuyan's fox tail as she transformed into a fox demon. Meanwhile, Chen Han had transformed into a wolf demon. The auras of the 2 were indistinguishable from those of ordinary demons. As long as they did not encounter a saint-level demon, their identities would remain concealed. Once everything was prepared, they rode on Xiao He and set off towards the demon territory. Xiao He, who had been accompanying Xiao Yuyan for a long time, had also evolved to the initial stage of the King realm. As they flew into the demon territory, the ordinary lesser demons did not dare to obstruct them. After all, there were 3 King realm great demons. Anyone daring to stop them would be courting death. Moreover, the demons were known for their violent nature. If they offended a King realm great demon, even 10 lives would not be sufficient. Upon entering the demon territory, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan first sought out a tribe. Unlike human towns, demons resided in circular stone houses. The demon tribes did not build defensive structures. They believed that they themselves were the most powerful force. Sensing the auras of Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan, the demons on the road all stepped aside. In the demon realm, the sense of hierarchy was very pronounced. Strength and bloodline rank dictated everything. Do the Wolf Demon Lord and the Fox Demon Lord come to visit our Winged Eagle tribe? Due to the King realm aura, the chieftain of the tribe immediately approached them. The chieftain of the Winged Eagle tribe was also a King realm figure, but his aura was not as formidable as that of Xiao He. Chen Han shook his head, saying, "We're just passing through and wish to stay for one night." The chieftain exhaled lightly and nodded repeatedly. If these 2 great demons wished to annihilate the Winged Eagle tribe, he would have no means to stop them. In the demon realm, the law of the fist prevailed. By the way, esteemed lords, in a couple of days, Lord Li Yao will hold a divine banquet at the Winged Wind tribe. If you are interested, you may come and take a look, the chieftain said with a smile. The various tribes of the demons were very close to each other, having reached a consensus to repel foreign enemies together. The Winged Wind tribe was located just a kilometer away. The divine banquet was a highly honored event among the demons, presided over by the talented Li Yao, attracting many from nearby tribes. It would surely be quite lively then. Li Yao? That guy. Chen Han grinned, recalling Li Yao. Li Yao's strength was by no means inferior to the top 20 prodigies on the Qing list in Lingzhou. But for the current Chen Han, he was merely an opponent to be defeated with a single move. Alright, you need not concern yourself with this. Chen Han nodded and walked aside with Xiao Yuyan. The chieftain nodded repeatedly, fearing to upset Chen Han. Even the fox demon beside Chen Han was several ranks stronger than him. Such a figure was not someone he could afford to offend. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan stayed in the Winged Eagle tribe for 2 days, gradually understanding the habits of the demons. He now resembled a demon more than ever. As night fell, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan exited their stone house. Due to their formidable strength, the chieftain of the Winged Eagle tribe directly arranged for them the most luxurious abode in the tribe. However, compared to the mansions in Lingzhou, this house was naturally lacking. Are you 2 going to the divine banquet? A demon from the Winged Eagle tribe approached Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan with a smile. Chen Han nodded. This demon was merely at the Spirit Master realm, yet in the Winged Eagle tribe, he was already a top-tier powerhouse. My name is Elin. If you esteemed lords do not mind, may I take you both there? Yilin grinned. For the Winged Eagle Tribe King Realm powerhouses were esteemed guests. It would be his honor to escort 2 King Realm beings to the divine banquet. Good. Chen Han smiled. Yilin was overjoyed and quickly led the way. Before long the 3 of them arrived at the Yifeng tribe. Here numerous demon beasts had already gathered, including many at the King Realm. The divine feast hosted by Liao attracted many powerhouses from nearby tribes. Although not as grand as those of the top tribes, this feast was still quite magnificent. Seeing Yilin bringing 2 King Realm great demons, the members of the Yifeng tribe immediately came out to welcome them. Please come inside. The demon beasts of the Yifeng tribe were respectful of figures at the King Realm, always received VIP treatment wherever they went. As Chen Han and Xiao Yan entered the divine feast, they drew the gaze of many great demons. Being so young, and at the peak and late stages of the King Realm, they were certainly prodigies from some major tribe. Such figures were well worth their association. A great demon at the peak of the King Realm strode over to Chen Han. Chen Han naturally noticed this great demon, whose level was similar to that of Xing Hechuan. A great demon of this level posed no threat to Chen Han. At this level of divine feast, Sage Realm powerhouses should not be present. Wolf demon, which tribe are you from? This demon was a bear demon, extremely robust in stature. What tribe am from? What business is it of yours? Chen Han looked up, his gaze fearless. Beside him, Yilin quickly sent a telepathic message. Sir, this man is Xiong Yong of the Hanxiong tribe, holding a high status in the demon realm. He must not be offended lightly. Chen Han nodded, understanding Yilin's concern. But for Chen Han, the Hanxiong tribe posed little threat. Xiong Yong laughed heartily, surprised at being spoken to so boldly. Little wolf demon, don't think that just because you've reached the peak of the King Realm, you can be so arrogant. At the upcoming feast, do you dare to fight me? Many great demons fixed their eyes on Chen Han. They were well aware of Xiong Yong's ferocity. Though young Chen Han appeared to have just reached the peak of the King Realm. With such strength, challenging Xiong Yong was likely beyond his capability. Think I'm afraid of you? Chen Han said with a faint smile. He actually dared to accept the challenge. What gave him such confidence? The great demons buzzed with discussion. A being so young and arrogant, a good lesson would do him well. However, decisions in the demon realm were not bound by life or death. If Xiong Yong lost control in his bloodlust and killed Chen Han, no one would mourn. The demon realm was such a brutal place. Oh, every great demon grew up amidst bloodshed. Even a great demon at the peak of the King Realm could not guarantee their own safety. Lord Liao has arrived. A small demon shouted. The crowd of demons withdrew their gazes from Chen Han. Though his talent was exceptional, they cared more about Liao. This top prodigy of the demon race had also reached the peak of the King Realm a few days ago. A familiar figure stepped into the sight of the divine feast. The demons cheered. The host of this divine feast was truly extraordinary. Chen Han and Liao had met before in the Saint's Tomb. But Chen Han had taken the illusion demon pill, so Liao could not recognize him. Lord Liao. Many great demons cupped their hands in respect. Liao nodded. Since emerging from the Saint's Tomb, he had been in seclusion within his clan. Finally reaching the peak of the King Realm recently, he had come here specifically to host this divine feast. Liao scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling on Chen Han and Xiao Yan, and he couldn't help but frown. He sensed a trace of a familiar aura on Chen Han. Perhaps he had seen him somewhere before. Among those present there were many demons Liao didn't recognize, so he paid it no mind. The divine banquet commenced with several enchanting demonists dancing by the bonfire, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. These demonesses were all strikingly beautiful. However, their cultivation was quite low, as such women could only exist as servants in the demon realm. Compared to the human race, the world of demons always revered martial prowess. Demons with weak cultivation were only worthy of being subordinates. Lord Liao, how is Lord Han Meng's condition? A great demon from the royal realm respectfully inquired of Liao. Liao gazed at the great demon, who was a kin of Han Meng. It was natural to be concerned for Han Meng's safety. Han Meng is already fine, Liao replied. The great demon nodded angrily. That human brat is truly despicable. If I catch him, I will surely kill. Little did he know the one responsible for defeating Han Meng was sitting right here. Chen Han calmly observed this scene. Of course, he could not reveal his identity. In the demon realm, revealing one's identity, unless one reached the sacred realm, would lead to a grim fate. Rest assured that Chen Han, I will take care of myself, Liao spoke coldly. He had already reached the peak of the royal realm, his strength vastly superior to before. What he did not know was that Chen Han had also reached the peak of the royal realm. Currently, Liao was no match for Chen Han. Lord Liao, at this time, why not arrange a duel for the divine banquet to liven things up for everyone? The great demon smiled as he spoke. The demons favored physical combat the most. All right, you all take care of it. Liao nodded, swirling the wine jug in his hand with an air of leisure. Bang! Just after proposing the duel for the divine banquet, the figure of Xiong Yong jumped out. Liao was slightly surprised. He recognized Xiong Yong, a formidable warrior. At this moment, who had he stepped up for? Soon Liao realized Xiaoyong's opponent was none other than Chen Han, whom he had been paying attention to. Little demon dare to fight me. Xiaoyong grinned broadly. Chen Han stood up, leaping directly before Liao. However, at this moment Chen Han could not use his own martial arts. The martial arts of the human race differed significantly from those of the demons. Using them now would undoubtedly expose his identity. In just a few breaths, Chen Han replicated the martial arts of several wolf demons present. Among them was a royal realm wolf demon. These martial arts were more than enough to deal with Xiaoyong. Little wolf demon, let me see your prowess. Xiaoyong laughed heartily, his strong physique charging directly at Chen Han. Chen Han was undaunted, his chi and blood surging, confronting Xiaoyong with his physical body. After several clashes, neither side had gained the upper hand. The onlooking demons were astonished. This wolf demon actually dared to clash head-on with Xiaoyong, which was rather overconfident. However, given the current situation, Chen Han indeed possessed the qualifications to contend with Xiaoyong. Chen Han's strength was certainly not inferior to Xiaoyong's. After several more collisions, a look of shock appeared on Xiaoyong's face. A mere wolf demon could actually contest with him physically. Moreover, it was an even match. Little wolf demon, you are quite impressive. At that moment, Xiaoyong was filled with a strong fighting spirit. He thoroughly enjoyed this kind of battle. You seem a bit lacking, Chen Han smirked. Xiaoyong was taken aback, his anger turning into laughter. Then with a roar, his body swelled, instantly reaching a height of 5 meters. Boom. The demons showed astonished expressions as Xiaoyong was actually using his full strength, seemingly trying to resolve Chen Han as quickly as possible. Chen Han was unyielding, throwing a punch. The two collided with fists, and this time it was Xiaoyong who was sent back. Using all his strength, Xiaoyong was surprisingly no match for Chen Han. This is bad. Seeing Chen Han continue to charge, a surge of fear welled up in Xiaoyong's heart. Boom. Chen Han struck continuously, each punch landing with force. Xiaoyong's body soared high into the air, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Punch after punch, though simple, was exceptionally fierce. Even Liao, standing nearby, displayed a look of astonishment. Such a formidable genius, how could he not have heard of him? Bang! With a heavy punch, Xiaoyong was slammed to the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings, a terrifying quiet. What was thought to be a sure win suddenly revealed Chen Han's monstrous strength. Xiaoyong had truly kicked an iron plate, suffering in silence. By the looks of it, it would be difficult for him to recover his combat strength for at least a year or so. Soon loud cheers erupted across the arena. The demon clan reveres the strong, and Chen Han is indeed a top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, he employs the martial arts of the demon clan, making it impossible for anyone to see through his disguise. With such strength, you dare to challenge me? Chen Han spoke indifferently, waving his sleeve as he returned to his position. Beside him, Yilin stood dumbfounded. Such is Chen Han's strength, undeniably overwhelming. Xiaoyong's prowess could easily rank in the top 5 here, yet in Chen Han's hands he seemed utterly fragile. Whether Liao could defeat this genius remained uncertain. What is your name? Liao looked at Chen Han, his expression filled with curiosity. This kind of genius had not been heard of before. Could he possibly be a descendant of some ancient wolf demon? If so, that wolf demon must be a saint-level powerhouse. But how many saint-level wolf demons exist in the entire demon clan? This left Liao puzzled. Just call me Mu Yi. Chen Han replied nonchalantly, speaking nonsensically with a serious demeanor. Liao laughed heartily. Brother Mu Yi, your strength is extraordinary. You've truly opened our eyes. From which tribe do you hail? Chen Han glanced at Liao. You are not yet qualified to know. The surrounding demons were taken aback. This was exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding Liao. In response, Liao merely smiled. The demon clan is filled with emerging talents, and Chen Han's strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. At present, though he had reached the peak of the King realm, he might not be a match for Chen Han, so he chose not to pursue the matter further. If Chen Han indeed had a saint-level great demon backing him, it would truly be a troublesome situation. The divine banquet continued. As the most prestigious gathering of the demon clan, many powerful demons stepped up to battle. Compared to human battles, demon fights are far more brutal, showing no mercy whatsoever. Xiaoyong's plight in hindsight did not even seem that tragic. After a while, Chen Han grew bored. He led Xiao Yuyan away, and Little Black blinked its eyes following suit. With these three departing, no one dared to stop them. Chen Han's strength had already proven itself. Who among them could ensure his stay? They could certainly give it a try. After leaving the divine banquet, Chen Han returned directly to the Yijiao tribe. Several great demons, upon seeing Chen Han's return, revealed expressions of surprise. Could it be that the divine banquet was uninteresting? We are leaving now, thank you for your hospitality. Chen Han spoke indifferently. The demons of the Yijiao tribe shook their heads in unison, considering it an honor to host someone like Chen Han. Upon leaving the Yijiao tribe, Chen Han's destination was quite simple, as he headed straight towards the marked location on the map. However, several figures followed closely behind. Liao's people. Chen Han immediately sensed the presence of these great demons. All were at the King realm. Yet none posed a threat to Chen Han, and some were even weaker than Xiong. What could Li Yao's purpose be in sending these great demons? Stop hiding. Since you've come to find me, show yourself. Chen Han spoke indifferently. Soon several figures emerged from behind the boulder. Esteemed wolf demon, Lord Li Yao requests your presence. A powerful demon at the Wang realm spoke with a respectful attitude. Chen Han smiled, slightly not interested. You may leave. Seeing Chen Han's decisive refusal, a large demon quickly spoke up. Lord Li Yao wishes to discuss the matter of the sacred soul with you. Sacred soul. Chen Han was slightly taken aback. The sacred soul was the crystallization of a powerful being from the sacred realm after death. The soul pearl of that demon sage was precisely made using the sacred soul. Could it be that a formidable being from the sacred realm has fallen nearby? You should explain. The large demon nodded. Lord Li Yao has come to the Yifeng tribe because he discovered a sacred soul in the vicinity. However, this sacred soul is guarded by several powerful beasts. These beasts are inherently vicious, and we cannot tame them. Lord Li Yao wishes to eliminate them directly. Chen Han frowned. So you gathered quite a number of Wang realm experts just for this. The large demon nodded, not hiding anything. Tell me what I can gain from this. Chen Han spoke directly. Compared to humans, demons preferred to get straight to the point. The large demon grinned. It seemed Chen Han was interested. After all, it was a sacred soul. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, this sacred soul had long been regarded as Li Yao's possession and could not be given to Chen Han. With the sacred soul, Li Yao could reach the sacred realm within a century. Such a treasure would never be given to others. One piece of sacred bone. The large demon said. Chen Han narrowed his eyes. Although the sacred bone was not as valuable as the sacred soul, it was still quite precious. Li Yao had indeed put in a lot of effort for that sacred soul. Take me to see him. Chen Han nodded, but he was not satisfied with just a piece of sacred bone. The sacred soul should also belong to him. The large demon led the way, bringing Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan to where Li Yao resided. Seeing Chen Han brought in, a smile appeared on Li Yao's face. Indeed, no one could resist the temptation of the sacred bone. Since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. I need you to eliminate a top-tier demon king. Nearby the sacred soul, there is a group of beasts dwelling. These beasts are all at the Wang realm, and there are several peak Wang realm demon kings among them. Even Li Yao dared not approach recklessly. Gathering so many powerful demon beings was precisely to deal with the beast horde. Chen Han glanced at Li Yao. You want me to do this for just one piece of sacred bone? Isn't that a bit low? Li Yao was taken aback. This guy was still not satisfied with just one sacred bone. Chen Han smiled. What can you offer me? Li Yao frowned. Status or resources? Feel free to speak. Status. Resources. Do you think I lack those? Chen Han chuckled, completely dismissing what Li Yao had mentioned. I want a drop of sacred demon blood, otherwise no deal. Chen Han's request darkened Li Yao's expression. Sacred demon blood was an incredibly precious resource. Tribes possessing sacred demons could hardly produce a few drops in a year. Li Yao indeed possessed sacred demon blood stored elsewhere, but to give Chen Han a drop would be quite painful for him. This was sacred demon blood, who just one drop could refine a Wang realm body. A body refined with sacred demon blood could rise several levels. Isn't your appetite a bit too big? Li Yao spoke with a stern face. Chen Han smiled. Then you needn't invite me. I truly have no interest. Li Yao's face turned ashen. Chen Han truly made a lion's demand. Yet with Chen Han's prowess, he indeed had the right to speak so boldly. I agree with you. Li Yao took a deep breath. Chen Han's formidable strength might well become a great asset to him. However, whether to grant Chen Han the essence blood still depended on himself. As a prodigy from the top-tier tribe of the demon race, even if Chen Han was backed by the Saint Demon, he would not be intimidated. Chen Han smiled. We shall depart. You just inform me when ready. Having spoken, he led Xiao Yuyan away. Li Yao's expression darkened, filled with anger. A mere wolf demon without supreme bloodline dared to act arrogantly before him. Lord Li Yao, are you truly going to grant him the Saint Demon essence blood? Several great demons hurried forward, fully aware of the preciousness of the Saint Demon essence blood. If they truly gave it to this lone wolf demon, even the Saint Demon Lord would surely be enraged. Li Yao smiled. With so many of us, are we to fear one wolf demon? Whether to give him the essence blood is not his decision to make. The great demons exchanged glances and grinned. Truly worthy was Lord Li Yao, a master of stratagem. Hemuyi would never have expected to be making a wedding dress for us. The great demons laughed heartily. Li Yao raised a hand. Go investigate the true identity of this wolf demon. If he has no Saint Demon backing, then kill him without hesitation. Also on your way, fetch a drop of essence blood for me. Only by showing him the essence blood will he fight desperately for us. Several great demons nodded and departed promptly. Chen Han did not leave far. Upon entering the room, he had arranged a spiritual array, hearing Li Yao and the others every word clearly. This Li Yao actually wished to use him to obtain the Saint Soul. But did he think he was so easily provoked? Once he saw the Saint Soul, all would die. Within 2 days, Li Yao's men found Chen Han to journey to the Saint Soul's location. Upon seeing Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan, the great demons accompanying them, wore curious expressions. They had not expected Li Yao to have convinced this person to join. Truly worthy of Lord Li Yao, indeed, he had ability. Mu Yi, this time I must trouble you again to deal with that demon king, Li Yao said with a smile concealing a dagger. Chen Han glanced at Li Yao, a smile creeping upon his lips. Have you brought the essence blood? Li Yao raised his hand, and a great demon produced a drop of Saint Demon Essence blood. Replication successful, evolution achieved. Obtained the divine treasure Imperial Demon Essence blood. Chen Han was slightly astonished. He had not imagined there was a realm beyond the saint. However, those who reached the imperial rank were few indeed. It is Saint Demon Essence blood. Oh, I never expected Li Yao to use Saint Demon Essence blood to subdue this Mu Yi. Sai, truly the one who defeated Xiong. If only I could obtain Saint Demon Essence blood as well. Tisk. Saint Demon Essence blood. Li Yao is really generous to produce it. A group of great demons whispered among themselves, well aware of the preciousness of Saint Demon Essence blood. If Chen Han obtained it, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Very well. Chen Han nodded. Though appearing oblivious, his mind was already clear about Li Yao's plan. He intended to use him to seize the Saint Soul, but Li Yao might not be able to swallow that. Li Yao led the team to set off with no fewer than 100 King Realm cultivators present. Such a force was comparable to a sect like Lingxiao sect. This made Chen Han realize the formidable strength of the demon race. If not for the 6 great families and the 1 Gate 3 pavilion in Lingzhou, humanity would never stand against the demons. Soon a towering peak appeared before them, and the Saint Soul lay atop its summit. Li Yao led the group of monsters swiftly towards the peak of the mountain. This high peak, known as Wild Demon Peak, is home to many powerful beast monsters. Although the demon clan possesses formidable taming abilities, the beasts here are wild and difficult to subdue. Li Yao had already attempted multiple times. If he could tame them, he wouldn't need to invite Chen Han and the others, as he could ascend the mountain and seize the Holy Soul himself. Before reaching halfway up the mountain, he encountered numerous beasts above the Spirit Master realm. However, in front of the hundreds of great demons, these beasts posed no threat. Soon massive beasts appeared. This is a soul-eating beast, exceedingly powerful. As he spoke, Li Yao pointed to the largest soul-eating beast, which was enormous and emanated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, even from a distance. This soul-eating beast made several great demons reconsider their intentions. Such a formidable beast was not something they could easily deal with. Can you handle this beast? Li Yao looked at Chen Han. The other great demons also turned their gazes toward him. They had all witnessed Chen Han's combat prowess. Could he truly handle such a powerful beast? Chen Han smirked. Why wouldn't I be able to handle it? But just because you ask me to, does that mean I will? His words made Li Yao frown deeply. Then what do you propose? First give me some of your blood essence, and I will help you kill that soul-eating beast king. Chen Han's words caused an uproar among the demons. How could Chen Han be so brazen as to demand blood essence right away, truly believing himself to be someone significant? What if you run off with the blood essence? Li Yao asked with a furrowed brow. Chen Han smiled lightly. With so many of you around, do you really think I can escape? To be honest, none of the great demons present here are a match for that soul-eating beast king. The crowd of demons were enraged. How dare Chen Han look down on them? Mu Yi, you do have some abilities, but being this arrogant is rather presumptuous. A peak King Realm demon stepped forward, speaking with anger. Each King Realm demon present was a top-notch figure. To be mocked by a younger generation was truly intolerable. Chen Han chuckled. Then why not test your strength against the soul-eating beast king? The great demon snorted coldly, directing his gaze straight at the soul-eating beast king and taking a step towards it. Suspended in midair, the great demon let out a furious roar, directly swinging his fist down at the soul-eating beast king. The beast looked up and unleashed a wave of searing flames. Soul fire. The crowd of demons were shocked. The soul-eating beast king had actually condensed soul fire. Did this mean it was about to reach the Saint Realm? A horrific scream echoed as the great demon fell to the ground, torn apart by the other soul-eating beast. The demons collectively swallowed hard. This peak King Realm demon had no power to resist against the soul-eating beast king, which was utterly terrifying. Li Yao's expression was complex. The strength of the soul-eating beast king far exceeded his expectations. Yet deep down he was reluctant to part with his blood essence. Well, he could always take it back later. With so many powerful demons, as long as he gave the order, Mu, you would meet his end here. I will give you the blood essence, but you must deal with the soul-eating beast king. Li Yao threw the blood essence to Chen Han. Chen Han smirked. Then I will leave the other soul-eating beasts to you. After saying this, Chen Han stepped forward towards the soul-eating beast king. Seeing Chen Han approach, the soul-eating beast king revealed an expression of fury. How dare so many worthless beings disturb its good mood today? They were seeking death. Roar. The soul-eating beast king roared and charged directly at Chen Han. The other demons also sprang into action, intercepting the other soul-eating beasts. Chen Han casually replicated a 9th-grade demon knife without any evolution and directly slashed at the soul-eating beast. Most weapons of the demon race are forged from demon bones. It is quite normal for two similar weapons to appear. With each slash, the soul-eating beast king was forced to retreat step by step. The other demons were astonished. Chen Han's strength exceeded their expectations, proving to be terrifying. Facing the soul-eating beast, Chen Han was fully aware of the king's strength. A typical peak king realm powerhouse was no match for the soul-eating beast king. Slash! Chen Han roared angrily, bringing his sword down, the demon knife piercing into the flesh of the soul-eating beast king. A terrible scream was heard as the soul-eating beast king staggered back, looking at Chen Han with fear. Come again. Chen Han swung his knife once more. This soul-eating beast king was indeed a worthy opponent. Moreover, the beast was laden with treasures, demon pills, and flesh, all of which were highly nourishing. Lord Liao, it seems that the Knight of the Curtain is not as simple as we thought. A great demon of the king realm approached Liao and spoke. Liao frowned. He was not blind and could see that. No worries, with so many of us in the king realm, how can we fear just one person? Once he finishes off the soul-eating beast king, we will deal with him. The other great demons nodded in agreement. Lord Liao, how about we capture this fox demon first? Liao's gaze fell on Xiao Yuyan, who was simply waiting leisurely on the side, without making a move. As Chen Han's woman, no great demon dared to scold Xiao Yuyan. Liao smiled. Since she was the woman of the Knight of the Curtain, she must be his Achilles heel. As long as they captured this fox demon, Chen Han would surely be forced to spill his blood. Xiao Yuyan's gaze suddenly turned toward Liao's side. Liao was taken aback, coughed, and quickly turned back. Xiao Yuyan frowned. Chen Han was right. Liao was likely to use her to threaten him. However, she was not so easy to. Moreover, with Chen Han around, she had no need to worry. Roar! A scream echoed as the soul-eating beast king fell to the ground, causing a stir around them. With the soul-eating beast king dead, the other soul-eating beasts immediately erupted in chaos, abandoning their defense. Chen Han leaped directly to Xiao Yuyan's side, his gaze sweeping toward Liao, who was also looking this way. Brother Knight of the Curtain, you are quite skilled. Liao grinned. With Chen Han present, it indeed saved a lot of trouble. Just a fluke, Chen Han replied indifferently. The other great demons quickly finished off the soul-eating beasts and gathered around Liao. After dealing with the soul-eating beasts, there was still one person to handle. Seeing the great demons surrounding him, Chen Han couldn't help but smirk. What's this? Are you in such a hurry to reclaim what you sent out? Liao snorted coldly. Do you really think of yourself as someone important? The holy demon blood is not something you can enjoy. The other demons nodded. Of course, Liao had given them enough benefits, or they wouldn't be doing work for him. Interesting. Are you planning to default on a debt? Chen Han laughed. Over 100 great demons in the king realm indeed formed a force that should not be underestimated. Just relying on his peak king realm cultivation, it was indeed not easy to deal with. But Chen Han was still a spiritual array master. A 10th grade spiritual array was enough to bury these great demons here. Default on a debt. You all must stay here today. Liao laughed heartily. However, I must thank you for solving one of our problems. Rest assured, I will leave you a complete corpse as a reward for your service to us. If you must blame someone, blame your greed for wanting to take what you shouldn't have. Hundreds of great demons converged toward Chen Han, their kingly auras fully unleashed. With so many king-level demons, dealing with a single Chen Han should have been a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Han suddenly burst into laughter. Ridiculous. You think you're worthy of taking my life? Liao snorted coldly, still stubborn even at death's door. Soon you'll be crying for mercy. With that, several powerful auras pressed closer to Chen Han. One might not be able to handle him, but with so many, what could he possibly do to resist? Make me cry. Chen Han laughed heartily, then a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. You're not even worthy. Boom. The moment his words fell, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted beneath everyone's feet. The demons were stunned. What was happening? It's a spirit formation. How is there a spirit formation here? Only humans could inscribe spirit formations, but where could any humans have come from? You are not demons. Liao exclaimed in utter disbelief. Who exactly are you? Chen Han grinned, his features shifting back to his original appearance. You. Upon seeing Chen Han, Liao staggered back 2 steps. This formidable wolf demon was actually Chen Han, the bastard who had defeated Han Ming. But in the Saint Tomb, Chen Han had only been at the mid-stage of the king realm. How could he have reached the peak of the king realm in such a short time? It's the Saint Tomb. Liao immediately recalled the events of the Saint Tomb. Throughout their expedition, none of them had obtained any satisfactory treasures. Chen Han was the one who had broken the formation. The demon saint's supreme treasure must have been seized by him. Perfect timing. Since you dare to appear in the demon territory, you're dead. Liao gritted his teeth, wishing he could flay Chen Han alive and devour him. Chen Han chuckled, with just you lot. Boom. The grand formation erupted, the aura of a 10th grade spirit formation instantly overwhelming all the king-level demons. The demons roared in fury, thinking everything was under their control, only to be outmaneuvered by a single human. Don't panic. This formation can only bind us, it can't take our lives. Once we break it, Chen Han's time, Liao shouted, steadying the hearts of all the great demons. Chen Han grinned wickedly. Did you really think this formation was all I had? Soon a terrifying aura erupted from within Chen Han. A shadow-devouring sword like a wolf among sheep swiftly slew the demonic powerhouses. All the demons immediately fell into chaos. Trapped within the formation, they were like meat on a chopping block, utterly defenseless. Mercy! Many great demons let out desperate cries. With each swing of his sword, Chen Han felled another demon. These king-level demons were as fragile as tofu before Chen Han's blade, utterly unable to withstand him. Mercy! Chen Han smiled calmly. You have no chance. Liao gritted his teeth. How could he have ever imagined that this night shadow was Chen Han? A 10th grade spirit formation was impossible for them to break in a short time. They could only wait for their doom. Chen Han's masterful counterattack left him speechless. Before long, dozens of great demons were slain by Chen Han. Those yet to face him were all seized with terror. This human prodigy was absolutely horrifying. Chen Han's strength could only be matched by the supreme prodigies of the demon race. Those prodigies were few in number. Qiu Long and Lingya were among them. Boom. The spirit formation dissipated, and over 100 demons lay dead by Chen Han's hand. Liao would die never knowing what kind of being he had enraged. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, Chen Han waved his arm, collecting countless treasures and directly converting them into evolution points. Such treasures held little value for him. Let's go, there's a great treasure we need to retrieve. Chen Han gazed towards the peak. A powerful aura surged forth from within the cave. The Holy Soul is a supreme treasure that can only be condensed after the death of a powerful being from the Holy Realm. Such a treasure will attract the attention of countless strong individuals. Liao gathered over 100 king-level demons, all for this Holy Soul. However, both the lives of the over 100 demons and Liao were taken by Chen Han. Naturally, the Holy Soul fell into Chen Han's hands. Upon entering the cave, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged into Chen Han's body. The spiritual energy in this cave is extraordinarily dense. Could it be a cultivation place for a Holy Realm expert? Xiao Yuyan blinked. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the cave surpassed even that of the 9-rank manor of the Lingxiao sect. Cultivating in such a cave would allow for rapid improvement in cultivation. If it were to be transformed a bit, it could easily become a sect establishment. However, this is the territory of the demon race, and no one foolish enough would establish a sect here. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan continued deeper, while Little Black lay on Xiao Yuyan's shoulder, curiously observing the surroundings. Ding! Was that the sound of dripping water? Chen Han was slightly surprised. Could there be a spiritual spring inside this cave? After walking for a short while, he indeed discovered a spiritual spring. The spring was red, bubbling like lava. If it weren't for the fact that he felt no warmth, Chen Han would have thought it was just ordinary magma. Found a holy grade demon mountain spring. Replication successful. Obtained a yellow grade spiritual treasure, red flame demon mountain spring. Chen Han was astonished. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. This demon mountain spring was a holy grade spiritual treasure. Even those in the Holy Realm would feel tempted. This spiritual spring is quite strange. Xiao Yuyan hesitated before speaking. Chen Han smiled widely. How about we take a rest here? Xiao Yuyan was slightly taken aback. What did Chen Han mean by that? Before she could ask, Chen Han directly stripped off his clothes and stepped into the demon mountain spring. Xiao Yuyan's cheeks flushed red. He just jumped right in. Come quickly, Chen Han called out to Xiao Yuyan. Upon entering the demon mountain spring, a surge of power began to roll within Chen Han's body. The power of the demon mountain spring was far more terrifying than Chen Han had anticipated. Xiao Yuyan pursed her lips and then took off her clothes, holding Little Black as she entered the demon mountain spring. Little Black joyfully splashed around in the demon mountain spring, resembling a child who had never seen the world. Buzz! Not long after, soaking, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Yuyan, propelling her directly into the peak of the King Realm. Chen Han was slightly surprised. It seemed the effects of the demon mountain spring were even more powerful than he had imagined. After half a day, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan finally emerged from the demon mountain spring. However, there was still some residual poor quality spiritual energy left in the demon mountain spring. Chen Han decided to let Little Black stay inside as the two continued forward. After half a day's soaking, the spiritual energy within Chen Han stabilized at the peak of the King Realm. As they continued deeper, the cave became exceedingly dark. Soon a brilliant blue light caught their attention. What terrifying spiritual energy! Xiao Yuyan exclaimed. This must be the Holy Soul Li Yao spoke of. Chen Han stepped forward, reaching out to grab the Holy Soul, but it evaded his grasp. It can still run. Chen Han was slightly surprised. Did this Holy Soul actually possess intelligence? Kid, you are not the one it is waiting for. The deep voice of the abyssal Peng suddenly echoed within the spirit realm. Chen Han felt a pang of frustration. Did that mean he had to let this holy soul go? Moreover, Chen Han couldn't replicate the holy soul. It was not a spiritual treasure, merely a solitary. What should we do then? Chen Han asked. Yuan Peng grinned. You can't take it, but I can. Chen Han rolled his eyes, clearly seeing that Yuan Peng had long been drooling over this sacred soul. A fathead fish appeared on Chen Han's shoulder, then it moved towards the sacred soul. Sensing Yuan Peng's presence, the sacred soul became restless. What a boost! Yuan Peng smacked his lips and gulped down the sacred soul in one bite. After swallowing the sacred soul, he returned to Chen Han's spiritual abode, as if nothing had happened. Chen Han felt extremely frustrated, never expecting that in the end, he had made a wedding dress for Yuan Peng. However, it was still fortunate that he had gained the Crimson Flame Demon Mountain Spring, a treasure that would make even Sacred Realm powerhouses fight for it. As they turned back, a powerful aura appeared before the two. Little Black. Xiao Yuyan exclaimed in surprise, looking at the completely transformed black dragon with an incredulous expression. Chen Han smiled bitterly, knowing that Li Yao would never have thought that the biggest winner this time was not Chen Han, but a dragon and a fish. Chen Han smiled bitterly, knowing that Li Yao would never have thought that the biggest winner this time was not Chen Han, but a dragon and a fish. Stepping out of the cave, night had already fallen. It seemed there was some movement in the direction of the Winged Wind tribe. Let's go. The disappearance of over 100 King Realm great demons will definitely attract the attention of the demon clan's sacred ones. Chen Han said with a smile. This time he had played a big game. If Li Yao and his group had been a bit more cautious, they wouldn't have to die. Xiao Yuyan nodded, and Little Black soared into the air, carrying Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan towards the direction of the divine event. A terrifying aura descended upon the Winged Wind tribe. Nearby tribe leaders knelt one after another, trembling in fear. They never expected that over 100 demons would vanish without a trace. Lord Li Qian, is there any news? The leader of the Winged Wind tribe asked, trembling. This was a Sacred Realm great demon holding the highest status in the demon clan. These tribe leaders were like ants before Li Qian. Li Qian glanced at the leader of the Winged Wind tribe, revealing no expression. But all the demons present knew that Li Qian was enraged. His grandson Li Yao was missing, and over 100 great demons had also disappeared. This was a significant matter for the demon clan. It wasn't the work of the soul-eating beasts. All the soul-eating beasts have been killed. Li Qian spoke coldly. He knew about Li Yao's coming here for the divine banquet, but he never expected someone would dare to act against Li Yao. Li Yao was his grandson, holding a very high status in the demon clan. Daring to act against Li Yao was tantamount to opposing Li Qian. My lord, could it have been a great demon that went with him who did this? A demon frowned and spoke. Li Qian's expression stiffened. Among the great demons that went this time, was there anyone particularly strong? Several tribe leaders exchanged glances and quickly replied. There is a young wolf demon with very formidable strength. Lord Xiangyong had no means of resistance against him. But that Mu Yi is not just at the pinnacle of the King Realm. He cannot possibly be a match for Lord Li Yao and his companions. The tribe leaders nodded in agreement, for beside Lord Li Yao there were more than a dozen King Realm great demons, so how could Mu Yi contend with Lord Li Yao? Li Qian's expression froze. That wolf demon is called Mu Yi. Do you have any details about him? The tribe leaders shook their heads. We have never seen that wolf demon, but Lord Li Yao used a drop of sacred demon blood to invite him to kill the soul-eating beast king. Li Qian nodded, feeling suspicious. I understand now. Li Qian snorted coldly and directly stepped into the void, leaving. The chieftains of several tribes let out a sigh. It seemed that Lord Li Qian was going to investigate the whereabouts of Mu Yi. Just as the chieftains believed there was nothing to worry about, a wave of flames suddenly engulfed all the nearby tribes. In an instant, several tribes turned to ashes. The one responsible for this was naturally Li Qian. As a great demon of the sacred realm, he possessed such power. In an instant, several tribes turned to ashes. The one responsible for this was naturally Li Qian. As a great demon of the sacred realm, he possessed. Then a red ray of light slowly advanced in a certain direction. That direction was where Chen Han had left. Li Qian raised his gaze, his expression icy. 10th grade spiritual array human race. In the blink of an eye, Li Qian's figure vanished from the spot. The divine relic on the map lay deep within the demon territory. Near the divine relic, there was only one tribe, known as the Nielong tribe. This tribe held a position in the demon race similar to the Xing family of Lingzhou, being an exceptionally powerful existence. Within the Nielong tribe, there were also two great demons of the sacred realm, and Xiaolong was indeed one of them. Before heading to the demon territory, Chen Han had done his homework. He was naturally aware of the existence of the Nielong tribe, and knew he had to be cautious on this journey to the divine relic. If discovered by the sacred realm experts of the Nielong tribe, it would likely be troublesome. Even with Yuan Peng present, safety could not be guaranteed. However, what Chen Han did not know was that a demon from the sacred realm had already set his sights on him. It should be just ahead. After reaching the peak of the King Realm, Xiao Hei's speed was incredibly fast, covering 100 miles in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The divine relic was located in a dense forest filled with towering ancient trees, each over 100 meters high. To avoid attracting the attention of the Nielong tribe, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan chose to walk into the forest. Within the dense forest, demon beasts occasionally leaped out, many of which were at the King Realm level. However, upon sensing the presence of Chen Han and his group, all these demon beasts fled to the side. Although demon beasts lack intelligence, they are still quite aware of whether their enemies are dangerous. Is there really a divine relic in this place? Xiao Yuyan hesitantly spoke up. This dense forest was mysterious and unpredictable, undoubtedly home to powerful beings. Yet even in such a place, Xiao Yuyan still found it hard to believe there would be a divine relic. Who would place treasures left by immortals in a desolate place like this? It would be quite a challenge to find. Chen Han frowned, holding the map and continuing onward. Bang! Suddenly the sound of a fight erupted ahead, catching Chen Han's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, he discovered a red dragon and a green dragon were tearing at each other. Both giant dragons bore wounds, yet neither had dealt fatal blows. It appeared they were sparring. Who is it? Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan did not reveal their presence, but it was Xiao Hei who inadvertently exposed their aura. Having never seen his kind since birth, Xiao Hei naturally reacted upon seeing two of its kin. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan had no choice but to step out as Xiao Hei transformed into its normal size, landing before the two dragons. Black Dragon Clan. The red dragon spoke in surprise, and upon sensing the peak King Realm aura from Xiao Hei, he revealed a serious expression. Any dragon reaching the peak of the King Realm is a top-tier powerhouse. Although Xiao Hei had lived for over 1,000 years among dragons, it could only be considered part of the younger generation. To be so young yet possess such strength is already quite rare. And there is a wolf demon and a fox demon as well. The green dragon spoke coldly. The two dragons shook and transformed into human forms, walking up to Chen Han. The red dragon glanced at Xiao Hei, noticing that Xiao Hei had not learned to transform into human form yet. The red dragon inquired, "The Black Dragon Clan has long been extinct. How did you find it?" Chen Han pondered for a moment and replied, "Honestly, I found it in the territory of the human race." The red dragon and the green dragon exchanged astonished glances. Qiu Yan. Qiu Feng. Qiu Yan is the name of the red dragon, while Qiu Feng is the green dragon. Muyi. Chen Han continued to use the alias from before. Xiao Yuyan remained silent, knowing that these two dragons would not care about her name. Roar. Little Black let out a roar, as if stating its own name. Little Black. That name is a bit strange, but since you have lived among humans for a long time, it's normal to have taken that name. Qiu Yan spoke up. Xiao Yuyan blinked, wondering if the name she chose was not pleasant. What brings you here? Qiu Feng asked. This was the territory of the Nirvana Dragon tribe, which was also the territory of the dragon race. A wolf demon and a fox demon should not be here. I brought Little Black to take a look, Chen Han replied with a smile. Qiu Feng frowned, sensing that this was a friend of the Black Dragon. Then why not come back to our tribe with us? Qiu Feng spoke. Chen Han was taken aback, not expecting the people of the Nirvana Dragon tribe to be so hospitable. No need, I just want to wander around this dense forest. Chen Han shook his head with a smile. Qiu Feng and Qiu Yan exchanged glances, not insisting. Their cultivation was merely at the King Realm, which paled in comparison to Chen Han's peak King Realm. Although they were on their own territory, it was somewhat naive to think they could threaten Chen Han. Qiu Feng and Qiu Yan cupped their hands in farewell, eager to return and report this matter. A black dragon from the human race possessing exceptionally monstrous talent was indeed a significant matter. Chen Han continued deeper into the dense forest, following the markers on the map, which indicated it was not far ahead. Chen Han. Xiao Yuyan suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. A gigantic ancient castle appeared before Chen Han, which looked extremely old and seemed uninhabited. Let's go inside. Just as Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan were about to enter the ancient castle, a figure blocked their path. Upon revealing his aura, Chen Han's expression grew complex. The person before him was actually a saint. He should be the saint of the Nirvana Dragon tribe. Nirvana Dragon tribe, Xiao Zhentian, I didn't expect this old dragon to be here. Suddenly the mysterious figure within the spirit abode spoke, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Chen Han furrowed his brows. Do you know him? The figure smiled and shook his head. Not really, but Xiao Zhentian is a legendary figure among the demon race. In the sacred realm of Lingzhou, there are no more than 3 individuals who can match Xiao Zhentian. Xing Qinhai from the Xing family is at this level. Chen Han was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Zhentian to be so formidable. Xing Qinhai's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Saint realm, so Xiao Zhentian should also be at this level. Yuan Peng's strength had not fully recovered, so he could not possibly defeat Xiao Zhentian. However, if they wanted to leave, Xiao Zhentian would not be able to stop them. Human race, what brings you here? Xiao Zhentian immediately discerned the identities of Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan, while the presence of Little Black surprised him. The dignified Black Dragon clan has actually become a contracted beast of the human race, which truly insults the identity of the dragon race. Seeing that Xiao Zhintian did not immediately attack gave them a chance. Chen Han cupped his hands and said, "Senior, we apologize for the disturbance. May we enter the ancient castle? My father has been here before." Xiao Zhintian opened his eyes, his expression serious. "Is your father Chen Ming?" Chen Han was slightly surprised that Xiao Zhintian actually recognized his father. Chen Han nodded. Xiao Zhintian chuckled, "I didn't expect that kid's son would find his way here as well. He once helped our dragon clan, so as his son you are naturally a guest of our Nielong tribe. However, he did not succeed in entering this ancient castle back then. If you wish to enter, be prepared for failure. Your father back then did not succeed in entering the ancient castle. How could there be no restrictions within it? Do you know the situation within the ancient castle, senior?" Chen Han hesitated to speak. Xiao Zhintian was a powerful figure in the sacred realm. He should have entered it right. Xiao Zhintian smiled. "This old dragon doesn't have the qualifications to enter." Chen Han was astonished. He didn't expect that Xiao Zhintian had never been inside. Xiao Zhintian have guarded this place for thousands of years, yet I have truly never seen anyone successfully enter. Not just your father, many powerful beings from the human race have tried all without success. It is for this reason that the miracle has been forgotten by both clans. This miracle has thus fallen into obscurity. Xiao Zhintian said casually he had seen too many geniuses during his thousands of years here. Yet none had succeeded in entering the miracle. Chen Han believed that he also had no chance of success this time. He frowned, realizing how troublesome this miracle was. However, since he was already here, if he didn't try, wouldn't that be a waste of time? "I wish to give it a try," Chen Han said with clasped hands. Xiao Zhintian nodded. "Go ahead, but don't be discouraged if you fail. No one has succeeded in thousands of years." Chen Han nodded and prepared to enter the ancient castle with Xiao Yuyan. As they stepped through the door, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept over their bodies. Xiao Yuyan stumbled and was directly pushed back. Xiao Zhintian shook his head, seeing that Xiao Yuyan had already been rejected by the miracle. Yet Chen Han was still holding on. He wondered how long Chen Han could last. But even if you pass through this door, there are still 99 steps within the ancient castle. Each step's pressure is stronger than this. Xiao Zhintian spoke indifferently, not holding high hopes for Chen Han. "Senior, were there any outstanding individuals among those who came before?" Xiao Yuyan asked, looking at Xiao Zhintian. Xiao Zhintian thought for a moment. The best one managed to reach the 7th step. That kid Chen Ming reached the 6th step, which is already quite impressive. Xiao Yuyan blinked, stunned into silence by Xiao Zhinchen's words. Out of a total of 99 steps, the best achievement was only reaching the 7th step. Just how terrifying was this miracle? Boom. Chen Han finally took a step forward, yet he was drenched in cold sweat. The pressure of this miracle was comparable to that of a divine miracle. If the first step was this terrifying, what level of pressure would the subsequent 99 steps reach? "Senior, what would happen if one stepped onto these 99 steps?" Xiao Yuyan asked curiously, while the little black creature on her shoulder also chirped, feeling curious. Xiao Zhintian smiled. "I do not know. However, it is said that if you cross the last step, you can see the remnants left by the immortal beings of the past. This is the miracle, the old site left by the immortal beings on the Lingwu continent. Let alone young ones of the king realm, even powerful figures of the sacred realm cannot endure such pressure. Back then, the one who reached the 7th step was a sacred realm being, and not a king realm one. Chen Han's father being able to reach the 6th step with king realm cultivation was already a genius among geniuses." Boom. A sound echoed within the ancient castle. Xiao Zhintian wore a look of surprise. Chen Han actually jumped 3 steps, directly reaching the 4th step. Such speed he had never seen before. This kid is indeed somewhat remarkable. Chen Han's speed was increasing, and Xiao Zhintian, who was watching from outside, suddenly changed his expression. This was indeed a divine miracle, a trial left by the celestial beings. Chen Han was merely at the Wang realm, yet he was able to ascend the steps with such speed. What an extraordinary talent he possessed. For 1,000 years no one could compare to Chen Han. The 73rd step. Xiao Zinchen's heart trembled. He had thought Chen Han would stop within 10 steps. Unexpectedly, Chen Han had reached the 73rd step in one leap. Could this be the will of the celestial beings? Xiao Zhintian could not comprehend that Chen Han's monstrous talent was something beyond what ordinary people could possess. However, he chose to keep this matter hidden. If those ill-intentioned saints were to learn of it, Chen Han would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. With Chen Han's talent, he should not stop here. "Chen Ming, what kind of little monster have you brought to me?" Xiao Zhintian clicked his tongue. Chen Han continued to advance, unaware of why the pressure surrounding him seemed to vanish. Walking on the steps, he felt nothing at all. Buzz. Finally reaching the 99th step, there was no path ahead, only an expanse of nothingness. Nothing at all. Chen Han stepped forward, and as he did, everything around him ceased to exist, entering a realm of void. After over 10,000 years, someone has finally arrived here. A sense of ancientness emanated from the void. Chen Han hurriedly called for the Yuanpeng within his spiritual abode, but no one knew what lay within this void. If there were danger, it would be troublesome. But no matter how Chen Han called the Yuanpeng in his spiritual abode did not respond. No need to call in this space, there are only the two of us. The voice in the void spoke again, seemingly warning Chen Han. Who are you? Chen Han frowned and asked. The divine miracle is an ancient site left by celestial beings. Then is this person a celestial being? Impossible. Celestial beings are the rulers of the Lingwu continent. How could they be trapped in this divine miracle? Could it be a strong opponent defeated by the celestial beings? Chen Han was puzzled, but could not fathom the identity of this person. I know you are wondering who I am. Let me tell you, my name is Yulin, a divine beast that once accompanied Yun Xian on travels across the world. Yun Xian broke through the shackles of heaven and earth to leave this Lingwu continent, unable to take me with him. To await a fated person like you, I have set up this confinement here. If someone can reach this point, they will be my master. Chen Han remained silent, feeling somewhat skeptical. Yun Xian was a name Chen Han had never heard before. However, being called Yun Xian, that person must have exceptionally high cultivation. If you release me, I will acknowledge you as my master. Rest assured, in this Lingwu continent no one is my opponent. At that time you will be the master of the Lingwu continent. Yulin's voice resonated throughout the void. To become the master of the Lingwu continent, who could resist such temptation? Chen Han frowned. If Yulin was truly Yun Xian's mount, why would Yun Xian confine him here? This should not be. Chen Han shook his head. I'm sorry, I do not wish to become the master of the Lingwu continent. Yulin was taken aback. He could tell that doubts had arisen in Chen Han's heart. It wasn't that he was a foolish child. If he were truly foolish, he wouldn't have gotten here. That old ghost Yun Xian had been confined for over 10,000 years. If he were to break free from confinement, it would definitely cause chaos. But the premise was that he had to get out first. Cough, cough. Yulin coughed lightly. What do you want? I can fulfill. Back in the day, Yun Xian achieved his immortal status step by step with my assistance. Young man, if you wish to attain immortality, I can help you. Chen Han chuckled. The Jade Qilin continuously presented temptations that were hard to refuse, indicating that there was indeed something fishy going on. Sorry, but I have no need for that. It seems this divine miracle is not worth much after all. Farewell. As Chen Han turned to leave, a figure swiftly appeared before him. Don't go. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill it for you. A verdant Qilin stood in front of Chen Han, grinning, as, in order to escape, the Jade Qilin was racking its brain. Finally someone had arrived here, and it could not let this opportunity slip away. What do you intend to do once you get out? Chen Han hesitated before asking. He was still uncertain whether this Jade Qilin was good or bad. Being sealed by Yun Xian, it must possess great power. If it were released onto the Lingwu continent, it would wage an attack. He wondered if the current Lingwu continent could still withstand such a threat. Rest assured, how could I ever commit evil deeds? The Lingwu continent is my home, and I must protect my homeland. The Jade Qilin grinned widely. Though the Jade Qilin spoke confidently, Chen Han knew that this creature was certainly not a good-natured being. Copy successful. Immortal grade martial art mount tie pressing down. The voice of the system startled Chen Han. Suddenly he had copied an immortal grade martial art. What level? If the Jade Qilin's martial arts had reached the immortal grade, then what realm of cultivation did it possess? Chen Han shook his head. The strongest in Lingzhou was merely at the Saint realm. If he were to truly release this Jade Qilin, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the world. Excuse me, I must take my leave. With a solemn expression, Chen Han hurried towards the exit. If this creature were to be released, he would be the first to die. The Jade Qilin did not obstruct him, but merely watched as Chen Han left. After Chen Han had departed, the Jade Qilin roared in anger, flailing its claws like a frenzied beast. After 10,000 years, someone had finally come, and they just ran away like that. It wanted to escape. Once it was free, it would unleash all its pent-up rage. Crack! A faint sound caught the Jade Qilin's attention. The Qilin raised its lips, and the figure of Chen Han appeared in its eyes. Chen Han. Interesting. Having exited the divine miracle, Qiao Zhentian and Xiao Yuyan rushed over. Did you really enter the divine miracle? Qiao Zhentian exclaimed in surprise. That was a relic left behind by immortal beings, and no one knew what lay within. Chen Han was the first person to enter. He must have seen something. With a serious expression, Chen Han asked, Elder, do you know about the Jade Qilin? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Zhentian's face changed to one of grave seriousness. Elder. Qiao Zhentian took a deep breath. Having lived for thousands of years, how could he not know what a Jade Qilin was? Back then, a creature covered in green with sharp teeth appeared in the Lingwu continent. This creature killed countless people, causing heavy losses to both humans and demons. The experts of both races convened and decided to jointly hunt down this creature. At that time, they gathered over 100 Imperial Realm experts and thousands of Saint Realm experts. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan exhibited shocked expressions. Thousands of Saint Realm experts. How many were there now among the human and demon races? What was the Lingwu continent like 10,000 years ago? Did they capture it? Chen Han asked hesitantly. Qiao Zhentian shook his head. The powerful beings that went there were all slain by that creature. This statement struck Chen Han like a heavy blow. Over 100 emperor-level figures were unable to deal with that jade unicorn. What kind of being is that jade unicorn? In the end, a powerful figure known as Yun Xian intervened and sealed that monster. The name of that monster is indeed Jade Unicorn. Did you not see the Jade Unicorn in the Divine Realm? Xiao Jintian asked with a solemn expression. Chen Han nodded, his expression unusually grave. Fortunately, that creature was not released, otherwise the spirit martial continent would be doomed. This matter must not be disclosed. If it falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it could bring disaster. Xiao Jintian cautioned. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan nodded in agreement. However, Chen Han felt there was no need to be so tense. The Divine Realm is not a place just anyone can enter. In 10,000 years, he was the only one to reach the 99th level of the Divine Realm. Others would find it much more difficult to ascend. Well, since you have been to the Divine Realm, you should return to your respective places now, Xiao Jintian said with a smile. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan were humans and should not be present in the territory of the Demon Clan. If discovered by the Demon Clan's saint-level figures, they would face dire consequences. The relationship between humans and demons is adversarial. Killing a top-tier genius from the opposing side is something that the entire Demon Clan desires. This is because Chun Ming once helped the Nyelong tribe. Although Xiao Jintian had not taken action against the two, it did not mean he sided with the human race. After bidding farewell to Xiao Jintian, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan prepared to leave the Nyelong tribe's territory. However, several figures appeared directly blocking Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan. The ones who stopped them were Qiu Feng and Xiao Yan. Behind them, there was a figure whose aura clearly reached the saint level. Qiu Linwing's gaze suddenly landed on Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan. The presence of the human race instantly froze his expression. Humans, what are you doing here? Qiu Linwing roared while Qiu Yan and Xiu Feng beside him showed astonishment. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan were indeed humans. How could humans come to the territory of the Nyelong tribe? Could it be for that divine realm? Linwen. Soon Xiao Zhenqian's figure appeared, his voice calm. Father. Qiu Linwen clasped his hands in greeting. Xiao Jintian said indifferently, he is the child of Chen Ming, he let them leave. Qiu Linwen was taken aback, Chen Ming's son. Chen Han looked at Xiao Jintian, thank you, senior. Xiao Jintian shook his head, his gaze suddenly falling on Xiao. However, I hope you can allow this black dragon to stay in the Nyelong tribe. This black dragon has not undergone the dragon clan's baptism and has lost much of its dragon essence. If it stays in the Nyelong tribe, it will be of great help to him. Although Xiao He is a dragon, he has lived among humans. He has hardly had any contact with the human world. Most of the time he stayed in the tomb of the Black Dragon King. For this reason, although Xiao He possesses peak emperor-level strength, he cannot fully unleash the power of the Dragon Clan. Xiao Zhenqian's suggestion was naturally to allow Xiao He to stay and learn the martial arts of the Dragon Clan. Chen Han looked at Xiao Yuyan, it's your decision. Xiao Yuyan hesitated for a moment, and then whispered a few words in Xiao He's ear. Xiao He obediently nodded, and spoke human words, don't worry, I will be back soon. Xiao Yuyan smiled gently. Uxi and Xiao He had long become inseparable. Now having to part for a while, she truly felt a bit reluctant. This time it was a true farewell. Qiu Linwing did not stop them, but instead watched the two leave. Such young humans could actually venture deep into the Demon Clan and reach the territory of the Nyelong tribe. These two really have some guts. After exiting the dense forest, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan retraced their steps. Now that they had learned the secret of the divine artifact, they could return to the human realm. This journey to the demon tribe yielded great rewards. If Chen Han were to unleash that celestial martial art, even those at the Saint Realm would have to make way. A loud boom echoed around them as a powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly pressed toward Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan. Chen Han was alarmed. How could a Saint Realm expert from the demon tribe find them? You two are harder to find than I expected. A figure slowly descended before them. It was Li Qian the Grand. He had not expected that Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan would enter the territory of the Nyelong tribe. Even more surprising was that the two had emerged unscathed. The Nyelong tribe held immense power within the demon race, and even he would not dare to provoke them easily. It was perplexing that such a formidable tribe did not kill these two humans. The same aura as Li Yao. Chen Han quickly recognized Li Qian's identity. He did not expect this Saint Realm expert to take action personally. It seemed he could not underestimate the demon race. You killed my grandson. Li Qian coldly gazed at Chen Han, wishing he could tear him apart. Chen Han raised his gaze, desperately calling for the Yuangping in his spiritual abode, but for some reason, he could not reach it. After entering the divine artifact, he had lost contact with Yuangping. What had Yuangping been doing? Bang! Li Qian waved his sleeve, and spiritual energy like a blade slashed toward Chen Han. Chen Han hurriedly swung his sword to block, but was still sent flying. The peak of the King Realm was just a step away from the Saint Realm. Yet everyone understood that this was an insurmountable gap. Even if 100 peak King Realm experts joined forces, they could not match a Saint Realm expert. Reaching the Saint Realm meant transcending the mortal body. Both the physical strength and the inner spiritual energy would reach a new height. The human race dares to be rampant in my demon territory, what audacity. Li Qian snorted coldly, and unleashed another palm strike. The spiritual energy transformed into a hand rushing straight toward Chen Han's body. Chen Han braced himself, his blood surging within. Having taken 2 blows, Chen Han had already reached his limit. Seeing Chen Han endure 2 strikes, a look of surprise appeared on Li Qian's face. This mere human junior actually managed to withstand his 2 attacks. He had some skill. However, after all, he was merely a king realm. In front of a saint realm expert, he was still useless. This strike will take your life. Li Qian roared, condensing spiritual energy in his palm and instantly slamming it toward Chen Han. Chen Han gritted his teeth as the spiritual energy surged within him. He could not evade this strike. But if he took it heat-in, he would die. Boom. In the center between them, the spiritual energy exploded instantly. Li Qian was stunned. Someone had intervened. Oldly, long time no see. Yuanping floated atop Chen Han's shoulder. He had finally decided to show himself. Saint Realm midstage. Chen Han looked at Yuanping somewhat astonished. Yuanping's aura had indeed reached the midstage of the Saint Realm. It seemed that the sacred soul had greatly aided him. I didn't expect it to be Yuanping whom we drove out of the demon race. Li Qian frowned as he gazed at Yuanping. He never anticipated that there was another Saint Realm demon beast within Chen Han. Yuanping was already an old acquaintance of his. Back in the day, to seize treasures, Li Yao was among the Saint Realm experts who drove Yuanping out of the demon race. Had it not been for your numbers back, then how could you have been my opponent? Yuanping spoke angrily. It had taken him over 100 years to restore himself to the midstage of the Saint Realm. He intended to settle this score. I never thought you, Yuanping, would actually form a contract with a human. You truly fancy this King Realm kid. Li Qian laughed heartily. A dignified Saint Realm demon beast actually forming a contract with a King Realm individual was indeed laughable. If Li Qian were to know that Chen Han was only at the Spirit Venerable Realm when he formed a contract with Yuanping, he would surely have a complex reaction. Don't underestimate this kid. His future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of you old-timers. Yuanping snorted coldly. It was precisely because he valued Chen Han's potential that he was willing to become Chen Han's spirit pet. Let alone the Holy Realm. In Yuanping's eyes, Chen Han might even reach the Emperor Realm. But it's a pity he has no future. Li Qian sneered. One was Chen Han, who had killed his grandson, and the other was Yuanping, whom he had failed to kill back then. Today, since he has encountered him, he will resolve everything. You can give it a try. Yuanping grinned. Back in the day, he managed to escape even when besieged by 4 great demons of the Holy Realm. Now with Li Qian, what could he possibly use to contend against him? I don't believe you fully recovered from your injuries back then. In 100 years, how much can you restore? Li Qian let out a soft grunt and punched toward Yuanping. The wind from his fist instantly ripped through the surrounding air, hurtling toward Yuanping's body at an incredible speed. If Yuanping were in his prime, Li Qian would not dare to make a move. But he knew just how terrifying the damage he had inflicted on Yuanping was back then. After just 100 years, Yuanping could not possibly have restored his cultivation. However, what he did not know was that Yuanping had encountered Chen Han. Because of Chen Han, Yuanping had fully restored his cultivation. In Yuanping's eyes, the current Li Qian was utterly insignificant. Roar! Yuanping opened his massive mouth and lunged directly toward Li Qian. Li Qian was taken aback. How could Yuanping's aura have recovered to such an extent? Impossible, you can't have recovered this quickly, Li Qian shouted. But Yuanping had no intention of giving Li Qian a chance to react, and directly swallowed him whole. Gulp! Chen Han, standing by, looked on in shock. A being at the Holy Realm, Li Qian was actually killed in an instant by Yuanping. Yuanping's strength was indeed monstrous. You don't need to look at me like that. This guy was simply overconfident. Moreover, having just absorbed the Holy Soul, my aura is already stronger than it was back then. Yuanping spoke calmly. Now, having devoured Li Qian, Yuanping felt his cultivation beginning to stir. Alright, now that this annoying fellow has been dealt with, let's head back. Yuanping returned to Chen Han's spirit realm, which he greatly enjoyed due to its vastness. Chen Han shook his head helplessly. As expected of a Holy Realm beast, he was indeed domineering. With Yuanping around, he could walk with confidence in the spirit state. Not long after, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan left the demon clan and returned to the spirit state. In the more than a month since they left the spirit state, many events had transpired. The Xing family announced their seclusion, relocating the entire clan deep into the mountains. The original location of the Xing family had turned into an empty lot. Although it was vacant, no forces dared to take over that area. In addition, the Yi family and the Yu family announced the marriage between Yi Mingfeng and Yu Linfei. The most outstanding man and woman in the spirit state were to be wed, becoming a significant event in the spirit state. Many forces received invitations. With the marriage alliance between the Yi family and the Yu family, their status in the spirit state would greatly enhance, even surpassing the other 4 great families. Inside the Lingxiao sect, Ling Dongyi was drinking in boredom, appearing indifferent to life and death. It had been several months since Ling Yi left the Lingxiao sect, and he still had no news of her. Fortunately, the spirit treasure he had given her had not been used. It seemed that Ling Yi had not encountered any danger. Sect leader Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan have returned. Yang Yifeng approached Ling Dongyi and spoke. Ling Dongyi lifted his gaze, slightly surprised. Didn't they go to the demon clan? Returned so soon. Only a little over a month had passed since Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan ended their journey to the demon clan. He wondered if their trip had yielded any gains. Yang Yifeng nodded. It seems they gained quite a lot. Yuyan has even reached the peak of the king realm. Ling Dongyi's eyes widened. Xiao Yuyan had reached the peak of the king realm. This young couple were both monsters. Alright, I understand. Ling Dongyi shook his head with a smile. Yang Yifeng frowned. The invitation from the Yi family. Ling Dongyi looked up. You want to give it to them? The Xing family will also send people this time. If they encounter members of the Xing family, it won't be good for them. However, you should let Chen Han decide on this matter. This wedding banquet will surely gather all the major powers of Lingzhou along with the top talents from each faction. Yang Yifeng nodded. Matters like this were for Chen Han to decide. If Chen Han wished to go, the Lingxiao sect would certainly send him. Yifeng. Ling Dongyi suddenly spoke, but his gaze was fixed on the sky. Moi. Prepare for me. I am going into seclusion. A look of shock spread across Yang Yifeng's face. Sect leader Yu. Ling Dongyi smiled. That realm. It seems I have touched upon it. Yang Yifeng stared at Ling Dongyi in astonishment. From his demeanor, he did not appear to be deceiving her. After remaining at the peak of the king realm for over a decade, was Ling Dongyi finally about to take that step? If the Lingxiao sect possessed a Saint Realm expert, its status in Lingzhou would rise dramatically. Yang Yifeng asked no further questions, and simply walked out the door, leaving Ling Dongyi alone in the room. The Yu family and the Yi family are forming a marriage alliance. Chen Han frowned. He hadn't expected the Yu and Yi families to join forces. Yu Linfei and Yi Mingfeng were indeed a good match. However, this was likely the decision of the higher-ups of both families, not the wish of the two individuals. If you wish to go, you may represent the Lingxiao sect. Yang Yifeng said with a smile. Chen Han hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded. All right. Where will it be held? Lingwen City in Lingzhou, within the territory of the Yi family. In Lingwen City, the Yi family was the absolute overlord. The wedding banquet of Yi Mingfeng and Yu Linfei was sure to attract people from all over Lingzhou. Chen Han was certainly willing to go. His own cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and a breakthrough was unlikely anytime soon. Since he had nothing pressing to do, why not witness the wedding feast of Lingzhou's two great families? Surely there would be many interesting events at the banquet. As for the Xing family, Chen Han no longer cared. With his current strength, the Xing family would have to think twice before making another move against him. The next day, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan set off together for Lingwen City. There was still some time before the wedding feast of the Yi and Yu families. It wouldn't hurt to spend a few days exploring Lingwen City. Within Lingwen City, all the various factions had become noticeably subdued. Because of the Yi family's grand banquet, few dared to cause trouble during this period. Moreover, powerhouses from many forces in Lingzhou had already gathered in Lingwen City. If anyone provoked the wrong person, the consequences would be too great to bear. Are you two from elsewhere? The shop assistant smiled warmly as he poured tea for Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan. He had been hosting many out-of-towners these past few days. These visitors were all very young, much like Chen Han. Naturally, the top prodigies from other factions would come to the wedding feast of two paragons from the Azure ranking. Not to attend would mean missing out on a grand gathering of their generation. Chen Han smiled. I come from the Lingxiao sect. The waiter was taken aback. So you are a senior disciple of the Lingxiao sect. I have heard that they have produced a peerless genius. What is the name of Chen Han? That is truly impressive. With a mid-stage king realm cultivation, he can defeat Xing Yi Dao, who is ranked 3rd on the Qing list. His power is simply terrifying. Will he come to the Yi family's wedding banquet? The waiter looked at Chen Han with admiration. In Lingzhou, Chen Han had already made a name for himself and became the pursuit of many martial artists. To be as carefree as Chen Han in this life would make it worthwhile. Chen Han smiled lightly. He will probably come. The waiter respectfully bowed and went to attend to other guests. A genius like Chen Han would not come to his small shop, and just being able to see him was enough to satisfy the waiter. Beside him, Xiao Yuyan covered her mouth and smiled. If the waiter knew that Chen Han was sitting right there, he wouldn't know what expression to make. A figure on the road caught Chen Han's attention. This person was Lei Han Shan, who was walking while cursing, looking as if he wanted to kill someone. Chen Han merely exuded a hint of aura, and Lei Han Shan quickly sensed it and looked up to find Chen Han staring at him. Oh, Chen Han, my brother. Lei Han Shan grinned as he stepped into the tea house. Upon seeing the top genius of the Qing list enter, many eyes were drawn to him. This was the genius from the Qing list, the top talent of Lei Linmen. Are you here drinking tea? Lei Han Shan looked at Chen Han, who was calmly sipping tea with a puzzled expression. This was not like the style of someone who single-handedly killed members of the Xing family and defeated Xing Yi Dao. After learning that Chen Han had defeated Xing Yi Dao, Lei Han Shan wanted to fight him. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the King realm, and he wanted to have a serious match with Chen Han. What were you cursing about on the road just now, eh? Chen Han frowned and asked. Looking at Lei Han's expression, something must have happened. Lei Han snorted coldly. It's that old grave robber. That despicable old man is still alive and has reached the sage realm. All of us in Lei Linmen have been disturbed by that old man. If it weren't for Yi Mingfeng specifically asking me to come, I wouldn't have come to this Lingwen city. Chen Han was taken aback. The old grave robber. Could it be Mu Peng? It was said that Mu Peng was once an elder of Lei Linmen, but after committing too many crimes he was hunted down by Lei Linmen. Wasn't it said that he had already been killed by Lei Linmen? How could he appear again and even reach the sage realm? Mu Peng's revenge would indeed give Lei Linmen a headache. Isn't your Lei Linmen in chaos then? The sect master still allows you to come out not afraid of being hunted by Mu Peng. Chen Han joked. Lei Han shrugged his shoulders. I am not afraid of that old grave robber. That old grave robber is just a pseudosage. If he encounters me, who knows who would win? Pseudosage. Chen Han was confused. He had never heard of the term pseudosage before. A pseudosage is one who upon reaching the sage realm failed to successfully endure the heavenly tribulation and entered the sage realm without completing the process. Such pseudosages generally rely on special methods to evade the tribulation. Even if they reach the sage realm, they do not possess the strength of an ordinary sage. However, for someone at the king realm, a pseudosage is still a very terrifying opponent. Lei Han explained. Although he spoke of wanting to settle accounts with Mu Peng, he had no absolute confidence in facing him. Although a pseudosage is not as strong as a true sage, they are still vastly more powerful than a king realm practitioner. However, since Mu Peng is just a pseudosage, Lei Han still has the means to escape if he encounters him. If Mu Peng has truly reached the sacred realm, how could the master of Lei Linmen allow Lei Han to come out? Chen Han nodded, realizing much from this explanation. Although Mu Peng has reached the pseudo-saint level, his cultivation has halted here, and he cannot progress further. This time did Lingxiao sect send you to attend Yi Mingfeng's wedding? Lei Han blinked at Chen Han. He could also sense Chen Han's aura, which was at the peak of the Wang realm. Some time ago when he saw Chen Han at the Mo family, Chen Han was merely at the initial stage of the Wang realm. Now he has reached the peak of the Wang realm. This is truly extraordinary. Chen Han nodded. I had some free time, so I came to broaden my horizons. Lei Han smiled. Brother Chen Han, I must tell you, many people on the Qingbang are dissatisfied with this wedding. Yulin Fei is the only woman among the top 10 on the Qingbang. Not only is she exceptionally talented, but she is also beautiful. Before the Yi family, many had proposed a marriage alliance with the Yu family, but all were rejected by the Yu family. This time with Yulin Fei's wedding, there will surely be those looking to cause trouble. When that happens, let's join in the fun and teach that little Yi Mingfeng a lesson. Chen Han smiled wryly. Lei Han came here to stir up trouble. However, Yi Mingfeng, as the number one on the Qingbang, should not be afraid. If Lei Han and his group cause trouble, Yi Mingfeng will definitely take action, and there will be quite a show to watch. Right, the incident with the Xing family has spread throughout Lingzhou. Goodness, you single-handedly stormed the Xing family. You truly are fearless. Lei Han ordered a plate of beef and ate it with abandon. In the mouth of a rough man like Lei Han, there was no politeness. He spoke plainly. Chen Han was willing to befriend such straightforward people, as they would not stab him in the back. It's nothing much, just a spar with Xing Yidao. Chen Han naturally would not reveal other matters to Lei Han. The Xing family chose to remain silent, and Chen Han did not want to break this status quo. The original perpetrator had already been crippled by Chen Han, and he did not wish to pursue the matter further. If the Xing family were to seek him out again, Chen Han would not mind making the Xing family disappear in Lingzhou. Brother Lei. Below, a figure called out urgently. Lei Han quickly looked over. The caller was a disciple. What is it? Lei Han frowned, sensing something was amiss. Brother Lei, Brother Quang Wen, and the others encountered the old thief Mu Peng outside Lingwen City. They suffered heavy losses. The disciple of Lei Linmen shouted anxiously. Lei Han immediately rose and strode out of the tea house. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan exchanged glances and followed closely. The disciples of Lei Linmen ran into Mu Peng before entering Lingwen City, which was not good news for Lei Han. While he could escape from Mu Peng, the other disciples of Lei Linmen could not. He never expected Mu Peng to be so bold, daring to attack the disciples of Lei Linmen within the Yi family's territory. Does this mean he holds the Yi family in contempt? Outside Lingwen City, there were already members of the Yi family arriving. Upon seeing the leader of the Yi family, Chen Han's expression grew solemn. This person was Yi Gufeng. Yi Gufeng stood alone, his expression cold. Clearly Mu Peng's actions had angered this powerful member of the Yi family. Brother Lei. As Lei Han arrived, the disciples of Lei Linmen all stepped forward. A few Lei Linmen disciples were already lying on the ground. 3 dead and 6 injured. This was a massive loss for Lei Linmen. I'm sorry, but our Yi family also bears some responsibility for this matter. Yi Gufeng spoke indifferently. As the host, the Yi family failed to ensure the safety of the Lei Linmen members, and they could not escape blame for the deaths of the Lei Linmen disciples. Lei Han clenched his fists in anger, scanning the surroundings. but failing to find any trace of Kwang Wan. Where is Kwang Wan? Lei Han quickly asked. Senior brother Lei Kwang Wan has been taken away by the old rascal Mu Peng. A disciple from Lei Linmen hurriedly spoke. Yi Gufeng frowned and looked over his expression grave. Damn, that old rascal is seeking death. Lei Han was furious and hurried towards the direction where Mu Peng had left. Lei Han. Yi Gufeng frowned, seeing he couldn't stop Lei Han and chose not to pursue. Chen Han glanced at Yi Gufeng. Aren't you coming along? Yi Gufeng shot a glance at Chen Han, not paying much attention. I will inform my family and let Lei Linmen's people handle it. It's a matter of Lei Linmen. The Yi family shouldn't interfere. Chen Han smiled and directly followed after Lei Han. With Lei Han's strength, he would surely not be a match for Mu Peng. Yi Gufeng looked at Chen Han's back, furrowing his brows as he saw a resemblance to an old friend in Chen Han. Who is this person? Yi Gufeng turned to ask the disciples of the Yi family. Chen Han from Lingxiao sect. A disciple of the Yi family paused before answering. So it's him. Yi Gufeng frowned. He naturally knew Chen Han's background. That guy's child, no wonder he gave him a familiar feel. Chen Han quickly chased after Lei Han. With Lei Han's temperament, he would definitely not rest until he got his revenge. He followed, not wanting to see Lei Han do something foolish. Mu Peng was a pseudo-saint. How could an ordinary King Realm opponent be a match for Mu Peng? With Yuan Peng present, Chen Han had no fear of Mu Peng. If Mu Peng truly wanted to kill, Chen Han wouldn't mind letting Yuan Peng intervene to assist Lei Linmen. You really followed me. In the dense forest, a crafty laughter echoed. Lei Han looked up and shouted angrily, Mu Peng, come out and release Kwang Wan. As soon as Lei Han's words fell, a shadow fell directly in front of him. The shadow was indeed Kwang Wan. At this moment, Kwang Wan was covered in injuries. Though not mortally wounded, she was left with barely a breath. Immediately after, Mu Peng's figure landed right in front of Lei Han, wearing a crafty smile. Interesting, two more fellows are following. Lei Han was taken aback and turned around only to see Chen Han and Xiao Yuyin trailing behind. He had rushed too eagerly and had not noticed them. Brother Chen Han, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave. Lei Han gritted his teeth. This was a matter for Lei Linmen, and he had to confront it. But Chen Han was not one of Lei Linmen's people and had no need to come here to die. Chen Han looked up and smiled. If you are at a disadvantage, I will lend you a hand. Lei Han was stunned, then grinned. Rest assured, I can handle this old rascal. Enough. With a furious roar, thunder rumbled. At this moment, Lei Han was enveloped in lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. Mu Peng glanced over, his expression becoming serious. Lei Han's strength clearly exceeded his expectations. Truly, he was the most talented disciple of Lei Linmen. With such power, he would surely reach the Saint Realm in the future. If I kill you, I wonder what Lei Miao will think. Mu Peng laughed heartily, swirling dark smoke in his hand. Lei Han was not afraid at all, stepping forward, his fists wrapped in thunderlight, striking out forcefully. The two clashed in midair, thunderlight flickering endlessly, emerging. Mu Peng was originally an elder of Lei Linmen, so he naturally mastered the secret techniques of Lei Linmen. However, the lightning he summoned was black, contrasting sharply with Lei Han's deep blue lightning, creating two distinctly powerful forces. Chen Han gazed into the air, his expression grave. Although Mu Peng was merely a pseudo-saint, he was far superior to a King Realm expert. With Lei Han's abilities, gaining the upper hand against Mu Peng would be exceedingly difficult. In less than 10 exchanges, signs of fatigue began to show in Lei Han. No matter how he attacked, Mu Peng maintained his composure, clearly dismissing Lei Han. You bastard. After devouring so much thunder technique, what exactly do you intend to do? Lei Han roared. Mu Peng's act of devouring the techniques of his fellow disciples for cultivation was extraordinarily vile. It was precisely for this reason that he was hunted by the Lei Lin sect. Today he sought out Lei Han naturally to claim the thunder technique that Lei Han cultivated. If Mu Peng could devour Lei Han's thunder technique, he might very well regain the power of the thunder tribulation and directly step into the Saint Realm. Once he entered the true Saint Realm, the Lei Lin sect would have no means to deal with him. Lei Han, how arrogant you are. I shall see how you escape from my grasp today. Mu Peng laughed heartily as if he had already secured victory over Lei Han. Bang! Mu Peng struck with his palm, sending Lei Han flying. Lei Han spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body hurtling backward. Mu Peng's strength was far beyond what Lei Han could contend with. Just as Mu Peng was about to continue his pursuit, two sword intents suddenly slashed toward him. Startled, Mu Peng rolled his hand, shattering the two sword intents. In the blink of an eye, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyin had reached Mu Peng's front, their swords descending, giving Mu Peng no chance to react. Seeking death. Mu Peng roared in anger, directly using the thunder technique to block, easily deflecting Xiao Yuyin's sword. However, he was astonished to find that the thunder technique could not stop Chen Han. Chen Han's sword surpassed the battle power released by Lei Han. How is this possible? Mu Peng was greatly alarmed. How could there be such a terrifying King Realm expert in this Lingzhou? As a pseudo-saint, he surprisingly felt a deadly threat emanating from Chen Han. I told you I will help Lei Han's. Chen Han curled his lips. With his current strength, while killing a Saint Realm expert was difficult, dealing with a pseudo-saint was still very much within reach. Mu Peng snorted coldly. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Black lightning rolled and ominous clouds gathered swirling toward Chen Han. The people of Lingwen City naturally sensed this anomaly and hurried toward the scene. Chen Han held the shadow-devouring sword, its tip angled toward the ground, sword aura shooting forth. Xingtian Domain. Chen Han shouted in anger, the pseudo-domain instantly blooming. Mu Peng was startled. How could a King Realm expert release a pseudo-domain? Black Thunder Domain. Mu Peng would not be outdone releasing his own pseudo-domain. A non-saint could naturally not possess a domain. However, as a pseudo-saint, he barely managed to release an initial pseudo-domain. How could a mere King Realm expert possess a pseudo-domain? Where did this come from? Slash. The two domains collided fiercely. A powerful aura swept in all directions. As expected of a pseudo-saint, Mu Peng's strength far exceeded that of a peak King Realm expert. Even with Chen Han employing the Xingtian domain, he could not gain even the slightest advantage. In that case, domain of life. Open. Chen Han roared, a powerful vitality erupting around him, sweeping in all directions. A second domain. Mu Peng was so shocked he could not speak. It was already exceedingly abnormal for a King Realm expert to possess one pseudo-domain. Now a second domain had appeared, which was simply too monstrous. Slash. Holding the shadow-devouring sword, Chen Han slashed again. This time Mu Peng began to retreat steadily. Lei Hanshan, who was watching from the side, was so astounded he could not utter a word. He never expected Chen Han's strength to be enough to rival a pseudo-saint. Lingxiao 3 styles. Gripping the shadow-devouring sword, he slashed down wildly, leaving no chance for Mu Peng to react. If Mu Peng were to escape, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to the Lingxiao sect. A pseudo-saint could definitely overturn the entire Lingxiao sect. You brat, you are from the Lingxiao sect. I will remember this, and I will ensure that your Lingxiao sect will never know peace. Mu Peng bellowed. Today was a golden opportunity to slay Lei Hanshan, but it was thwarted by Chen Han. How could Mu Peng let this go? The Lingxiao sect had no saints, and when he later went to the Lingxiao sect, he would annihilate them completely. Sorry, but you won't have a future. Chen Han let out a cold snort, his sword intent heavy, unleashing a powerful aura. Mu Peng was taken aback and hurriedly retreated. Chen Han would not give Mu Peng the chance to escape. Since the 9th grade martial arts couldn't defeat Mu Peng, he would resort to celestial grade martial arts. Mount Tai pressing down. With a furious roar, the sword energy coalesced into a mountain, erupting with a terrifying aura. A look of despair finally appeared on Mu Peng's face. He had never felt such power, not even in the Saint Realm. What kind of move is this? Mu Peng shouted. But the sword mountain had already descended. Beneath the sword mountain, everything shattered. Mu Peng's body was directly crushed into ashes by the sword mountain. Lei Hanshan stared in disbelief. Even if there were 100 of him, he couldn't withstand this move from Chen Han. At this moment, Lei Hanshan had no thoughts of challenging Chen Han to a duel. He dared not. Chen Han took a deep breath and sheathed his sword. This Mount Tai pressing down was indeed terrifying. Even a saint would have to think twice before facing this move. Soon the people from Lingwen City arrived. Upon seeing the chaotic scene around them, they revealed shocked expressions. Senior brother, where is Mu Peng? A disciple from Lei Linmen asked. Lei Hanshan coughed and said, he's dead. Everyone was astonished, a pseudo-saint killed under the pursuit of the three from Lei Hanshan. As expected of the talent on the Qing list, even a pseudo-saint could be slain. With Lei Hanshan from Lei Linmen, it's truly fortunate. I doubt Yi Mingfeng could withstand this level of power, right? Now the wedding banquet of the Yi family will be interesting. Yi Mingfeng's title as number 1 may soon be up for grabs. The crowd buzzed while Lei Hanshan's face was filled with embarrassment. Everyone believed that he was the one who killed Mu Peng. But the truth was quite the opposite. He had no chance to fight back against Mu Peng. Without Chen Han, he very well could have died at Mu Peng's hands. Yi Gufeng glanced around and locked his gaze onto Chen Han, revealing a meaningful expression. Others might not see it, but how could he, a saint, not recognize it? The one who killed Mu Peng was Chen Han. He does possess some skill. Yi Gufeng waved his sleeve and led the Yi family disciples back to Lingwen City. It seemed that Yi Mingfeng had encountered a formidable opponent, one that would be hard to surpass. Upon returning to Lingwen City, the news of Lei Hanshan killing Mu Peng spread throughout the entire city. Many other talents from different factions present were naturally set ablaze with excitement upon hearing this news. Everyone speculated whether Lei Hanshan's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the Lingzhou King realm. Of course they would not think that the one who killed Mu Peng was Chen Han. Thank you. Lei Hanshan clasped his hands towards Chen Han. He understood that Chen Han did not wish to explain, thus he would not press for an explanation. He acknowledged this favor from Chen Han. If Chen Han were to face difficulties in the future, he would be the first to stand up. Chen Han, however, did not care for such superficial fame. It was better not to have it at all. In the following days, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan enjoyed their time in Lingwen City. As the largest city in Lingzhou, Lingwen City gathered the most outstanding prodigies in Lingzhou, making it extremely lively. In just a few days, many prodigies on the Qingbang list have engaged in sparring within Spirit Script City, causing several fluctuations in the rankings of the Qingbang. Due to Lei Hanshan's defeat of Mu Peng, Lei Hanshan's ranking on the Qingbang soared to the top. Naturally, this did not please Yi Mingfeng, but with the grand wedding approaching, the Yi family chose not to elaborate. Everyone eagerly anticipated what kind of sparks would ignite from these prodigies at the Yi family's wedding banquet. With less than a week until the Yi family wedding banquet, the Yi family opened the ancestral tomb and invited the outstanding youths from various major forces to enter. This ancestral tomb was once entered by Chen Han's mother Xing Yingxi. It was within the ancestral tomb that she acquired the Yi family's spirit sacred body. Once this news spread, the prodigies gathered in Spirit Script City flocked to the Yi family, eager to seize a share of the fortune within the ancestral tomb. Chen Han naturally wished to join the excitement and see just how powerful the Yi family's spirit sacred body truly was. Outside the Yi family's ancestral tomb, quite a number of people had already gathered. These individuals were all the top talents from various major forces, with the weakest among them having reached the late stage of the King Realm. Just a few months prior, those at the late stage of the King Realm were seen as figures of great prestige on the Qingbang. However, now many Qingbang prodigies have already stepped into the peak of the King Realm. The strength of those in the late stage of the King Realm, of course, fell short. Brother Chen Han. Lei Hanshan led the prodigies of the Lei Lin sect to Chen Han's side, his attitude humble. The disciples of Lei Lin's sect also respectfully cupped their hands in greeting. Although they were unaware of the events of that day, seeing Lei Hanshan's demeanor made it clear that Chen Han must have assisted him, which led to such a demeanor from Lei Hanshan. Chen Han smiled in response, appreciating that Lei Hanshan was not a bad person, expressing gratitude towards him at such a moment. The Yi family opens the ancestral tomb at this time, surely intending for Yi Mingfeng to obtain the Yi family's spirit sacred body. Lei Hanshan spoke with a smile. The Yi family's spirit sacred body is one of the most formidable sacred bodies in Lingzhou. If Yi Mingfeng can obtain the spirit sacred body, his strength will ascend to a new level. Chen Han nodded, understanding that the Yi family's actions were also meant to showcase Yi Mingfeng's strength to the entire Lingzhou. As the most powerful family in Lingzhou, the Yi family did not want Yi Mingfeng to lose to his peers. With the opening of the ancestral tomb, I hope everyone inside can gain something. Of course, if anyone obtains the Yi family's spirit sacred body, the Yi family will also agree to provide assistance. Yi Gufeng spoke with a smile, portraying a generous demeanor. Everyone was astonished. Indeed, the Yi family was magnanimous enough to grant the spirit sacred body to outsiders. However, obtaining the spirit sacred body was not so easy. The last outsider to acquire the spirit sacred body seemed to be a young lady from the Xing family. Yet after that incident, no one was willing to discuss matters regarding the Xing family. For this Yi family wedding banquet, the Xing family only sent a few elders, led by Xing Yantan. The Xing family, hidden in the mountains, surely did not wish to have too much interaction with the outside world. The ancestral tomb is now open. As Yi Gufeng's voice fell, countless prodigies surged into the ancestral tomb. Inside the Yi family's ancestral tomb, not only was there the spirit sacred body, but also various ancient legacies. If those who entered could obtain them, the Yi family would generously provide them. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan followed behind, not in a hurry to enter. To obtain a satisfactory legacy, one must rely on their own abilities. Entering early did not guarantee an advantage in seizing the legacies. The ancestral tomb was filled with a ghostly green light. These lights were the remnants of the ancestors of the Yi family. The Yi family is the oldest lineage in Lingzhou. It is said that during the massacre of Yulin, the Yi family dispatched more than a dozen Imperial Realm experts. The remnants of these Imperial Realm experts also resided within the Yi family's ancestral tomb. The spirit sacred body was created by an Imperial Realm expert of the Yi family. Those seeking the spirit sacred body would directly seek out the remnant soul of that Imperial Realm expert. Walking within the ancestral tomb, a ghostly green light flickered by. The more intense the glow, the more it signified the formidable strength of this lingering soul in its past life. Many rushed towards the most vibrant lights, knowing that gaining the acknowledgement of a royal figure would undoubtedly yield a satisfying inheritance. Lei Hanshan was straightforward. After exchanging greetings with Chen Han, he led his people towards a royal residual soul. Chen Han, however, did not rush to seek. He strolled through the ancestral tomb, observing everything around him. Several individuals received acknowledgement. However, they were primarily figures of the Holy Realm, making it relatively easier for them to qualify for inheritance. Whoosh! Several residual souls drifted beside Chen Han. These residual souls did not emanate a powerful aura, yet they must have been figures of the Holy Realm in their past lives. Young friend, I see that your spiritual energy is abundant. You have the potential for cultivation. Are you interested in my Night Spirit technique? A residual soul addressed Chen Han. Many noticed Chen Han, revealing expressions of shock. The ancestors of the Yi family personally approached Chen Han, highlighting the extraordinary nature of his talent. However, the Yi family stipulated that outsiders could only acquire one inheritance. If one accepts the inheritance of one, there would be no chance for higher-level inheritances. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I would like to take a look further. Chen Han respectfully clasped his hands. The ancestors of the Yi family had made significant contributions to Lingzhou, so they naturally warranted respect. Several residual souls exchanged glances and smiled, saying little more. Such a gifted prodigy was surely in pursuit of a more powerful inheritance. Upon seeing Chen Han's refusal, others began to crowd around. Even if there was no royal inheritance, a Holy Realm inheritance was still quite good. However, these individuals were seldom acknowledged. The ancestors of the Yi family did not easily bestow their inheritances upon others. Soon a verdant light caught Chen Han's attention. It belonged to a female emperor of the Yi family, her aura exceptionally strong. Many prodigies from the Qingbang had already approached her for consultation, all being turned away. Gaining the acknowledgement of a royal figure was not so easy. Upon seeing Chen Han walk alongside Xiao Yuyan, the female emperor revealed a hint of interest. It's Chen Han. He actually approaches the Sound Emperor. I have heard that the Sound Emperor is the only female royal in the Yi family, holding a remarkably high status within the clan. In the past century, she has not favored anyone. Chen Han's chances of success seem slim. The crowd murmured, for the inheritance of the Sound Emperor was not easily obtained. Even if Chen Han had outstanding talent, it was not guaranteed. I have met you, senior. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan clasped their hands in respect. The Sound Emperor glanced at them, her brows knitting slightly. Have you been to the Divine Mark? The Sound Emperor was one of those who had once besieged the Jade Lin, sacrificing herself in that fierce battle. She was quite sensitive to the aura of Jade Lin emanating from Chen Han. Chen Han nodded. I have indeed encountered that monster. The Sound Emperor nodded. You did well not to lose your original mind under its temptation. However, my technique is not suitable for male practitioners and is not easily passed on to you. Chen Han blinked and smiled widely. This is my partner Xiao Yuyan. What do you think, senior? Onlookers began to scold him for his shamelessness. It seemed Chen Han was introducing Xiao Yuyan to the Sound Emperor. The Sound Emperor turned her gaze towards Xiao Yuyan, her expression showing surprise. She also possesses an extremely lean body, just like me. Upon hearing this, Chen Han felt hopeful. Girl, come here to me. The Sound Emperor beckoned Xiao Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan hurried to the side of the Sound Emperor, and the two began to chat. After that, Chen Han felt he could be of no further assistance, so he left to seek his own opportunities. Xiao Yuyan and the Sound Emperor were engrossed in their conversation, and it seemed that the Sound Emperor's inheritance was almost secured. Chen Han also encountered several remnants of the Imperial Realm. Although he gained their recognition, he was not satisfied. This action left many people dumbfounded. This was recognition from a powerhouse of the Imperial Realm, yet Chen Han actually rejected it. While he did not want them, they wanted him. Unfortunately, the remnants of the Imperial Realm did not look favorably upon them. Bang! Chen Han turned to see Lei Han's Han clashing with a remnant of the Imperial Realm. The remnant of the Imperial Realm was also quite robust, indicating that Lei Han's Han had earned the others' approval. Chen Han continued to delve deeper, and several remnants approached him for conversation, but he politely declined. Many followed Chen Han, eager to see which remnant of the Imperial Realm this rising dark horse from Lingzhou would choose. Soon a faint glow of energy was captured by Chen Han. Chen Han frowned slightly. Such a weak aura probably hadn't even reached the Saint Realm. Why was it in the ancestral tomb? Chen Han strode forward and respectfully addressed the remnant's senior. Many noticed Chen Han's actions and displayed expressions of astonishment. The aura of this remnant was significantly weaker than that of the others. How could Chen Han choose this remnant? Was he foolish? The remnant slowly turned around and blinked at Chen Han, saying, Kid, your talent could lead you to a stronger inheritance. My meager skills are of no use to you. Chen Han smiled. Senior, I truly do not value your techniques, but I am eager to learn your alchemy skill. Indeed, this remnant did not possess outstanding skills in cultivation. The only reason it could enter the Yi family's ancestral tomb was due to its powerful alchemy. Chen Han speculated that this remnant's alchemy skills might have reached the 10th rank. 10th rank alchemists were extremely rare in Lingzhou. The remnant laughed. Kid, your vision is commendable. I was once an alchemist of the Yi family. May I ask to what rank have your alchemy skills reached? Chen Han asked with a smile. The remnant sighed lightly. It's not high, only the imperial rank. Chen Han was momentarily stunned. Imperial rank alchemy. Wasn't that above the saint rank? No wonder it could enter the ancestral tomb. This remnant's alchemy skills were definitely top-notch at the time. Want to learn? The remnant asked with a smile. Chen Han nodded. After all, imperial rank alchemy techniques produced pills that even imperial figures would fight over. To say he didn't want to learn would be a lie. Very well, I have yet to find an heir for my alchemy skills. You kid I don't dislike, so I shall teach you. However, how much you can comprehend depends on your abilities. The remnant chuckled. Soon a green light surged into Chen Han's mind. Chen Han directly sat down cross-legged to assimilate the remnant's inheritance. Seeing that Chen Han had indeed chosen the inheritance of a royal realm remnant, many expressed disappointment. He could have chosen the imperial realm inheritance, but opted for a royal realm instead. Chen Han truly was foolish. Not long after Chen Han opened his eyes, and his alchemy skills had directly reached the saint rank. Kid, you indeed possess remarkable talent in alchemy. The remnant laughed, satisfied with this disciple. I must also thank you for your guidance, senior. Chen Han replied with a smile. The remnant's soul nodded, then waved his sleeve. Go take this alchemy technique to Lingzhou. It has been 1,000 years since I last saw the outside world. It must have changed quite a bit. Chen Han was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Everything is well. These remnant souls were all-powerful beings who had made significant contributions to Lingzhou. They were constantly thinking about matters concerning Lingzhou. After bidding farewell, Chen Han returned to the place of the Sound Emperor. Xiao Yuyan was sitting cross-legged there, exuding a verdant aura. Upon seeing Chen Han, the Sound Emperor could not help but frown. That little ghost has passed the alchemy technique to you. Chen Han was taken aback, a little ghost. But upon careful thought it made sense. That senior had been separated from the Sound Emperor for thousands of years, and in front of the Sound Emperor, he truly was a junior. The Sound Emperor raised his hand, and a beam of golden light appeared once again, entering Xiao Yuyan's body. It seemed that the Sound Emperor had passed on all of his lifelong skills to Xiao Yuyan. By the way, in the extreme north there is a spiritual monument. You can go there to find the Lingyan Qin I left behind, the Sound Emperor said to Chen Han. The Lingyan Qin was the weapon of the Sound Emperor during her lifetime. During the expedition against Yulin, she did not carry it with her, and after her death the Yi family did not seek this treasure. Now that she had passed on her ultimate skills to Xiao Yuyan, the Sound Emperor naturally wanted to pass the Lingyan Qin to Xiao Yuyan as well. The royal grade treasure of the Lingyan Qin was rare in the world. If Xiao Yuyan could obtain it, it would be of great help. Thank you, senior, Chen Han said respectfully, cupping his hands. He and Xiao Yuyan were not members of the Yi family, yet the Sound Emperor offered everything she had to Xiao Yuyan, which showed her fondness for her. Xiao Yuyan slowly opened her eyes, and the aura within her had completely transformed. The martial arts she had practiced before were now useless to her. All right, the future of Lingzhou will still depend on your protection, the Sound Emperor said with a smile. Chen Han was puzzled. What enemies could Lingzhou still face? The Sound Emperor smiled. Yulin isn't dead, yet is he? Chen Han was startled. Yulin can break through the seal. The Sound Emperor replied with a light smile. The seal is not permanent. After 10,000 years, who knows if it still has any effect? Lord Yunxian has already left the Lingwu continent. Everything on this Lingwu continent still relies on you juniors. Chen Han's expression darkened. Back then so many Emperor Realm powerhouses were no match for Yulin. With the current Lingzhou alone, how could it contend with Yulin? The Sound Emperor could naturally see the current state of Lingzhou. Over the 10,000 years the juniors that came in had been getting weaker with each passing generation. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan were already quite outstanding, but in the face of the sacred realm, they still felt so helpless. He hoped Yulin would not break free so soon, at least giving these young ones some time to grow. After bidding farewell to the Sound Emperor, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan left the ancestral tomb. Many people had already come out indicating that they had all received satisfactory legacies. Brother Chen Han, Lei Han's Han approached with a smile. He had naturally learned that Chen Han had chosen a legacy from a royal figure, and to give Chen Han face, he did not make things difficult for him. Seeing how happy you are, the legacy you received must be quite good, right? Chen Han said with a smile. Lei Han's Han grinned. Not bad. A former Emperor Realm powerhouse from the Yi family gifted me a set of sacred level boxing techniques. Chen Han was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. It seemed the remnant souls in the ancestral tomb were not all like the Sound Emperor, and that senior passing on all their knowledge to others. However, a set of sacred level boxing techniques was already very precious. Even the Lei family might not be able to produce a complete set of sacred level boxing techniques. Those who entered continued to come out one after another with disappointment etched on many faces. The inheritance within the ancestral tomb of the Yi family is not so easily obtained. Soon Yi Mingfeng also emerged, his face brimming with vitality. As a member of the Yi family, it was naturally easier for him to gain the recognition of his ancestors. It seems that Yi Mingfeng's gains from this trip were immense. Upon seeing Lei Hanshan, Yi Mingfeng walked over directly. Have you mastered the crazy new fist technique of ancestor, Yi Hexian? Yi Mingfeng said with a smile. Lei Hanshan grinned. Of course. Yi Mingfeng nodded. I look forward to battling with you to experience the power of the crazy new fist technique for myself. Lei Hanshan had taken his position as the top of the green list, and naturally he wanted to reclaim it. However, Yi Mingfeng was inherently proud and would not resort to underhanded tactics. Since that is the case, he would take the top position openly and honestly. Yi Mingfeng then turned his gaze towards Chen Han, whose ranking on the green list had dropped to 4th, but that did not mean Chen Han was weaker than them. Compared to Lei Hanshan, Yi Mingfeng was more eager to see Chen Han's performance. I heard that brother Chen Han has gained considerable recognition from the Yi family ancestors. Why did you choose an ancestor from the King realm? Yi Mingfeng was puzzled. They had already reached the pinnacle of the King realm, why would they need someone of the same realm to instruct them? The Saint realm was merely a step away. Yi Mingfeng truly did not understand Chen Han's approach. Chen Han smiled. As long as there are gains, I am already very grateful to the Yi family. Yi Mingfeng was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. That's good. A few days later, I will marry Lin Fei. Both of you must come on time. Definitely. Though Yi Mingfeng was proud by nature, he had a generous character. However, due to the incident with Xing Yingxi, Chen Han felt a slight estrangement from the Yi family and chose not to engage deeply. Yi Gufeng landed in the center of the crowd, his gaze sweeping around before finally settling on Chen Han. Second uncle. Yi Mingfeng respectfully saluted. Yi Gufeng nodded, then looked at Chen Han and said, come with me. The crowd was shocked. How could the Saint realm of the Yi family call for Chen Han? Chen Han frowned, letting Xiao Yuyan leave with Lei Han's Han and the others first, then followed Yi Gufeng. Yi Gufeng took Chen Han directly to a secluded courtyard. This courtyard was quiet with few passers-by nearby. Senior, what do you need from me? Chen Han asked with a frown. He and Yi Gufeng should not have too much interaction. What could be the reason for Yi Gufeng seeking him? I won't beat around the bush, your father is not dead yet. Yi Gufeng said indifferently, his voice heavy. Chen Han looked at Yi Gufeng in shock, incredulous. Do you know where he is? Chen Han hurriedly asked. Yi Gufeng shook his head. Your father was once my equal. How could he easily be killed by Xing Hechuan? However, due to certain reasons, he is trapped in a location. Recently, he contacted me using divine sound. What did my father say? Chen Han's eyes widened, unable to believe Yi Gufeng's words. In the extreme north at the Temple of 10,000 Thoughts. The extreme north. Chen Han's expression grew solemn. It seemed he truly had to make a trip there. Chen Han. Yi Gufeng continued. Do you think the Lingwu continent is left with only those in the Saint realm? Chen Han frowned. From what he knew, the Saint realm indeed represented the pinnacle in the Lingwu continent. Of course, this did not include Yulin, who was sealed by Yun Xian, and whose return was uncertain. Chen Han nodded. However, Yi Gufeng shook his head and said, after the battle with Yulin back, then the spiritual energy in the Lingwu continent became exceptionally thin. But that does not mean there are no Emperor Realm powerhouses left. However, the Lingzhou is no longer sufficient for those in the Emperor Realm to cultivate. They have to venture into the 3 forbidden lands of the Lingwu continent to enhance their cultivation. The extreme northern region is one of the 3 forbidden lands. Every year during a certain period, some Holy Realm individuals from Lingzhou also emerge, heading to the 3 forbidden lands in search of opportunities to advance to the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, with the heritage of several great families, there should be more than just these few Holy Realm individuals. Yi Gufeng's statement was understandable. However, even so, the strength of the Lingwu continent is far from what the fact that Lingzhou's spiritual energy is thin cannot be changed. I will say no more on this matter. Yi Gufeng said as he stood up, his tone solemn. Senior, what do you wish to tell me? Chen Han asked, raising his gaze. Yi Gufeng smiled. I must say your talent is exceptional among your peers in Lingzhou. Even Yi Mingfeng would not be your opponent. However, the Lingwu continent is vast, and your current cultivation at the Wang realm is not sufficient to establish yourself. If Yulin breaks the seal, even I would only be cannon fodder. Chen Han's expression became grave. Is Yulin really going to break the seal, eh? Yi Gufeng sighed softly. When I entered the ancestral tomb back, then I asked the ancestors of the Yi family. The seal set by Yun Xian lasts only for 10,000 years, and that time is approaching quickly. Of course, Yulin is unaware of this matter. But if he notices that the seal is weakening, he will undoubtedly sense it. Yet the current Lingwu continent is far from what it was 10,000 years ago. We cannot produce a second Yun Xian. Yi Gufeng's words were very clear. If Yulin breaks the seal, the destruction of the Lingwu continent is. However, the warriors of the Lingwu continent all share a belief that a second Yun Xian will eventually appear to lead the Lingwu continent in defeating Yulin. But who that person will be remains unknown. As the oldest family, the Yi family has been preparing in this regard for a long time. In terms of heritage, even if the other 5 great families united, they would not be a match for the Yi family. Yi Gufeng ceased speaking and directly stepped away. Chen Han remained in place for a long time, constantly pondering Yi Gufeng's words. However, he must make a trip to the extreme northern region, the forbidden lands of the Lingwu continent. He must venture there as well. On the day of the Yi family's grand wedding, the entire Lingwen city was draped in red gauze. Various factions had already gathered within the Yi family to attend the banquet, bringing treasures to present to the Yi family. Yin Wanlin took out a 10th grade spiritual treasure, astonishing everyone. The Yin family, true to their vast enterprise, could casually give away a 10th grade spiritual treasure. Other factions also presented their treasures, each more precious than the last. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan stepped into the Yi family's entrance, and the Yi family members immediately called out, Lingxiao sect's Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan have arrived. All eyes quickly turned to Chen Han. This rising dark horse possesses outstanding talent. No one knows what treasures Lingxiao sect will bring to present to the Yi family. Treasures? Chen Han was momentarily taken aback. Ling Dongi had not mentioned this to him. Wasn't this a trap? However, looking at the treasures collected by the Yi family, Chen Han smiled inwardly, as his spatial pouch immediately filled with many good items. Chen Han, your Lingxiao sect surely won't come empty-handed, will you? This is the grand banquet of the Yi family. If Lingxiao sect doesn't present a 10th grade treasure, it would hardly be acceptable. Yin Wanlin chuckled. The Yin family has indeed contributed a 10th grade spiritual treasure, while the other forces are not to be underestimated. Of course, the treasures gifted by the Nightshat sect and the Huangming sect, renowned alongside the Lingxiao sect, are of a lower grade. The three sects are indeed showing weakness, lacking the profound background of the Yin family. As for the treasures, the sect master did not provide me with one, but I can contribute on behalf of the Lingxiao sect. Chen Han chuckled. Yin Wanlin smiled faintly. Then you must think carefully. The treasures we offer are all family heirlooms. Don't bring out something worthless to fool us. Everyone nodded as Chen Han is the 4th ranked on the Qing list. If what he presents is unsatisfactory, it may lead to gossip. Chen Han smiled, and then took out an exquisite treasure box. Everyone looked over, eager to see what Chen Han would provide. The treasure box opened and golden light burst forth, causing many to avert their eyes. What the heck is this? So dazzling. It's a holy grade pill. This is a holy grade pill. A holy grade pill. Does the Lingxiao sect have holy grade pills? Impossible. Everyone was astonished. If they had holy grade pills, the Lingxiao sect would have produced a saint long ago. Chen Han smiled, and handed the pill to a member of the Yi family. In recent days, Chen Han had refined quite a few holy grade pills. His alchemy skills had stabilized at the holy grade level, and there were even faint signs of a breakthrough. Is this enough? Chen Han smiled at Yin Wanlin. Yin Wanlin was momentarily speechless. Holy grade pills are quite rare among the major families, and Chen Han's ability to present such a treasure left him without words. All right, please come inside, everyone. Yi Mingfeng frowned. He did not want the guests to crowd at the door. Everyone took their seats. This wedding feast was indeed quite grand. Even the dishes served were not below 7th grade. If someone with low cultivation came here for a meal, they might reach the spirit mansion realm in just a few days. The most powerful families in Lingzhou truly lived up to their reputation. Where is Yu Linfei? Why isn't she out yet? Lei Han grinned, looking unafraid of causing trouble. Yi Mingfeng shot a glare at Lei Han. He had long known that this kid would stir up trouble. Linfei will come soon. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Mingfeng snorted coldly. Since we have to wait a bit, why not have a spar to liven things up? Lei Han quickly chimed in, as he did not plan to let Yi Mingfeng have an easy time. As soon as Lei Han spoke, many cheered. It was a rare opportunity to see the top disciples of Lingzhou clash. Yi Mingfeng smiled calmly. I see you all have conspired to set me up. Wang Feng from the Zhitian pavilion laughed heartily. How could that be? We are good friends. The others laughed in agreement, truly a group of good friends. All right, then let's set up the combat array. Yi Mingfeng called lightly, and a formation appeared in midair. The formation was of 10th grade. Even a Wang realm expert within it could not shatter the formation using all their strength. Fighting within this formation would not disturb others. Not bad, I like it. Lei Han laughed heartily, and stepped directly onto the formation. Many gasped in surprise, not expecting Lei Han to be the first to strike. This was going to be interesting. Just as Yi Mingfeng was about to make a move, a figure charged forward. On the day of the grand wedding, how can I let you go first? Wait a moment. The speaker was naturally emoing you. As he stepped onto the formation, dark ink swirled around him, exuding an overwhelming presence. Lei Han shook his head at Mo-ing Yu. Old Mo, I don't want to fight you. Let Yi Mingfeng come up. Mo-ing Yu couldn't help but smile. Lei Han, I know that you have teamed up with Wang Feng to deal with Yi Mingfeng. How about we split into 2 teams and have a competition? Lei Han was taken aback, but immediately laughed heartily. Good. Very good. Mo-ing Yu smiled. Those on the Qingbang can choose their own camps. However, the loser must leave behind a 9th grade treasure as a wager for Yi Mingfeng. The crowd cheered, for on this joyous day the winner could only be Yi Mingfeng. Yi Mingfeng smiled wryly below as his joyous occasion was overshadowed by these people's showiness. In just a few breaths, Mo-ing Yu engaged Lei Han in battle, with spiritual energy exploding, creating a shocking scene. The crowd gasped repeatedly. This was the battle of the top powers on the Qingbang, simply terrifying. After a stick of incense, Lei Han cursed as he descended from the formation. Mo-ing Yu did not confront Lei Han head-on. Instead, he relied on long-range martial arts to continuously wear Lei Han down. This brute who only knew how to brawl was utterly helpless. Mo-ing Yu, you're being dishonest. Fight me face to face like a man. Lei Han cursed, looking very displeased. Mo-ing Yu grinned. Fight you, a brutish bear heathen. Do you think him a fool? Lei Han was so furious he couldn't speak. He hadn't even used half of his strength before losing, which was infuriating. Mo-ing Yu exited the formation and many jumped to Yi Mingfeng's camp. Without Lei Hanshan, Yi Mingfeng's odds of winning were greatly increased. Wang Feng frowned, not expecting Lei Han to be defeated so quickly. "I'll take my turn." Shun Linfeng from the Divine Oracle Pavilion stepped onto the formation, his aura magnificent. On the Qingbang, Shun Linfeng ranked 8th, and he was also an extremely powerful presence. Yi Mingfeng exchanged glances with a few others and saw a thin man standing up. Wen Xiong. Yi Mingfeng was slightly surprised. This person was indeed a disciple of the Wen family, one of the 6 great families Wen Luini, who was currently ranked 7th on the Qingbang. Wen Luini smiled, "Don't worry, leave it to me." As Wen Luini took the stage, Shun Linfeng's expression turned grim. He had fought Wen Luini several times, and Wen Luini had always come out half a move ahead. They were old rivals. Before long, Shun Linfeng was being beaten by Wen Luini, without a chance to retaliate. Facing a nemesis, Shun Linfeng had no temper left. "Damn it! Yi Mingfeng, are you all conspiring together?" Lei Han shouted as the two opponents were clearly very effective against his side. "How are we supposed to fight this?" Moing Yu smiled. "Lei Hanshan, you teamed up with Wang Feng, so why can't we?" Lei Han shouted angrily, disregarding his own pride. "We still have a trump card. We're not afraid of you." Lei Han shouted confidently. "Trump card?" Yi Mingfeng and the others were taken aback, somewhat confused. Lei Han eagerly ran over to Chen Han's side. "Brother Chen Han, could you lend a hand?" Knowing Chen Han's strength, he was naturally confident. Chen Han was taken aback, not expecting that the trump card Lei Han mentioned would be him. Before Chen Han could stand up, Yin Wanlin had already risen. "I've heard that Chen Han's talent is monstrous. We've met several times, but never fought. Today I really want to have a go." The crowd blinked in surprise as they knew Yin Wanlin did not think highly of Chen Han. However, Chen Han's ranking on the Qingbang had already reached 4th, and he had defeated Xing Yedao, so Yin Wanlin's chances did not look good. Chen Han glanced at Yin Wanlin, coughed lightly. "I'm not feeling well today. How about letting Yu Yin compete with you?" And the surroundings were eerily silent. No one would have expected that Chen Han would have Xiao Yuyin take his place. Yin Wanlin's expression was exceedingly grim. Chen Han actually brought a woman to humiliate him. Did he think she had no temper? "Chen Han, what do you mean? Hiding behind a woman is no skill. Let me tell you, I won't go easy on her. If anything happens to your woman, I'm not responsible." Yin Wanlin gritted his teeth and shouted, wishing he could tear Chen Han apart. Chen Han looked at Yin Wanlin calmly and smiled. "I don't think you have the capability. Don't you agree, wife?" Xiao Yuyin shot Chen Han a glance. Given Chen Han's current strength, there was really no need for him to deal with Yin Wanlin personally. Yin Wanlin had no ability to resist before Chen Han. Xiao Yuyin remained silent and leaped directly onto the formation, her sword pointed at Yin Wanlin. Yin Wanlin's face turned even darker. Even this woman looked down on him. "Fine, I will make you regret this. Chen Han, you wait." Yin Wanlin stepped onto the formation without hesitation and launched an attack on Xiao Yuyin. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Yin Wanlin's strength to have reached this level, not even inferior to Lei Han. After all, the Yin family was one of the 6 major families, and as the most outstanding descendant of the Yin family, it was normal for him to possess such strength after exhausting the family resources for training. Whoosh! Within the formation, the two clashed several times. Yin Wanlin's strength was already shocking, but the power unleashed by Xiao Yuyin stunned everyone even more. Xiao Yuyin was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, she showed a faint, overpowering presence. The technique of the Sound Emperor Xiao Yuyin actually obtained the Sound Emperor's technique. Impressive. I didn't expect Chen Han's wife to possess such strength. These two really opened everyone's eyes. It seems the Qingbang rankings will change again. I believe Xiao Yuyin's strength is definitely not weaker than the top 10 in the Qingbang. The crowd exclaimed continuously. No wonder Chen Han let Xiao Yuyin take the stage. He clearly was not worried about her defeat. With such strength, would Xiao Yuyin still fear those in the top 10 of the Qingbang? Before long, Yin Wanlin was clearly at a disadvantage. With a sharp strike from Xiao Yuyin, Yin Wanlin was sent flying out of the formation. Good. Lei Han cheered loudly. With this, their faction had secured a victory. Xiao Yuyin landed next to Chen Han and shot him an annoyed glance. Chen Han affectionately squeezed Xiao Yuyin's hand, completely unconcerned about the gazes around them. Many people swallowed hard. They had to admire Chen Han's good fortune. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he also had a wife as beautiful as a celestial being. Had he perhaps saved the spirit martial continent in his previous life? In the next few battles, both factions had wins and losses. Yi Mingfeng finally stood up. As the host of this wedding banquet, he naturally had to take action, once announcing his strength to everyone in Lingzhou. Yi Mingfeng is finally going to make a move. I heard that he obtained a powerful inheritance in the ancestral tomb, and his spirit saint body has reached great perfection. Indeed powerful. I wonder who Lei Han's side will send out. Wang Feng. Wang Feng might still be lacking. Lei Han's has already made a move, and it seems no one else can step up. Don't forget there is also Chen Han. Chen Han is currently ranked 4th in the Qingbang, which does not mean he is weaker than Lei Han's. Suddenly the crowd turned their gaze towards Chen Han, eagerly anticipating a battle between Yi Mingfeng and Chen Han. One was Yi Mingfeng, who had long stood at the pinnacle of the Qingbang, and the other was Chen Han, who had only risen this year. Their confrontation would surely lead to an intense battle. Yi Mingfeng smiled, lightly gazing at Chen Han. It seems everyone is eager for you to take action. Chen Han was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. In that case, I shall exchange a few moves with you. However, today is your grand wedding, so we shall keep it brief. Yi Mingfeng laughed heartily. Very well, let me see your strength. With a cold snort, Yi Mingfeng stepped directly into the air, entering the formation. His aura erupted, unleashing the full power of a peak King Realm cultivator in an instant. Yi Mingfeng was just one step away from the Saint Realm. Chen Han also leaped into the formation, the shurrying sword in his hand faintly resonating, as if it had long awaited this battle. If it weren't for the matter of Mu Peng, Yi Mingfeng would still be ranked first on the Qing list. Moreover, with the inheritance obtained from the Yi family's ancestral tomb, Chen Han must not underestimate him. Boom. Both of them struck at the same time, their powerful auras sweeping across the entire formation. The crowd gasped in awe. The clash between these two was even more captivating than the previous battles. Within the formation, the two had exchanged moves several times, with neither gaining the upper hand. However, Yi Mingfeng, facing Chen Han, directly understood that Chen Han had not used his full strength, while he himself was at his strongest. Who exactly is Chen Han? He could not believe that a mere Lingxiao sect could produce such a prodigy. Yi Mingfeng's sword is incredibly domineering. I've heard that he obtained the inheritance of a sword emperor in the ancestral tomb, which gives him a greater chance of victory. Indeed, viewed from this perspective, Chen Han only obtained the inheritance of a King Realm figure in the Yi family's ancestral tomb, so he is far from Yi Mingfeng's level. It's too early to say. After they exchange a few more rounds, we should have clarity. Below, the spectators were buzzing, speculating on the outcome of this battle. Only Xiao Yuyan and Lei Hantan were completely unconcerned about whether Chen Han would lose. After all, Chen Han had crushed Mu Peng, and no matter how strong Yi Mingfeng was, he might not be able to contend with the pseudo-saint. Fight! The twin swords clashed, once more erupting in fierce sparks. Yi Mingfeng's sword moved like the wind and shadows, unpredictable. Chen Han's sword, however, was exceptionally ferocious, causing the King Realm figures below to show signs of fear. If they were to receive Chen Han's sword, how many could withstand it? The one paling the most was naturally Yin Wanlin. The power Chen Han unleashed could easily crush him. Had he faced Chen Han earlier, he would have suffered a disastrous defeat. Silent Wind Sword. Yi Mingfeng executed a strike. This technique was taught by the Sword Emperor in the Yi family's ancestral tomb. A 10th grade sword technique extremely rare in Lingzhou. The number of people who could block Yi Mingfeng's sword was pitifully few. Lingxiao 3 styles. Demonic entry style. Chen Han was equally unyielding. The twin swords clashed, stirring up waves of air. Boom. The sword energy reverberated. Both sides retreated a few steps. Chen Han sheathed his sword, a calm smile on his face. Thank you for your guidance. After saying this, Chen Han stepped out of the formation and returned to his position. Yi Mingfeng, standing in the formation, felt his hand gripping the sword tremble slightly. At a glance, it appeared he had narrowly triumphed. Yet he was well aware that Chen Han had not exerted his full strength with that sword. He was merely letting him win. Despite not using the Spirit Saint body or releasing his intent, even if he did, Yi Mingfeng had no confidence in certain victory. Chen Han's strength seemed to have reached a new height. In Lingzhou, Chen Han was undoubtedly the number one in the King Realm. Without a doubt. The wedding feast continued, and the battle between the two factions came to a pause. Those who lost promptly presented their treasures, expressing their goodwill. Some of the winning prodigies also presented treasures. On this joyous occasion, they would not hold back. Chen Han also took out a 9th grade pill. He may lack in other areas, but he possesses an abundance of pills. For Chen Han, 9th grade pills are already among the weakest. Yu Linfei also stepped out, draped in red gauze, her demeanor dignified and alluring. Many outstanding talents displayed expressions of anguish. Oh, how could they be happy as their most remarkable peer becomes a bride today? At the Yi family wedding banquet, all major forces laid down their disputes, united only for the sake of revelry. Once the banquet concluded, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan departed from the Yi family. Members of other factions also began to withdraw. The forthcoming period would pose the true challenge for Yi Mingfeng. Marrying Yu Linfei is not a trivial matter, yet what follows has no bearing on Chen Han. Under the cover of night, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan returned to the Lingxiao sect. Upon their return, good news soon arrived. The sect master has reached the Saint Realm. Chen Han was astonished. He found it hard to believe this news. Ling Dongi had been in seclusion for nearly a month and had finally attained the Saint Realm. With the Lingxiao sect now boasting a Saint Realm expert and 2 prodigies in Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan, their status in Lingzhou would rise several tiers. At the very least, they would far surpass the other 2 major sects. A few days later, several figures approached the Lingxiao sect. They were from the Xie family. Without the support of the Lingxiao sect, the Xie family was quickly suppressed by nearby forces. Now that Ling Dongyi had entered the Saint realm, the Xie family no longer entertained thoughts of resistance and came to the Lingxiao sect to apologize. Naturally, Ling Dongyi did not care for the Xie family, but after that incident it was clear that the Xie family could never enter the core of the Lingxiao sect. However, a piece of news brought by the Xie family caught the attention of everyone in the Lingxiao sect. Yu Sei has appeared in the Huan forest. Ling Dongyi's expression changed. Xie Qing nodded with a smile. Members of my Xie family received news that the young master has indeed been spotted in the Huan forest. However, that was already a month ago. I do not know if she is still there now. Ling Dongyi nodded. Alright, I understand. You may leave now. The Xie family quickly departed, satisfied that the Lingxiao sect did not pursue previous matters. Chen Han, who was nearby, naturally heard about Ling Yi's whereabouts. The Xie family's knowledge of Ling Yi's location must be to capture her and threaten the Lingxiao sect. However, with Ling Dongyi now a saint, the Xie family no longer had the courage. Where is the Huan forest? Chen Han frowned and asked, noticing Ling Dongyi's expression of concern. Ling Dongyi sighed softly. The Huan forest is located in the center of the 3 forbidden lands of the Lingwu continent. Because nearby the 3 forbidden lands, neither the human race nor the demon race wishes to manage this area. Indeed, many powerful individuals who have committed crimes flee to the Huan forest, where they have established a village. However, the Huan forest frequently suffers attacks from the beasts of the forbidden lands, making it an unstable place. Even those of the King realm are not absolutely safe there. Chen Han nodded. Before she left, Ling Yi was only at the peak of the spirit sovereign realm. While she was not weak, she lacked the ability to protect herself against the beasts of the forbidden lands. Moreover, the Huan forest is filled with ruthless individuals lacking any order. If she encounters malefactors there, Ling Yi could be in grave danger. I will go there personally. Ling Dongyi stood up decisively. He could not let Ling Yi face danger. Now that he had reached the Saint realm, he would be a top-tier presence in the Huan forest. The 3 forbidden areas. Chen Han frowned, as the extreme north was also one of the forbidden zones. Since the Lakewan forest bordered the 3 forbidden areas, it was just the right place for him to go. Master, may I accompany you and Yu Yan? Chen Han spoke up. Ling Dongyi frowned. The Lakewan forest is exceedingly dangerous. Although both of you possess outstanding talents, you are bound to encounter peril. I think it would be safer to wait until you reach the sacred realm before going to the Lakewan forest. Chen Han smiled and shook his head. Rest assured, Master, both Yu Yan and I will take care of our own safety. However, due to certain special reasons, we must go there. Ling Dongyi nodded. Very well, you may accompany me on this. Having said that, Ling Dongyi ordered someone to make arrangements for this matter. He needed to find Ling Yi quickly to ease his worries. After 2 days of travel, Ling Dongyi brought Xiao Yuyan and Chen Han to the Lakewan forest. A modest little town, its walls made of large stones stacked together, providing minimal protection. This town was frequently attacked by beasts, and no matter how sturdy the walls, they were of little use. The people within the town naturally kept things simple, relying solely on their own skills to fend off the beasts. Those who died at the hands of the beasts could only blame their own lack of ability. Inside the town, Chen Han encountered numerous demon clans. There was no distinction between the 2 races here, only the weak and the strong were present. Those who could not even reach the Spirit Master realm would never think of staying here. If someone were to be killed by others, no one would care. I will inquire about Yi's whereabouts, Ling Dongyi said with a serious expression before disappearing from sight. As long as Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan did not leave the town, Ling Dongyi could quickly reach them. If anything happened to the 2, they could simply call for Ling Dongyi. This Lakewan city is quite interesting. There are more figures of the King realm here than in the Lingxiao sect, Xiao Yuyan remarked with a blink. In Lakewan city, one could not survive without sufficient strength. It is precisely for this reason that those with low cultivation have been cleared out. Those who remain are all powerful individuals. Moreover, the treasures within the 3 forbidden areas have attracted many strong practitioners to seek fortune. Naturally, there were many in the King realm in Lakewan city, and occasionally figures from the sacred realm could be seen. Are you 2 here for the first time in Lakewan city? A man with a sharp face approached Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan with a smile. Although this person looked rather unsavory, his cultivation was solidly at the late King realm. Such strength was already notable in Lakewan city, even gaining some recognition. Chen Han nodded. It's my first time here. The man smiled and introduced himself. I am Wendong, and I have been in Lakewan city for several years, well acquainted with everything here. If you need anything, you can find me. However, regarding compensation, you'll have to weigh it yourself. I, Wendong, have always been very principled in my dealings. Chen Han glanced at Wendong, finding him quite amusing. He then took out a 9th grade pill and tossed it directly to him. Upon seeing the 9th grade pill, Wendong's expression changed immediately. If you 2 have any questions, please feel free to ask. There is nothing I, Wendong, do not know. Chen Han raised his gaze and scanned the surroundings. Have you seen a girl with a carefree personality who looks like a young lady from a certain power? Sometimes she does things without thinking, doing whatever she wants. Xiao Yuyan shot Chen Han a glance, feeling that his description was rather vague. Which young lady wasn't like that? I have indeed seen her. I heard she is the young master of the Lingxiao sect, Wendong said, causing Xiao Yuyan to widen her eyes in surprise. It seems these two indeed matched. Speak, what news do you have about her? Chen Han inquired. Wendong hesitated for a moment. The young master of the Lingxiao sect recently signed up for a team heading to the Xingtian Lake, seemingly to seek treasures there. So many days have passed as she should still be at Xingtian Lake. Chen Han's expression darkened. After all, Xingtian Lake was one of the 3 forbidden places. With Ling Yi's cultivation at most just entering the King realm, wasn't it akin to seeking death to go there? Are there any teams still going to Xingtian Lake recently, or anyone who can guide us? Chen Han quickly asked. Wendong blinked and smiled, then rubbed his fingers together. Chen Han glanced at Wendong and tossed out a grade 9 elixir. Wendong hurriedly replied, Yes. I heard that Gao Laoda and his team will head to Xingtian Lake tomorrow. Gao Laoda is quite familiar with the terrain there. However, Gao Laoda is not an easy person to deal with. It being part of his team can be quite challenging. What do you mean by that? Chen Han frowned. Wendong grinned widely, rubbing his fingers again. These outsiders were just like fat pigs ready for slaughter. If he didn't take more from them, how could he justify his skills? Chen Han's face suddenly turned icy, a chill enveloping Wendong's body in an instant. Seeing that Chen Han was not to be trifled with, Wendong quickly added, though Gao Laoda does not charge fees, entering his team means you must follow his orders. Many who joined his team ended up as cannon fodder. If you want to join Gao Laoda, you must have some strength. However, young master, your peak King realm cultivation is more than sufficient. Gao Laoda should welcome a master like you. Chen Han nodded. He had gathered enough information. Next, he would notify Ling Dongi to seek out Gao Laoda. Before long, Chen Han found Ling Dongi and shared everything with him. Ling Dongi looked at Chen Han in astonishment, unsure where they had heard such news. Xingtian Lake is incredibly dangerous. Oh, what is that girl going there for? Ling Dongi gritted his teeth, filled with worry. Tomorrow Gao Laoda's team will head to Xingtian Lake. We can ask them to guide us. Chen Han spoke. Ling Dongi nodded. Then let's find them and have them guide us. Ridiculous. Do you think Gao Laoda is someone you can just ask to guide you? A tall man at a nearby table suddenly burst into laughter, and those around him joined in. Gao Laoda is a well-known figure in Huan City with pseudo-saint cultivation that rivals many strong practitioners there. How could such a powerful individual easily assist a few outsiders? Chen Han's gaze turned towards the tall man who was merely at the mid-king realm, just an ant. If you remain silent, no one will take you for a mute. Xiao Yuyan shot a glance at the man. Little girl, do you know, in Huan City, I could easily take you home if I wanted. The man snorted coldly, his eyes greedily fixating on Xiao Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan's beauty was unparalleled, rare in a place like Huan City. If he could capture such a stunning beauty, wouldn't that be delightful? Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Chen Han took a sip of tea and calmly spoke. The man immediately stood up, flipping the table and shouting, Kid, you're quite arrogant. In Huan City, this isn't your home. No one will pamper you. Today I'll teach you a lesson. I will take your woman. Those nearby sneered. These outsiders dared to behave so rampantly in Huan City. With so many in the king realm on the man's side, the beauty was bound to suffer, perhaps even meeting her end in bed. With a loud bang, Chen Han struck out with a palm, reducing the man to ashes scattered by the wind. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. The companions of the man ran away in fear. A mid-level Wang realm cultivator could be killed with a single slap. What immense power this must be. These few people are not to be trifled with. You are doomed. This man is from the faction of Gao Laoda. Didn't you just seek his help? Now that you have killed someone from Gao Laoda's side, how could he possibly assist you? Someone hastily interjected. Chen Han glanced at the person and smiled. No worries, even if Gao Laoda does not wish to help, he will have to. Others were taken aback. What kind of status did these people have to be so audacious? Could they possibly be from the major powers of Lingzhou? To them, the major powers were certainly entities like the Yi family. Although the 3 great immortal sects were impressive, they did not hold significant sway in Huan City. The next morning, Chen Han and the others found Gao Laoda's residence. They saw Gao Laoda and his group preparing to depart. Upon spotting Chen Han and his companions, someone who had seen them in the tavern shouted immediately, Gao Laoda, it's this guy who killed old Zhang. The eyes of Gao Laoda's group immediately fell upon Chen Han. Gao Laoda's gaze turned furious. How dare they kill his man? Did they think he was easy to deal with? Just as Gao Laoda was about to curse, Ling Dongi stepped forward, revealing the aura of a Saint Realm cultivator. Are you Gao Laoda? The members of Gao Laoda's group suddenly felt their legs weaken. This was a Saint Realm powerhouse. How could old Zhang provoke someone like that? It's me, what is it that you need? Gao Laoda quickly surrendered. Although he was a pseudo-saint compared to a true saint, he had no chance of winning. Take us to Xingtian Lake. Ling Dongi spoke calmly. Gao Laoda nodded hurriedly. Of course, please follow us. Not only Gao Laoda, but others also became considerably more obedient. In front of a Saint Realm powerhouse, even the local bullies of Huan City had to bow down. Gao Laoda and his group obediently led the 3 to Xingtian Lake. Along the way, when encountering demonic beasts, Gao Laoda and his companions dealt with them themselves, no longer sending cannon fodder as before. They could not afford to send cannon fodder against a Saint Realm opponent. The group pressed on until they reached Xingtian Lake, where the azure waters exuded a rich spiritual energy. Although Xingtian Lake appeared beautiful and tranquil, it concealed many dangers within. Someone had once witnessed a gigantic octopus emerge from the lake, swallowing a group of Wang Realm cultivators. That enormous octopus was at least at the Saint Realm, while Wang Realm cultivators seemed like mere shrimp in its eyes. Are we going to dive into the lake? Seeing Gao Laoda's group preparing their gear, Chen Han frowned and asked, could it be that Ling Yi also went into the lake? How dangerous that would be. Of course, coming to Xingtian Lake is naturally for diving. However, we won't venture into the depths of Xingtian Lake, as I've heard that place even harbors Imperial Realm demonic beasts. Although I Gao Laoda love wealth, I cannot afford to provoke Imperial Realm demonic beasts. Gao Laoda spoke, his face filled with dread. Imperial Realm demonic beasts could easily slaughter Ling Zhou. There is a reason why Xingtian Lake is called a Forbidden Zone. Chen Han glanced at Ling Dongyi, who wore an unusually grave expression. For someone with Ling Yi's cultivation, entering Xingtian Lake would be extremely perilous. Take this pill. Chen Han handed a pill to both Ling Dongyi and Xiao Yuyan. Upon seeing this, Gao Laoda and his companions immediately displayed envious expressions. What Chen Han produced was a pill that allowed martial artists to move naturally underwater. Such a pill was quite rare and exceptionally precious in Huan City. Do you want it, eh? Chen Han glanced at Gao Laoda. He had plenty of these pills. Gao Laoda and the others nodded eagerly. With this pill, their expedition in Xingtian Lake would be much smoother. Chen Han smiled. If you all do your part, there will be rewards for you. With that, he tossed several pills into the hands of Gao Laoda and the others. Gao Laoda nodded quickly. With these pills, they might secure even better treasures. If they could obtain a 10th grade treasure, this trip would be immensely profitable. They entered the water, the icy lake water splashing against them, feeling a slight chill. However, Chen Han and the others, having taken the pills, were not concerned. Thanks to this pill, they could move underwater for up to a week without needing to surface. Do you know about the team that arrived at Xingtian Lake a few days ago? Chen Han frowned as he asked if Gao Laoda knew about this team. It would make things easier. Gao Laoda was taken aback. Are you talking about Mu Leogui's team? I heard that guy specially brought a young lady to Xingtian Lake. The dangers of Xingtian Lake are perfect for that old fellow to show off. Ear. Ling Dongyi's expression turned extremely grave. From Gao Laoda's words, it was clear that Mu Laogui was not a good person. If Mu Laogui left Ear in Xingtian Lake, it would be extremely dangerous. Take us to find them. Ling Dongyi spoke with a stern face. Gao Laoda nodded quickly. He dared not defy Ling Dongyi's words. The group dove deeper, and the beasts appearing around them reached the late stage of the King Realm, or even the peak of the King Realm. This was already the last line for Gao Laoda and his group. If they encountered a Holy Realm beast, they would be doomed. However, with Ling Dongyi, a Holy Realm expert, their safety was greatly increased. That guy Mu Laogui must have taken your friend to the Ghost Cave. He'll take you there. Gao Laoda quickly stated. To have a Holy Realm expert owe him a favor, he was more than happy. It would be best if Ling Dongyi became furious and killed Mu Laogui. He would greatly benefit from that. The Ghost Cave was an extremely dangerous place within Xingtian Lake. The beasts inside were at least in the late stage of the King Realm. Even a pseudo-holy like Gao Laoda did not want to enter such a place. Mu Leogui's strength surpassed Gao Laoda by a margin. That was why he dared to bring the relatively weaker Ling Yi to the Ghost Cave. However, Holy Realm beasts occasionally appeared in the cave. If Mu Laogui and his group encountered them, they would definitely abandon Ling Yi and flee. That's the place. Chen Han and the others looked in the direction Gao Laoda pointed, where a cave resembling a skull appeared before them. At the cave entrance, many white bones could be seen. It is said that traces of holy grade spirit treasures once appeared in the cave, attracting many visitors. However, many became the souls of the Ghost Cave. An eerie and mournful wailing faintly echoed from within, extremely strange. Gao Laoda and the others instinctively shivered. Chen Han frowned. Who knew if the Ghost Cave was a trap? Having Gao Laoda and the others leading the way provided some reassurance. Gao Laoda. Chen Han frowned. Who knew if the Ghost Cave was a trap? Having Gao Laoda and the others leading the way provided some reassurance. Gao Laoda nodded quickly, leading the way into the cave with Chen Han and the three following. Inside the Ghost Cave, the paths were intricate and complex with numerous caves. Among these caves, some terrifying figures lurked. However, upon sensing Ling Dongyi's aura, many beasts chose to remain silent. A Holy Realm human is not to be trifled with. The old ghost of Mu and his group must have headed in this direction. The team from Huan City has only explored this road, which is relatively safer. It is one of Mu's men. The old ghost of Gao immediately recognized the identity of the corpse. There are only about 10,000 people residing in Huan City, and most of them know each other. Since the old ghost of Gao and Mu are competitors, it is normal for him to recognize this person. They must be ahead. Gao continued, not expecting that Mu's men would die here. It seems they encountered a powerful beast, otherwise with Mu's strength, it would be impossible for his subordinates. In Huan City, it is quite common for martial artists to be killed. Because of this, the people under him are very precious. Losing even one would greatly diminish the team's strength. There is a powerful demonic aura ahead. Ling Dongi suddenly spoke. The power he mentioned naturally refers to reaching the Holy Realm. If it weren't for the Holy Realm Beast, Mu's group would not have suffered such heavy losses. In a cave, several figures huddled together, their faces filled with heavy expressions. How could we encounter a Holy Realm Beast here? The leader, a bald man, is indeed the old ghost of Mu, and behind him is a graceful figure. Ling Yi agreed to come to Xingtian Lake to cultivate under the old ghost of Mu to enhance her strength. Little did she expect to end up in such a dangerous place. Old ghost of Mu, didn't you say that Holy Realm Beast wouldn't appear here? Are you lying to me? Ling Yi gritted her teeth. She wants to become stronger, but does not want to die. Ling Xiaozong is still waiting for her to return. How can she die here? Father, I am unfilial, unable to fulfill my duty to you. As Ling Yi closed her eyes, a figure suddenly appeared before her. When Ling Yi opened her eyes, she saw Ling Dongi already locked in battle with the giant crab. Father! Ling Yi stared in shock, wondering how Ling Dongi could be here. Chen Han, take Yi and leave quickly. Ling Dongi spoke with a grim expression. This giant crab, though also at the early Saint realm, possessed formidable strength. Coupled with its hard shell, Ling Dongi was uncertain he could slay it. If only Ling Yi could escape, he would find a way to break free. Boss, it's a Saint realm expert. Seems like he knows that girl. Would Old Ghost's men immediately spoke up. Would Old Ghost's eyes darted a greedy glint, appearing. Let's go seize the girl and block the ghost cave. That Saint realm expert will die here. The others burst into laughter, seeing it as a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Boss, there's a young man and a woman beside the girl. The woman is even more beautiful. Would Old Ghost's gaze was instantly drawn to Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan. Seeing Xiao Yuyan, the group's heart stirred. Two at the peak of King Realm. Kill the man and take the woman back. Would Old Ghost laughed heartily. Two peerless beauties. This trip was worth it. Chen Han naturally noticed Would Old Ghost's movements. The scoundrel still plotted against them, truly malicious. Gao Laoda and his group arrived belatedly. Seeing Ling Dongi battling the giant crab, they were stunned. Gao Laoda, what are you doing here? Would Old Ghost rushed forward, but was shocked to see Gao Laoda appear. Gao Laoda was his rival, and they had clashed many times. Gao Laoda glanced at Would Old Ghost and grinned. I'm just escorting them to find someone. Looks like they've succeeded. Would Old Ghost's face darkened. It seemed Gao Laoda had come with these people. If Gao Laoda intervened, they might not be able to capture Ling Yi and Xiao Yuyan. Once the Saint Realm expert broke free, they would be doomed. Gao Laoda, let's make a deal. Help me capture these two women, and we'll share them. Would Old Ghost gritted his teeth. Gao Laoda paused, casting a glance at Ling Dongi. Ling Dongi was entangled by the beast. Now was indeed a good time to strike. Soon Gao Laoda's eyes met Chen Han's. Chen Han's gaze was icy, as if issuing a warning. Do you? Chen Han spoke coldly. If Gao Laoda knew what was good for him, he would leave immediately. Kid, you kill my men. I've long had it in for you. Would Old Ghost, let's join forces. But the woman this kid brought belongs to me. Gao Laoda roared. Would Old Ghost's face darkened. Gao Laoda had picked the prettier one. Never mind. He would deal with Gao Laoda later. Fine, well, kill this kid, then block the ghost cave when we leave. That Saint Realm expert won't get out. Would Old Ghost bellowed. A cunning smile spread across Gao Laoda's face. Oh, Would Old Ghost's plan was sound. The ghost cave was filled with Saint Realm beasts, and Ling Dongi seemed only recently ascended to that realm. Within the ghost cave, he lacked the ability to dominate. Chen Han glanced at Gao Laoda and said to Xiao Yuyan, Yuyan, take Ling Yi and go ahead. He'll hold off these two pseudo-saints. Xiao Yuyan nodded. The only threats to her were Gao Laoda and Would Old Ghost. If they didn't pursue, she could protect Ling Yi. Seeing Xiao Yuyan and Ling Yi about to flee, Gao Laoda moved swiftly. How could the prey slip away just as it was within reach? With a swift sound, a burst of sword intent erupted, intercepting Gao Laoda. Startled, Gao Laoda hurriedly retreated, never expecting that Chen Han's sword could pose a threat to him. You two go after those women, Mu Laogui, you deal with this kid with me. This kid is a bit strange. Oh, we cannot be. Gao Laoda gritted his teeth and spoke. Mu Laogui sneered coldly. No matter how we say it, he is merely at the peak of the Wong realm. We are pseudo-saints, how could he possibly match us? Gao Laoda frowned, but still nodded. Although they had not successfully reached the Saint realm, they were absolutely invincible below that level. The peak of the Wong realm was not enough to intimidate them. Chen Han swung his sword, pointing it at the two. Step forward and die. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. I want to see what you can use to kill me. Mu Laogui laughed heartily, drawing a curved blade and directly slashing at Chen Han. Gao Laoda also took out his blade, but did not rush to act. Let Mu Laogui test Chen Han's strength first. He felt this kid was definitely not simple. Die for me. Mu Laogui roared, his curved blade chopping down. Chen Han raised his gaze, a realm of life bursting forth as he slashed with his sword. Such powerful intent. Mu Laogui was greatly shocked, and without hesitation unleashed his own pseudo-domain. The clash between the two was incredibly intense. Gao Laoda showed a shocked expression. Chen Han at the peak of the Wang realm could actually match Mu Laogui evenly, truly not to be underestimated. Gao Laoda, what are you dawdling for? Quickly join me in killing this kid. If we wait for that Saint realm to make a move, we will all perish. Mu Laogui roared. He also did not expect that he could not kill Chen Han. If Chen Han dragged them down, they would be finished. Gao Laoda gritted his teeth and charged forward. At this point, there was no turning back. They must kill Chen Han to ensure their own safety. Two pseudo-saints. Chen Han glanced at the two, and the shurrying sword in his hand slashed downward with force. Around them, whirlpools began to swirl, drawing towards the two opponents. Within the whirlpools was an incredibly powerful sword intent. A warrior at the peak of the Wang realm could not possibly withstand Chen Han's move. Bang! Gao Laoda and Mu Laogui both retreated, watching the strength Chen Han unleashed, their faces turning ashen. Could it be that today they would fall to a mere kid at the Wang realm? Use your ultimate moves, kill him. Mu Laogui gritted his teeth and spoke. Gao Laoda glanced at Mu Laogui and nodded, though he was uncertain what he was thinking. Ancient Extreme Blade Technique. Mu Laogui swung his curved blade. This technique was his most powerful martial art, a 10-grade blade technique. Gao Laoda also executed his martial arts, though it was also a 10-grade blade technique. Its power was inferior to Mu Laogui's, clearly indicating he was not using his full strength. Chen Han glanced at Mu Laogui, swinging his sword, unexpectedly executing a blade technique strikingly similar to Mu Laogui's. Ancient Extreme Sword Technique. Mu Laogui was taken aback, wondering why he had not known that this Ancient Extreme Blade Technique also had a sword variant. The Ancient Extreme Sword Technique, evolved by Chen Han, directly reached the level of sacred martial arts, its power incredibly terrifying. As he slashed down, both Mu Laogui and Gao Laoda's faces showed signs of disturbance. Who exactly was this person they faced? Yet why did the peak of the Wang realm give them a sense of crisis comparable to that of a saint realm? The scream of Mu Laogui echoed throughout the ghost cave. Chen Han frowned. Upon a glance, he found that Gao Laoda had taken the opportunity while Mu Laogui was under attack and had actually fled. Chen Han squinted his eyes, thinking of running. He sheathed his sword, and Mu Laogui's corpse slowly sank to the bottom of the water. Chen Han directly stepped forward to chase after Gao Laoda. If Gao Laoda chose not to participate, Chen Han had planned to offer him some benefits. However, driven by greed, he sought to possess Xiao Yuyan, and that could not be forgiven. Damn it, how can this brat run so fast? Gao Laoda gritted his teeth and roared, realizing he was about to be brought down by a mere young lad today. Dragon Shadow Step. Gao Laoda shouted, his speed instantly accelerating. Chen Han was taken aback. Gao Laoda actually possessed a holy grade movement technique. Copy successful, evolution successful. Imperial grade movement technique, Dragon Shadow Step. With a whoosh, Chen Han instantly stepped out, mimicking Gao Laoda's movements, his speed incredibly swift. Seeing Chen Han accelerate as well, Gao Laoda panicked, failing to recognize how similar Chen Han's steps were to his own. Damn it! As Chen Han drew closer, Gao Laoda became even more flustered, losing his footing. The exit of the ghost cave was just ahead. Once out of the ghost cave, sealing it off would mean death. At that moment, those two women would still be his. A buzzing sound approached, causing Gao Laoda to halt his steps. Soon after, a corpse slowly fell to the bottom of the water, its face filled with despair. Chen Han glanced at Gao Laoda's corpse, shook his head, and stepped out of the ghost cave. Outside the ghost cave, Xiao Yuyan had already killed all those who had chased after her. Having obtained the inheritance of the Sound Emperor, Xiao Yuyan's strength was not necessarily weaker than Yi Mingfeng's. You guys. Ling Yi looked at Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan, uncertain of what to say. Don't worry, senior sister, the sect master will be out soon, Chen Han said with a smile. Ling Yi nodded repeatedly. Had it not been for Chen Han and the others arriving in time, she might have truly perished here. Not long after Ling Dongi emerged from the ghost cave, the battle in the sacred realm was fraught with danger. That giant crab of the sacred realm would not risk heavy injury to keep Ling Dongi behind. There were still quite a few sacred realm beasts in this ghost cave. If the giant crab were severely injured, it could very well be killed by other beasts. That was not worth it. Father. Ling Yi stood beside Ling Dongi, her face filled with guilt. Ling Dongi embraced Ling Yi, finally feeling the weight lifted off his heart. It's good that you're fine. The group quickly returned to Huan City, where Ling Dongi and Ling Yi prepared to head back to Ling Xiao sect. Huan City was not a place where Ling Yi should stay. You plan to go to the extreme north. Ling Dongi looked at Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan in surprise. The dangers of the extreme north were far greater than Xingtian Lake. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan actually intended to venture to the extreme north. This was indeed rather perilous. Rest assured, sect master, we will take good care of ourselves. Chen Han smiled. Although the extreme north was dangerous, it was also a place filled with opportunities. There were tales of rare treasures being discovered in the extreme north. Some had even reached the sacred realm after obtaining the 1,000-year cold spring in the extreme north. Crisis and opportunity coexisted. Chen Han believed that with his strength, he would find something that satisfied him. Seeing Chen Han's determination, Ling Dongyi no longer restrained him and gave a few instructions before letting Ling Yi leave Huan City. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyin did not plan to head directly to the extreme north. The dangers there were treacherous, and venturing in recklessly could indeed lead to death. Through inquiries, Chen Han learned that most beasts in the extreme north had a hibernation period. This period was also the warmest time in the extreme north. At that time, it would be relatively safe to venture into the extreme north. Moreover, there was only 1 month left until the next hibernation period for safety's sake. Chen Han planned to stay in Huan City for a month. He would also take the opportunity to learn more about the situation in the extreme north, thereby avoiding unnecessary. A week remains until the hibernation period, and the entire Huan forest is experiencing its coldest moment. After these few days, the weather will warm up, and the extreme northern region will welcome the hibernation of the demonic beasts. At that time, many warriors will head to the extreme northern region in search of treasures. Demonic beasts are attacking the city. There are demonic beasts attacking the city. Huan City suddenly became noisy, and everyone clearly heard the voice of that person. Demonic beasts are attacking Huan City. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyin naturally stepped out of their room and directly soared into the air. Above Huan City, many people looked towards the direction of the extreme north. Thousands of demonic beasts with varying strengths surged towards Huan City. There are actually this many this time, double the number from before. A King Realm powerhouse beside them spoke. Clearly this attack on the city is even more terrifying than before. Many faces showed expressions of fear. Among the group of demonic beasts, they could still see several figures at the sacred realm. Everyone, do not panic. A figure stepped forward, emanating an aura that was indeed from the sacred realm. Chen Han looked at that sacred realm figure, who was not from the major forces of Lingzhou. This person is Wanchong, the city lord of Huan City, who has lived in Huan City for many years. The rules of Huan City were established by him. Xiao Yuyin whispered in Chen Han's ear. Chen Han nodded. It was normal for the city lord of Huan City to be the first to stand up. However, Wanchong is of the demon race. In Huan City, the demon race and the human race have not been too divided. Especially at such a critical moment, the human race and the demon race must fight hand in hand. City lord, there are 4 sacred realm demonic beasts. What should we do? Someone shouted anxiously, their tone full of despair. Wanchong looked solemnly ahead before casting his gaze over the entire Huan City. Friends, since you are here in Huan City, you should assist us, don't you think? The crowd was shocked. Could it be that there are 2 sacred realm figures within Huan City? Soon 2 figures leaped out, their auras exceptionally strong, sacred realm figures. If I didn't expect to arrive in Huan City and encounter such troublesome matters, truly unfortunate. A beautiful woman in red coldly snorted, expressing her displeasure. Chen Han looked at the beauty. He had seen her at the Mo family. She was Yu Ping, a sacred realm powerhouse from the Yu family. In terms of generation, she should be Yu Linfei's 3rd aunt. The power of a sacred realm powerhouse is astonishing, and it is normal to be able to change one's appearance. The other sacred realm figure was a stooped old man. Compared to Yu Ping's aura, this sacred realm figure was somewhat weaker. Although he had reached the early stage of the sacred realm, it was the old man's final realm. Without great opportunities, he would not be able to advance. Hu Lao Guai, it's actually you. Wanchong looked at Hu Lao Guai in surprise. This Hu Lao Guai was once an elder of the Divine Prophecy Pavilion who traveled the world to reach the sacred realm. Perhaps even the people of the Divine Prophecy Pavilion thought that Hu Lao Guai had perished in a foreign land, not expecting to find him in Huan City. Yu Ping's gaze also fell on Hu Lao Guai. Encountering an acquaintance here is indeed interesting. 4 sacred realm demonic beasts, how should we distribute them? Hu Lao Guai said with a bitter smile, though at his age resisting sacred realm demonic beasts was somewhat strenuous. We 3 will each handle one, and the remaining one will trouble the various pseudo-sacred figures below to resist for a while. Once we deal with our opponents, we will come to kill it. Wanchong frowned as he spoke. If they faced 2 sacred realm demonic beasts simultaneously, none of the 3 would be able to manage it. Thus they could only rely on the 8 pseudo-sacred figures below. There are no pseudo-saints among the demon beasts, but some peak king realm demon beasts may not be inferior to a pseudo. To survive, this is the only method. However, there is a significant disparity between pseudo-saints and saints. If the 3 cannot quickly deal with a saint realm demon beast, they will likely meet a grim fate. Out of the city. Engage the enemy. Wanchong roared, and immediately a pair of wings sprouted from his back, stirring up the surrounding winds. Chen Han was astonished. Wanchong was actually a member of the Winged Clan. It is rumored that the Winged Clan holds a high status among the demon race, but their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Each member of the Winged Clan possesses a bloodline of the highest quality. If they reach the Saint Realm, they are undoubtedly a formidable force. The team from Huan City immediately clashed with the demon beasts, resulting in an exceptionally brutal confrontation. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan moved in tandem as ordinary King Realm demon beasts posed no threat to them. Looking towards the Saint Realm battlefield, the three Saint Realm individuals were exerting themselves to resist the Saint Realm demon beasts. In contrast, the situation for the 8 pseudo-saints was exceedingly dire. Saint Realm demon beasts are far superior in both offense and defense compared to King Realm demon beasts. The 8 pseudo-saints joined forces to tackle a single Saint Realm demon beast, yet they gained no upper hand. Chen Han casually slashed a King Realm demon beast, drawing solemn gazes from those nearby. At such a young age, possessing such strength must mean he is a prodigy from some power in Lingzhou, perhaps even someone from the Qingbang list. Roar! The demon beast besieged by the 8 pseudo-saints was a massive white bear, a top-tier existence in both defense and offense. Despite the 8 pseudo-saints attacking for a long time, they had not inflicted serious harm on it. Seeing this, heavy expressions appeared on the faces of the 8 pseudo-saints. If the 3 saints do not resolve their opponents soon, they will not be able to hold on much longer. The white bear let out another furious roar, directly smashing one pseudo-saint into a pulp. The remaining pseudo-saints hurriedly retreated. They could not afford to die here. With the pseudo-saints unable to restrain it, the white bear began a massacre, as if it were a wolf among sheep. In the hands of the white bear, King Realm experts were like ants, each struck down with a single blow. Damn it, this stupid bear, you all hold it off. Yu Ping shouted angrily at the 7 pseudo-saints. The 7 pseudo-saints gritted their teeth and prepared to act. They were indeed pseudo-saints, extremely powerful entities, even in Lingzhou. In such a situation, preserving their lives was the top priority. Soon 3 of the pseudo-saints chose to flee directly, dying here. Too costly. The white bear began to rampage, and the King Realm individuals simply could not withstand the assaults of the Saint Realm demon beast. The 3 Saint Realm individuals were also unable to spare any effort to deal with the white bear. The team from Huan City began to collapse, being slaughtered by the demon beasts. Chen Han glanced at the white bear. The 4 pseudo-saints could not hold it off, and if they wished to leave, the bear would not pursue them. Huff! Chen Han took a deep breath and stepped toward the 4 pseudo-saints. Everyone was shocked to see Chen Han, a peak King Realm, intending to confront the white bear. Wasn't that seeking death? Assist me, and I can trap this Saint Realm white bear. Chen Han's words caught the attention of the 4 pseudo-saints. Peak King Realm. Kid, with your strength, what gives you the right to contend with a Saint Realm demon beast? Get lost. A pseudo-saint sneered and shouted as a King Realm was like tofu before the white bear, easily crushed. Chen Han glanced at that pseudo-saint and continued. If you don't want to die, then bind this white bear for a minute and give me some time. The pseudo-saint was about to curse, but another pseudo-saint stopped him. At this point, just trust him once. If it doesn't work, this kid will become a ghost under the white bear's paw. The man nodded, yet still did not believe Chen Han's words. The 4 pseudo-saints acted simultaneously, managing to restrict the white bear for a minute. They were indeed capable of that. Chen Han gathered spiritual power in his palms, weaving around the white bear. A 10th rank spiritual array master. Everyone displayed shock upon realizing that this kid was indeed a 10th rank spiritual array master. If it's a 10th rank array, it could very well restrain the saint level white bear. Rise! Chen Han roared, and a blood-red array instantly enveloped the white bear's body, binding it within. Blood Heavenly Restraining Array. This formation is one of the most elite arrays among the 10th rank. It seems it can truly hold off this white bear. We have a chance of survival. This young man at such a young age has achieved this level. He will surely become famous in the Lingwu continent. Roar! The white bear was bound by the array, unable to break free for the time being. The 3 saint-level figures also noticed this side, and upon seeing the 10th rank array set up by Chen Han, they revealed expressions of astonishment. They had never encountered such a young 10th rank spiritual array master. Good lad, you have quite the skill. Yu Ping smiled charmingly as she knew about Chen Han's background. This dark horse that suddenly rose in Lingzhou had already become a symbol of the young generation. At the Yi family's wedding banquet, others could not discern the strength difference between Yi Mingfeng and Chen Han, but figures like Yu Ping, being of the saint level, were well aware. Roar! Within the array, the white bear roared, frantically bound by the 10th rank array. Even though it was a saint-level beast, it found it difficult to escape. However, the 10th rank array lacked the capability to kill a saint-level demon beast. If Chen Han wanted to kill the white bear, he would have to reach the saint-level array master. It can only restrain for an hour. You all hurry up. Chen Han called out to the pseudo-saints beside him. The several pseudo-saints nodded quickly and began to clear the surrounding demon beasts. An hour's time was enough for them to slay numerous demon beasts. Perhaps once the hour was up, the 3 saint-level figures would be able to kill their opponent. At that time, the crisis in Huan City could be resolved. Bang! Suddenly a dull sound caught Chen Han's attention. He saw Old Hu being pushed back several steps by the nearby demon beast. Old Hu! Yu Ping shouted with a serious face. Old Hu must not get into trouble, otherwise the situation would worsen. Damn, this demon beast's domain has actually reached such a level. Old Hu gritted his teeth and spoke. Among the three saints, he was the weakest. Faced with the powerful saint-level demon beast, he found himself unable to withstand it. Wang Chang's face revealed a heavy expression. He quickened his pace, needing to eliminate a demon beast first. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Roar. The demon beast that Old Hu faced was a Millennium Snow Fox, extraordinarily powerful. Behind the Snow Fox, 7 thick tails swayed, sweeping away numerous strong figures from Huan City. Old Hu, can you manage? Yu Ping hurriedly called out. Leaving one white bear to those pseudo-saints was already quite challenging. If it weren't for Chen Han setting up the great array, the pseudo-saints would hardly have held on. If this Snow Fox charged out again, it would turn the battle in favor of the enemy. Old Hu's eyes darted. He left the Divine Oracle Pavilion, not only to survive, but to reach the saint level. Now that he had reached the saint level, if he were to die here, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Old Hu. Wang Chang looked over only to find Old Hu standing still. Bang! The Snow Fox struck Hu Leagui's body with a palm, slamming him to the ground. The crowd was shocked. Could it be that Hu Leaigui, this saint-level powerhouse, was about to be killed by the Snow Fox? Damn it! It's the golden cicada escaping its shell. This old guy has run away. Wan Chang roared, unable to believe that Hu Leaigui would actually escape. Who can resist the ancient Snow Fox? Is it true that today Huan City will be razed to the ground by this group of beast monsters? What do? Hu Leaigui has run away. How could we possibly withstand the ancient Snow Fox? Run. We stand no chance against them. It's over. Huan City is truly doomed now. The team from Huan City began to voice their despair. The white bear was still roaring within the spiritual array, uncertain of when it would charge out. Another ancient Snow Fox was rushing in. How could they defend against it with their strength? The remaining few pseudo-saints began to waver. There was no hope for Huan City in this battle. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of the ancient Snow Fox, raising a sword towards it. It's that 10th grade spiritual array master. What does he intend to do? With peak Wang realm strength, this level of cultivation is akin to seeking death. Could he be about to carve another spiritual array? He just completed a 10th grade spiritual array. Can he still draw one now? The crowd discussed, unaware of what kind of surprise Chen Han would bring. Get out of my way, oh kid, are you seeking death? The ancient Snow Fox spoke, its voice sounding like that of an adult woman. Chen Han lifted his head, the shadow-devouring sword, gathering a powerful sword intent. What of a saint-level beast? It would be the same to cut down. Swish. Ancient extreme sword technique. Flash. Chen Han shouted in fury, bringing down his sword. The Snow Fox roared in anger, astonished that this human kid showed no fear of her at all. Since this kid insists on seeking death, I'll grant you a quick end. The ancient Snow Fox opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow Chen Han. Not good. A heavy expression appeared on Yu Ping's face. After all, the ancient Snow Fox was a saint-level beast. Even Hu Leaigui couldn't handle it. How could Chen Han withstand this attack? Chen Han did not interrupt his assault. The shadow-devouring sword continued its descent. Dragon Shadow Step. In an instant, Chen Han vanished from his original position, leaving the ancient Snow Fox utterly stunned. A Wang realm kid, and yet she couldn't see his movement. How is this possible? This is an Imperial-grade movement technique. Imperial-grade movement technique. A Wang realm kid, how could he have an Imperial-grade movement technique? This is too terrifying. What on earth is this kid's background to possess such horrifying strength? Everyone began to discuss. A Wang realm Chen Han had actually blocked a saint-level beast, the ancient Snow Fox. Such a terrifying beast couldn't even catch Chen Han, whose strength was simply monstrous. Chen Han of Lingxiao sect, 4th on the Qing list. A human suddenly spoke, catching the attention of many. Chen Han from Lingxiao sect. It's him. No wonder he's so terrifying. The crowd was shocked, not expecting this prodigy, who had recently risen in Lingzhou, to appear here. Ancient extreme sword technique. Chen Han brought down his sword, a powerful sword, intent surging towards the ancient Snow Fox. The ancient Snow Fox showed no fear. As a saint-level beast, how could she be harmed by a Wang realm kid? Puff! The shadow-devouring sword instantly pierced the body of the ancient Snow Fox, which let out a tragic cry. How could a Wang realm human penetrate her flesh? It's not over yet. Chen Han opened his eyes wide, rapidly stabbing down with the shadow-devouring sword. A saint-level beast. I can kill it just the same. You brat. You have successfully enraged me. The millennia-old Snow Fox let out a heart-wrenching roar. As a dignified sacred realm beast, she was left battered and bruised by a mere human of the king realm. Where can she hide her face? She must kill Chen Han to relieve the hatred in her heart. Swish! Chen Han stepped in midair. Indeed, his previous few strikes had caused harm to the millennia-old Snow Fox. However, this damage posed no threat to the life of the millennia-old Snow Fox. The gap between the king realm and the sacred realm was immense. It would be exceedingly difficult for Chen Han to slay the Snow Fox with his king realm cultivation. Yu Ping and Wan Chang naturally noticed Chen Han's figure. After all, he was still of the king realm. How could he contend with a sacred realm beast? Now he had provoked the millennia-old snow fox, and Chen Han's situation was perilous. Moreover, the white bear trapped in the Great Formation was about to break free. With that, what could Chen Han use to fight against two Sacred Realm beasts? Once they made their move, the first target would be Chen Han's life. Brat die. The millennia-old snow fox pounced at Chen Han. If it weren't for Chen Han's mysterious movement technique, she would have already killed him. But now it was not too late. How could a king realm being block the path of a sacred realm beast? The realm of life. Chen Han took a deep breath, and an extremely powerful spiritual force erupted around him. This was Chen Han's own realm, even stronger than the realms of Xing Tian and Sword Tomb. Such powerful intent. When I was in the king realm, the intent I comprehended did not possess such strength. Wanchong looked at Chen Han with a grave expression. He never expected that a monster of such caliber could emerge from the human race. If Chen Han survived today, he would surely become a giant in Lingzhou in the future. Die. The millennia-old snow fox lunged at him, and the powerful spiritual force collided with Chen Han's body. In midair, Chen Han held the shadow-devouring sword utterly unmoving. The crowd stared at Chen Han in shock. Could it be that he was waiting to die? What a waste of such talent ultimately to perish at the jaws of a sacred realm beast. Swish! Chen Han suddenly burst forth with rich life force. Spiritual energy overflowed, breaking free from Chen Han's body, all converging upon the sword's blade. One sword slashes through 3,000. This sword is named 3,000. Chen Han let out a roar as the shadow-devouring sword came crashing down. A look of astonishment appeared on the millennia-old snow fox's face. Facing Chen Han directly, she understood very well why he could unleash such spiritual power. One sword breaks the sacred. Such a young sacred realm being was rare throughout the entire Lingwu continent. Roar! The millennia-old snow fox was sent flying by a single strike from Chen Han. Having stepped into the sacred realm, Chen Han's spiritual power experienced a tremendous boost. Even this millennia-old snow fox could not surpass Chen Han in terms of the depth of spiritual power. He broke through. This human brat actually broke through. Such a young sacred realm being, this is quite monstrous. It seems the human race has produced another remarkable individual. The demon race must step up their game. Below, many people were discussing fervently. They had not anticipated Chen Han's breakthrough. Such a young sacred realm powerhouse was rarely seen throughout the Lingwu continent. Chen Han's talent was undoubtedly among the top-tier existences of the Lingwu continent. Divine Sword 3000. With another strike, this sword instantaneously shattered the body of the snow fox. The massive body was sent flying, crushing many demon beasts beneath it. Those demon beasts attempting to obstruct Chen Han were obliterated by his sword. Roar! The white bear roared angrily, slapping out with its paw and shattering the spiritual formation. The spiritual formation was nearing its limit. It was normal for the white bear to shatter it. Are you in such a hurry to seek death? Chen Han turned back to look at the white bear, his shadow devourer's sword gathering sword intent as he struck again. Each strike slashed into the white bear. However, one must admit that the hide of the white bear is several levels stronger than that of the snow fox. Chen Han's strikes only broke through the bear's flesh without injuring any vital spots. Such thick bear skin, if taken back for forging, it might be possible to create a top-tier armor. I wonder if Chen Han can deal with the white bear. He has just reached the sacred realm and should still be unfamiliar with utilizing his domain. Now we can only place our hopes on Chen Han. The snow fox is already out of combat, but there is still hope for Lake Wan City. The crowd's expressions were tense. Chen Han had already defeated the snow fox, but facing the sacred realm beast, the white bear, it was uncertain if he could win. These sacred realm beasts had lived for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Killing them is no easy task. Slash. Chen Han struck down with his sword. Although the Shadow Devourer's sword is a top-tier divine sword, it felt utterly powerless against the sacred realm beast. It seems that to deal with opponents in the sacred realm, Chen Han still needs to seek a sacred grade weapon. A top-tier weapon can wound a sacred being, but cannot claim their life. Die. The white bear roared angrily, swinging its claws at Chen Han. Wherever its paws struck, it turned into a wasteland. If caught under a paw of the white bear, that would surely be a painful experience. Run? Where do you think you're going? The white bear shouted, its massive paw slamming down wildly, raising clouds of debris from the ground. Ancient extreme sword technique. Chen Han thrust out his sword again, the powerful sword energy instantly penetrating the white bear's massive paw. A terrible howl erupted as the white bear quickly retreated, its expression filled with fury. Chen Han's strike had directly incapacitated one of the white bear's paws. That paw of the white bear is ruined. The crowd was utterly shocked. Chen Han had actually destroyed a paw of the white bear, which seemed excessively violent. Bang! Wanchong had already finished his battle. The sacred realm beast he fought against was repelled by him. Now free Wanchong could completely assist Chen Han in dealing with the white bear. Several sacred realm beasts naturally took notice of the situation in the arena. The snow fox had completely lost its combat ability, and the white bear had also lost one of its arms. The beast that was battling with Wan Chong fled, and the last remaining Sacred Realm beast was entangled by Yu Ping. This battle was not easy. Retreat. The white bear glared fiercely at Chen Han and ultimately issued the order to retreat. Many beasts began to retreat, but some were unable to suppress their killing intent and continued to slaughter, ultimately being killed by the two clans' experts. With the beasts in disarray, the crisis of Lake Wan City had come to an end. Phew, it's fortunate to have you around, otherwise this battle could have been life-threatening for me. Yu Ping approached Chen Han, letting out a light sigh. Senior, you're joking. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Chen Han replied with a smile. The others shot Chen Han a look. What do you mean by doing what you should do? Defeating the millennia-old snow fox and severing a paw of the white bear, is that merely what you should do? The one who dealt the most damage to the Sacred Realm beasts present must be Chen Han. Return to the city, Wan Chong said in a low voice, and everyone hurried back to the city. However, today's battle also made the people of Lake Wan City aware that humanity has a very young genius. Young friend Chen Han, we must thank you for your assistance in this crisis of Lake Wan City, Wan Chong said with a smile. Although he was from the Beast Clan, he was very friendly toward the humans who aided Lake Wan City. If humanity faced trouble in Lake Wan City, Wan Chong would likewise lend his support. Chen Han shook his hand, saying, "It's just a small effort. Since we are in Huan City, I naturally want to contribute." Wan Chong nodded with a smile. Little friend, Chen Han has such awareness, unlike some old fellows who despite their age would abandon their companions. Wan Chong suddenly let out a cold snort, and a powerful aura erupted in an instant. The crowd's gaze immediately shifted behind them, where they saw the old monster, who's standing there with a grim expression. Old monster, who do you still have the guts to come back? Wan Chong snorted coldly. The cowardice of the old monster who infuriated Wan Chong. If it weren't for Chen Han's intervention, the people of Huan City would likely have perished because of him. Wan Chong would never forgive this old fellow. One who abandons their companions deserves no good end. Wan Chong, I old monster who will not risk my life for Huan City. What if I return to Huan City? Are you still going to kill me? The old monster who chuckled coldly. Having reached the Saint Realm, he had surpassed many strong individuals in the Lingwu continent. As a fellow Saint Realm expert, the old monster, who could not be easily killed. Although Wan Chong was stronger than him, killing the old monster, who would still be quite challenging. Old monster who Huan City does not welcome you. Wan Chong said coldly as if he was driving someone away. Ha ha ha. Wan Chong, do you really think that just because you were pushed to be the city lord of Huan City, you can do as you please? I old monster who am a saint, who I can go wherever I please, and no one can control me. The old monster who laughed loudly, showing no fear of Wan Chong. Even if he couldn't defeat Wan Chong, the old monster, who could easily leave. Chen Han looked indifferently at the old monster, who thinking how thick-skinned this old fellow was. I came back just to see the younger generation of Lingzhou. Chen Han of Lingxiao sect. I've heard of you, but since you are a junior, it's better to stay low-key. The old monster who snorted coldly. As a saint, he naturally had his own pride. However, the pride in the old monster Hu's heart seemed a bit excessive. As fellow Saint Realm experts, all the cheers in Huan City were given to Chen Han. A mere newcomer to the Saint Realm dared to be so arrogant, which naturally displeased the old monster who. Low-key. Why should I be low-key? I reached the Saint Realm entirely on my own merit, unlike some old fellows who only know how to run away. Chen Han smiled indifferently. He was not afraid of saints now. Moreover, within Chen Han's spiritual abode, there was an even more powerful Yuanpeng. At least in Huan City, Chen Han had no rivals. What an arrogant tone. Old man wants to remind you, being too arrogant in Huan Forest will lead to your downfall. The old monster who shouted angrily. He, as a senior of Lingzhou, was not to be disrespected. This Chen Han actually dared to disrespect him and retort, which was truly courting death. Did he really think that reaching the Saint Realm meant no one could contend with him? Someone like you won't survive either. Chen Han glanced at the old monster who with a smile. Humph. The old monster who coldly snorted and waved his sleeve. Wan Chong and the others burst into laughter. The old monster, who must be feeling extremely frustrated this time. Moreover, with him and Yu Ping present, the old monster who did not dare to make a move against Chen Han. Even if a fight broke out, the old monster who might not be Chen Han's opponent. After the Beast Tide incident, Chen Han's reputation spread throughout Huan City and even reached Lingzhou. The news of Chen Han stepping into the Saint Realm was quickly understood by many forces. Many proud talents on the Qingbang began to shut themselves in for closed-door cultivation upon learning of this matter. They did not want to lose to Chen Han. Not only the human race but the demon race also received news of Chen Han's ascension. Many prodigies from the demon race eagerly anticipated a battle with Chen Han. The human race had a young saint. The demon race surely had one as well. Moreover, there just happened to be a young saint from the demon race in the 3 great forbidden areas. If these two were to meet, it would surely be an extremely interesting affair. Are you all heading to the northernmost land? Yu Ping's face was filled with shock. The northernmost land is one of the 3 forbidden places, as dangerous as the depths of Xingtian Lake. The ghost cave that Chen Han entered could only be considered a shallower part of Xingtian Lake, not quite the depths. Even for a sacred realm expert venturing to the northernmost land poses a threat to life. Chen Han smiled faintly. Senior, there is no need to worry. Since I am heading to the northernmost land, I am already prepared. The northernmost land will not be my place of demise. Yu Ping looked at Chen Han strangely. Oh, as a fellow human, how could she bear to watch such a talented individual face death in a forbidden place? Though you say that the northernmost land is by no means a safe place. What will you do if you encounter a powerful beast? Yu Ping said coldly. How many people like Chen Han believe in their own strength? Yet most of these individuals have perished within the northernmost land. Many enter the northernmost land, but few manage to return. Of course, those merely hunting on the outskirts of the northernmost land do not count. Like the gang led by Gao, they are just there to make money and do not wish to risk their lives. I am fully aware, but I must go to the northernmost land. Chen Han declared resolutely. Seeing she could not dissuade him, Yu Ping fell silent. She and Chen Han were of the same realm, and she truly could not force him. Everyone knew of Chen Han's strength. He should not be underestimated. After bidding farewell to Yu Ping and Wan Chong, Chen Han set off with Xiao Yuyan for the northernmost land. The timing was just right for the beasts of the northernmost land to be in their hibernation period. Yet even so, Chen Han needed to be exceptionally cautious. If he disturbed a royal beast, it would truly be the end. Chen Han had two objectives for coming to the northernmost land. One was to find the ancient zither left by the music emperor for Xiao Yuyan. The other was to search for his father's whereabouts. Yi Gufeng had mentioned that his father was likely in the northernmost land. Although he had no idea how his father escaped from Xing Hequan's grasp, the fact that he was alive was enough to spur Chen Han forward. When Chen Han finds his father and brings him before his mother, it would surely be an excellent scene. Why is it still so cold in the northernmost land? Xiao Yuyan clung to Chen Han's arm. Being at the king realm, she should not be afraid of the cold. Yet the chill of the northernmost land struck like a bone-deep attack, overwhelming their spiritual power. It was simply insufficient to withstand. The northernmost land is called a forbidden place precisely because of the cold from the Tian Shan Mountains. Even some royal beasts could potentially freeze to death from this cold. Although it has warmed up significantly during this period, we must still be cautious. Chen Han spoke up. The beasts in the northernmost land are greatly influenced by the Tian Shan, becoming extremely resistant to the cold. Though they are cold resistant, as the weather warms up they will retreat back to their dens to rest for a time. The warm temperature will weaken their combat power. They would rather sleep at home. The team from Huan City seized this opportunity to dare enter the northernmost land. At this moment the northernmost land is the safest. Of course, if some unfortunate soul disturbs the hibernating beasts, they will meet a gruesome fate. Discovered a Millennium Snow Ginseng. Replication successful. Evolution successful. Obtained a 10th grade spirit treasure. Millennium Snow Ginseng. Discovered Snow Valley Grass. Discovered pure white spirit fruit. All along the northernmost land, Chen Han unexpectedly collected quite a number of treasures. Chen Han shook his hand saying, "It's just a small This is undoubtedly a significant fortune for an ordinary force." Chen Han, I think I heard something. Xiao Yuyan tugged at Chen Han's sleeve and said. Chen Han furrowed his brows and turned his gaze behind him. Not only Xiao Yuyan, but he also heard a strange sound. The sound was faint yet familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Huh. The sound is coming from this hole. Chen Han stared at a palm-sized opening in surprise. Xiao Yuyan curiously peered inside, and the sight startled her. What's going on? Chen Han was puzzled. What was inside the hole? As he looked inward, the expression on his face gradually became more complex. To his astonishment, he saw a gigantic mouth within the hole. The mouth was breathing, producing a faint snoring sound. This palm-sized opening was merely for ventilation. Nearby, Chen Han found several similar openings in the ground. Were they buried underground? Chen Han smiled bitterly. The demonic beasts beneath the soil had clearly reached the level of Saint Realm. It would be wise to avoid provoking such a terrifying presence. Just as Chen Han was about to retreat, a group of people suddenly approached him. Those two guys over there, their faces look familiar. Have we met before? The leader, wielding a large knife, looked at Chen Han with a sense of familiarity, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Chen Han glared at the man, thinking it was over. Heavens! Chen Han grabbed Xiao Yuyan and soared into the air with incredible speed. The group was momentarily stunned, not understanding Chen Han's actions. But the next moment the ground beneath them began to collapse, and a massive mouth gradually came into view. Damn it! What is that? Hurry up into the air. The group quickly ascended. The giant mouth opened and closed, swallowing several people whole. The few survivors hurriedly fled upwards, terrified of being devoured by the giant mouth. Damn! What is that thing? I don't know. Such a big mouth, so many brothers got swallowed. This seems to be a dragon tooth. A beast with a mouth larger than its body. The dragon tooth was extremely terrifying, its strength having reached the mid-saint realm, leaving us with no chance of victory. Bastards, it's all because of those two. We are all implicated by them. Looking at the furious group, Chen Han smiled coldly. If it weren't for these fools, the dragon tooth wouldn't have been awakened. Going after him for revenge. Do these idiots have that capability? Those bastards over there, if this isn't resolved, will kill you first. Kill me. Do you have the capability? Chen Han spoke indifferently, his tone extremely domineering. You brat, what audacity. A mere junior dare act so arrogantly in front of us. Do you believe we will kill you right now? This kid looks somewhat familiar, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Kid, have we met? Now that you mention it, I do have some impression, or it must have been during the beast tide. The group looked at Chen Han with fierce expressions. Having lost so many people, and with the dragon tooth below glaring at them, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Thus all the losses from this incident must be accounted for from Chen Han. Have you seen me? Chen Han chuckled. It seemed that his battle during the beast tide left a deep impression on many. However, these people didn't recognize him. If they had, their attitude would likely be different. After all, there were not many young saints in the entire Lingzhou. Like Yi Guqing from the Yi family, he is already the top genius in Lingzhou, and also the strongest of the Yi family. Meanwhile, Chen Han has reached the Holy Realm at such a young age, possessing extraordinary strength. Such a top genius is rarely found in the entire Lingwu continent. Kid, state your background first. We do not kill nameless ghosts. A figure strides toward Chen Han, exuding a remarkably strong aura. However, in Chen Han's eyes, he is merely a weakling. At the peak of the King Realm, this strength is quite decent in Lingzhou, but it falls short in the 3 great forbidden areas. Nameless ghost, if you can kill me, then say that again. Chen Han chuckled indifferently, not taking these people's words to arrogant. Watch me kill you with one punch. The man roared, throwing a punch at Chen Han, wanting him to understand the cruel reality. Ha Zhongsai makes a move. This kid will be crippled if he survives. A young brat like him, what abilities could he possibly have to dare provoke Zhongsai? It's simply self-inflicted suffering. That woman is quite beautiful. Once we kill this kid, we can capture her for some fun. A group of people laughed coldly. Although they had lost a teammate, tasting such beauties would make up for some losses. Are you seeking death? Chen Han coldly glanced at the group, his voice domineering. Boom. The overwhelming spiritual power instantly enveloped the entire area. Holy Realm. The group froze in place, realizing this seemingly unremarkable kid was actually a Holy Realm expert. You are Lord Chen Han. Zhongsai immediately thought of Chen Han, the young genius who had defeated 2 Holy Realm demon beasts. What? Weren't you planning to kill me? Chen Han smiled coldly, raising his palm high. Wait. We did not mean to offend. Zhongsai hurriedly spoke up, not wanting to provoke a Holy Realm expert, as he feared for his life. Did you not mean to offend? Were you joking with me just now? Chen Han smiled indifferently, thinking he would let them go. Did they really think he had a good temper? Run! Zhongsai and the others hurriedly fled. They certainly did not think they could match Chen Han against a whole. Run! Can you escape? Chen Han snorted coldly, his palm falling as powerful spiritual energy surged toward the group. Not good. Spare us. Spare us. The group began to plead for mercy. Facing Chen Han, they had no capability to fight back, and could only beg for mercy. Die. Big Mouth, here are some rations for you. Roar. Longya let out a furious roar, opening its mouth. If there's something to eat, it would be more than happy. Help! Help! The group began to cry out for help, their expressions extremely grave. There's no escape now. Chen Han spoke coldly, raising his palm as a powerful surge of spiritual energy struck down directly, sending these people into Longya's mouth. Chen Han took a glance below, and then left with Xiao Yuyan. With Longya's formidable strength, Chen Han did not have absolute confidence in killing it with his current power. Fortunately, Longya cannot fly, otherwise it would truly give Chen Han a headache. Leaving this place, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan continued to delve deeper into the extreme north. The extreme north is one of the 3 great forbidden areas of forbidden zone for the human race in Lingzhou. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan have already encountered quite a few Holy Realm demon beasts here, whose strength is not weaker than that of Wan Chong and the others. Is that the extreme north temple? An ancient temple appeared before Chen Han, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. Is there really a weapon of the predecessor Yin Huang in this temple? Xiao Yuyan frowned and asked. The weapon of the predecessor Yin Huang could significantly enhance her combat power. Perhaps. Chen Han raised his gaze, his expression serious. This is the temple mentioned by Yin Huang. Is the divine zither truly here? The temple stood right before the 2. However, Chen Han felt a great deal of doubt. This temple appeared to have no special features. In fact, within the temple, Chen Han could not sense any fluctuations of spiritual power. Is this truly the extreme north temple, one of the 3 forbidden zones of the Lingwu continent? Xiao Yuyan was also quite puzzled, feeling like she had come to the wrong place. Suddenly a sound came from nearby, and an old man emerged from a pile of snow. The old man wore tattered robes, his hair a mess, and his eyes devoid of spirit. Chen Han sensed no spiritual power emanating from the old man. Yet despite being an ordinary-looking old man, he exerted an inexplicable pressure on Chen Han. Where is this? This is the extreme north, one of the 3 forbidden zones. This is deep within the extreme north. It is a place that even those of the sacred realm would find daunting. Those below the king realm would likely struggle to endure this cold, let alone remain here for long. Judging by the old man's appearance, he must have been here for a long time. After all, how else could he be covered in snow? But how could someone without any spiritual power withstand this cold? There is only one explanation: this old man has long surpassed what Chen Han can perceive. Discovered sacred grade martial art extreme growth claw. Discovered sacred grade martial art wrath of the sea demon spirit. A series of sacred grade martial arts left Chen Han dumbfounded. With so many sacred grade martial arts, what exactly is this old man's background? You are the first to see me with such an expression, the old man remarked, noticing the look on Chen Han's face as he smiled. I have met the elder. Chen Han cupped his fists in respect. Although he did not know who this old man was, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary powerhouse. Perhaps at this moment Chen Han could not withstand even a single move from him. The old man chuckled. What elder? I am merely an old man guarding the temple. Do you wish to enter? Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan nodded. The old man laughed. I remember previously there was a girl who wanted to enter the temple. Her aura was quite similar to yours. The old man pointed at Xiao Yuyan. In this case, the girl he mentioned must be the Sound Emperor. The Sound Emperor was a figure from 10,000 years ago. In the old man's words, she was merely a girl. How strong must this old man be? Chen Han dared not ponder further. Could it be that the entire Lingwu continent was unaware of this old man's existence? There is no need to be so surprised. Ooh, I don't meet just anyone. The last time I appeared, it was only to help that girl place an ancient zither. The old man spoke with a smile. Xiao Yuyan quickly interjected, Elder, we have come to seek the Sound Emperor's zither. The Sound Emperor left it here 10,000 years ago, and I have come to retrieve it. The old man paused for a moment, a look of inexplicable weariness suddenly appearing on his face. Has it already been 10,000 years? He murmured to himself, as if recalling something. Elder. Chen Han frowned slightly, finding the old man's behavior suddenly odd and somewhat difficult to understand. The old man smiled. No worries, since you wish to take the zither, I won't stop you. However, this temple is fraught with danger. If you were to perish within, do not blame me for not warning you. Chen Han smiled. Thank you, elder. The old man nodded. You may go in. The girl's zither is located beneath the spiritual monument of the temple. The old man waved his sleeve, and the temple slowly opened. As the temple opened, the entire extreme north began to stir. Numerous demon beasts have awakened among them, even those at the imperial level. The shrine has opened once more. Who will be the one to inherit the legacy this time? I remember the last person who received the inheritance gained the strongest power in the Lingwu continent, hailed by the world as the Cloud Immortal. Over the years, many have attempted to enter. But without the appearance of that elder, entering the shrine is akin to courting death. Out of 10, perhaps not even one will return alive. This time, with the elder's emergence, it is just like when the Cloud Immortal entered the shrine 10,000 years ago. Who could be the cause of this phenomenon? As the shrine opens, many figures have also slipped into it. They speculate that with the elder personally opening the shrine, it will become safer within. In this way, they also have a chance to obtain the inheritance inside the shrine. If they reach the level of the Cloud Immortal, wouldn't they dominate the Lingwu continent? Watching the figures enter, the elder shook his head. His personally opening the door will not lessen the difficulty of the shrine, but rather increase it. The reason he personally opened it was simply because he saw Chen Han, believing he has a chance to obtain the inheritance. As for the others or demons in his eyes, they have no opportunity at all. Obtain the inheritance. Truly a pipe dream. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan have already reached the depths of the shrine. Although they encountered many traps along the way, all were solved by Chen Han. Within this shrine, a ghostly green light emanated everywhere, giving it an eerie vibe. Father, you might also be here. Chen Han took a deep breath. The information from Yi Gufeng mentioned this shrine. According to the elder, the Ling Monument is just ahead. Chen Han, is that the Ling Monument? Xiao Yuyan pointed at a gigantic tombstone. Countless names were engraved upon it. These names Chen Han had never seen before. Could they belong to ancient people? Chen Han shook his head. Not a single familiar name was present, and it was uncertain if they were even from the Lingwu continent. Ling Yanqin is beneath the Ling Monument. How do we retrieve it? Xiao Yuyan stepped on the ground, but found no trace of Ling Yanqin. Chen Han took a step forward, his eyes fixated on the Ling Monument. It could be discerned that Ling Yanqin was not placed here by the Emperor of Sound himself, but rather by the elder who burying it in a pit. That elder should not engage in such trivial matters. Since that's the case, Ling Yanqin is likely placed within some form of restriction, and Chen Han must break that restriction to extract Ling Yanqin. This restriction must be related to the Ling Monument. Chen Han stroked the Ling Monument, knowing that each name inscribed held a specific meaning. Infuse spiritual power. Chen Han took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy, and immediately a torrent of spiritual energy surged back towards him. What's happening? Chen Han was taken aback. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the aura of the Ling Monument had completely changed. The names appeared disordered, as if their arrangement had been altered. Aren't these names all of the predecessors slain by Yulin? After the names rearranged, Chen Han finally, among them was indeed the name of the Emperor of Sound. However, why was this Ling monument established before the Great Battle? Could it be that the Elder had foreseen this conflict would not occur? Buzz! A surge of spiritual energy erupted from beneath the Ling monument. Soon after, an ancient zither slowly emerged from below. This was the very zither Ling Yanqin that was part of the scheme. It truly is the Ling Yanqin. Xiao Yuyan quickly took the Ling Yanqin. This was a royal-grade artifact exceedingly rare in the Lingwu continent. Chen Han hesitated. Without learning any musical techniques, even if he replicated the Ling Yanqin, it would be of no use. Shall we continue deeper? Chen Han coughed lightly and said. Xiao Yuyan put away the Ling Yanqin, nodding with delight. Her objective had been achieved, and now it was time to search for clues about Chen Han's father. No one knew whether Chen Ming was truly dead. Even Yi Gufeng could not confirm it accurately. Yet Chen Han believed that his father would not die so easily. The Lingwu continent was still waiting for the return of the Yi family. Boom. Suddenly the temple shook, and Chen Han hurriedly grabbed Xiao Yuyan to dodge the falling debris. What caused this change in the temple? Someone is ahead. A voice suddenly rang out, followed by figures appearing in front of Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan. These were all from the demon clan, the weakest among them being at the late king realm. Though there were two pseudo-saints, they posed no threat to Chen Han. You are that genius saint of the human race. The demon clan immediately recognized Chen Han's identity and promptly began to retreat. After all, he was a saint. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for him. Rather than seeking death, it was better to survive. A face was not that important. How did you get in here? Chen Han furrowed his brows and asked, wondering how so many people had entered the temple. Was the earlier change in the temple due to their entrance? A pseudo-saint from the demon clan hurriedly spoke, telling Chen Han everything about the temple's happenings, including the inheritance from that figure. That figure? Who is it? Chen Han revealed a solemn expression. From the tone of these demons, the person they mentioned was even more terrifying than Yunxian. Yunxian was a half-saint in his time, the most powerful being of the Lingwu continent. If this figure was even stronger than Yunxian, to what level could he have risen? A demon coughed lightly and explained to Chen Han. That esteemed one is what we call the heavenly god in the Lingwu continent. He is the sky of the Lingwu continent, the deity of the Lingwu continent. The origin of our Lingwu continent is inseparable from this heavenly god. Back then, Yunxian subdued the monstrous beast Yulin, relying on the relics left by the heavenly god. Moreover, there are rumors that Yulin was once the steed of the heavenly god, and Yunxian was the first to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly god within the temple. The words of the demon left Chen Han somewhat at a loss. He hadn't expected the Lingwu continent to have such a remarkable history. So you all came here for the inheritance? Chen Han coughed lightly and asked. The several demons smiled bitterly. Who would not be tempted by the inheritance of the heavenly god? If one could obtain it, they could rival Yunxian. To reach the level of Yunxian, wouldn't that allow one to become the overlord of the Lingwu continent? Chen Han blinked and said, all right, you all go seek the inheritance. The demons were taken aback for a moment before hastily fleeing. Facing a saint was far more terrifying than confronting demon beasts. They were eager to leave as soon as possible. Once the group of demons departed, Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan continued searching for clues about Chen Ming. As for the inheritance of the heavenly god, Chen Han could not afford to search for it. Since Yi Gufeng mentioned that there was news about his father, he had to clarify it. Buzz! This power! Chen Han suddenly widened his eyes and rushed forward. Seeing this, Xiao Yuyan hurriedly followed. When Chen Han stopped, a towering beam of light appeared right in front of him. Within this temple, there was actually a small world. This is the true face of the temple. Is my father also within this small world? Chen Han took a deep breath and stepped in with Xiao Yuyan. In this small world, the spiritual energy is extraordinarily rich. Chen Han had never felt such abundant spiritual energy before. The towering beam of light was not far away, and Chen Han was just about to head towards it. However, he soon realized that they were not the only ones who had come here. Shadows emerged from various places. There were members of the human race, demon race, and even demon beasts. These figures at the very least possessed the cultivation of the king realm. Chen Han even spotted several figures in the saint realm. Chen Han. Yu Ping immediately noticed Chen Han's presence. With the temple opening, she naturally had to come take a look. Moreover, aside from her, there were also several human saints. Yu Ping, is this the Chen Han who has been so popular in Lingzhou recently? A figure slowly floated over. Chen Han sized up this person, who also exuded the aura of the saint realm, and was at the midstage of the saint realm. Elder Yin Shening, Yu Ping whispered. Chen Han looked at Yin Shening in surprise, not expecting him to be an elder from the Yin family. His relationship with the Yin family wasn't particularly good, and he wondered if Yin Shening would take action against him. Are you afraid of me? Yin Shening glanced at Chen Han and smiled indifferently. Chen Han shook his head with a smile. Not afraid. As a renowned elder from Lingzhou, I simply show the respect due to my seniors. Yin Shening chuckled. This kid is quite interesting. Yin Shining have not returned to the Yin family for nearly 50 years. Even if you have grievances with the Yin family, there is no need to worry. Here we are all on the same side. What we should be wary of are those two factions. Yin Shining was naturally referring to the demon race and demon beasts. Compared to the demon race, demon beasts are even more concerning. Demon beasts do not care about bonds. They are inherently bloodthirsty, killing gods if they encounter them. If a battle were to break out, the demon race and human race would undoubtedly temporarily ally to resist the attacks of the demon beasts. However, among the demon beasts a few shadows were concealed. These shadows made Chen Han feel quite uncomfortable. Could it be that there are Emperor Realm demon beasts? What do you sense something? Yin Shining asked with a smile, noticing that Chen Han was quite to his liking. Compared to the younger generation of the Yin family, he preferred Chen Han. There might be Emperor Realm existences among the demon beasts, Chen Han stated directly. This could significantly influence the battle situation. Yin Shining chuckled. No worries, in this small world the celestial being has set up restrictions. Here people can only act against those of equal cultivation level. Moreover, these restrictions are detailed down to small realms. For instance, with your early stage Saint Realm cultivation, only those at the early stage Saint Realm can act against you. Yin Shining explained. Chen Han nodded, understanding the rules here. Since only individuals of the same small realm can engage each other, the threat to Chen Han was significantly reduced. The celestial being established this rule back in the day to allow the most outstanding individuals of the same realm to stand out. Relying solely on overwhelming cultivation to crush lower-level warriors does not count as remarkable. This time the temple's elders have opened the temple, which surely means a legacy is about to emerge. The demon race's Qiao Long is also here. He will be your strongest opponent. Yin Shining said, looking towards the direction of the demon race. Chen Han naturally knew who Qiao Long was. The demon genius who defeated Yi Mingfeng back then is now also at the Saint Realm. The confrontation between Chen Han and Qiao Long has piqued the interest of many. After all, both are among the most outstanding juniors of their respective races. The outcome of their battle will significantly impact the honor of both races. Nielong tribe Qiao Long, Lingxiao sect Chen Han. Their gazes locked together. Everyone looked on, wondering if these two were finally about to clash. I've heard that the rankings in Lingzhou are changing dramatically. Oh, I hope you won't disappoint me. Qiao Long grinned. Over a year ago, he had already defeated Yi Mingfeng the first in the rankings. The reputation of the demon race's younger generation is naturally destined to surpass that of the human race. Now a Chen Han has emerged, also reaching the Saint Realm. This clash is likely to be the pinnacle duel between the two races' youths. At this very moment, the temple's legacy is also about to be unlocked. They too want to know who the elder of the temple has deemed worthy. Roar! Several saint-level demon beasts surrounded them, their aura all at the initial stage of the Saint Realm. For the demon beasts, the only thing that matters is the legacy of the celestial. As for friends or foes, they do not care. Among the demon beasts, they might even turn against each other. Slaughter is the nature of demon beasts. Let's deal with these irrelevant fellows first. Qiao Long glanced at Chen Han and said nonchalantly. Du Han smiled faintly. All right, let's see who finishes first. Qiao Long was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Good. Let me see how great your skills really are. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them launched their attacks, targeting these demon beasts. The entire small world began to shake, with humans, demons, and demon beasts embroiled in chaos. They only seek the celestial legacy. As long as they obtain it, they can stand atop the Lingwu continent. Whoosh! Chen Han's sword descended with incredible speed. With each strike, he could reap the life of a demon beast. Those watching were left astonished. Qiao Long relied on his fists, capable of crushing a demon beast's skull with a single punch. Demon beasts, known for their tough skin and flesh, were surprisingly as fragile as paper under Qiao Long's fists. Not bad speed. Qiao Long glanced at Chen Han and chuckled. Your strength isn't bad either. Chen Han replied with a smile. They had already begun to compete. Wherever they went, the demon beasts were utterly routed. Of course, these demon beasts were all of the same level. If their cultivation were to exceed that of the two, they would not be so easy to deal with. The two great prodigies of the human and demon races are indeed a bit too monstrous. More than a dozen saint-level demon beasts have already fallen to their hands. So these are the top geniuses of the two races. They will surely become the pinnacle combatants of the Lingwu continent in the future. Everyone exclaimed, clearly stunned by the explosive power displayed by Chen Han and Qiao Long. Whether human or demon, they all revered strength. Only those with absolute power can gain recognition from the Lingwu continent. In the future, Chen Han and Qiao Long are likely to become the rulers of their respective races. This holds significant meaning for both races. One wonders what kind of spectacular battle will erupt from their clash. Chen Han cleaved a saint-level demon beast in two, while Qiao Long also just killed a demon beast. Their brutal fighting style made some demon beasts hesitate to approach. Although their intelligence is not on par with humans or demons, they understand what danger is. Faced with Chen Han and Xiao Long, they could not muster the will to fight, and could only flee in all directions. The obstacles nearby had already been cleared away. Chen Han and Xiao Long also began to approach each other. Their meeting caught the attention of many powerful beings nearby. Whether human or demon, everyone placed great importance on this battle. Let me see your skills. Xiao Long swung his fists, his arms covered in dragon scales, which were his entire. Chen Han smiled, the shadow-devouring sword shimmering with a piercing sword intent. You better be careful. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. This battle had clearly transcended the boundaries of the early Saint Realm. With the strength of these two, even some mid-Saint Realm experts would feel intimidated. Bloodline martial arts. Dragon and fight. Xiao Long roared, unleashing a punch that echoed with a dragon's roar through the skies. 3 styles of Ling Xiao. Demonic mode. Chen Han was not to be outdone. Oh, indeed, Xiao Long's power surpassed that of Yi Mingfeng. Chen Han could not afford to be careless. Good strength, but not enough. Xiao Long laughed heartily, shattering Chen Han's sword intent with a single punch. Then how about this move? Chen Han engulfed in ash, unleashed ancient extreme sword technique. Xiao Long's expression finally turned serious as he swung his fist to defend. Bang! Xiao Long was forced back several steps, his eyes filled with gravity as he looked at Chen Han. It seemed that Lingzhou was a place of hidden talents, but Chen Han was on a completely different level compared to Yi Mingfeng. You are quite impressive, worthy of me using my full strength. Xiao Long took a deep breath, a powerful aura radiating from his fists. He was about to get serious. As the strongest prodigy of the Nirvana Dragon tribe, Xiao Long possessed absolute confidence. Just like when he ventured alone to Lingzhou to battle Yi Mingfeng, he aimed to prove that the geniuses of the demon race were not inferior to those of the human race. Dragon Nirvana. Roar. A dragon shadow roared into the sky. Xiao Long's aura transformed entirely, his body now adorned with dragon scales. In terms of both defense and offense, Xiao Long had elevated several tiers. Chen Han's expression turned grave. Xiao Long's dragon scales were likely impervious to the shadow-devouring sword. Chen Han sheathed his sword, gazing intently at Xiao Long. No sword? What will you use to contend with me? Xiao Long scoffed coldly, unleashing a punch that carried a dragon's roar rushing towards him. What an arrogant person Xiao Long was. To face Chen Han, he had already unleashed his strongest combat strength. Yet Chen Han had sheathed his sword. Does he look down on him? If so, he would not hold back. Underestimating the opponent could lead to death here. Claws of extreme life. Chen Han took a deep breath, his palm emanating cold air as he extended out his crystal blue claws. Saint-grade martial arts. Xiao Long raised his gaze, realizing that Chen Han was not underestimating him, but was preparing to unleash Saint-grade martial arts. Let me see how strong the Saint-grade martial arts of the human race are. Xiao Long accelerated, launching a punch. Chen Han seized the opportunity and retaliated with a punch of his own. The dragon's roar echoed across the skies while the crystal blue cold air spread in all directions. Centered around the two, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth. The space surrounding the two seemed on the verge of shattering, an awe-inspiring sight. Bang! The two separated, and the previous exchange ended in a stalemate. Both Chen Han and Xiao Long had sustained injuries. Although not severe, they were sufficient to demonstrate the strength of their opponent. Huh. That was thrilling. You are indeed different from that waste Yi Mingfeng. Xiao Long laughed heartily. In the past, when dealing with Yi Mingfeng, he hadn't even used this Dragon Nirvana to defeat him. Now, having unleashed the Dragon Nirvana, he still could not gain the upper hand against Chen Han. In his eyes, Chen Han was a worthy opponent. You are quite impressive too, but we must determine a victor. Chen Han took a deep breath. As expected of the strongest prodigy of the Nirvana Dragon tribe, Xiao Long's strength exceeded what Chen Han had imagined. The demon race relies on physical prowess. Had Chen Han not utilized this Saint-grade martial arts, he might not have been able to withstand Xiao Long's strike. Be careful, human brat, I am going to get serious. Bang! The aura of Xiao Long radiated entirely, though at the initial stage of the sacred realm, he possessed such strength. In the entire Lingwu continent, he was undoubtedly a top-tier existence. Watch out! Xiao Long roared, his iron fists fiercely striking towards Chen Han. Chen Han, however, showed no fear, releasing cold air from his hands. Around Chen Han, it was as if an ice cavern had formed. Just in time, Chen Han struck out with a palm, the chill instantly surging towards Xiao Long's body. Xiao Long's fists shattered ice pillars one after another. Everything in his path was destined to be destroyed. It was utterly predictable. Chen Han clenched his fists, the chill enveloping them, and then the domain of life erupted, enhancing his physique to the extreme. A single punch. As their fists clashed, both retreated a few steps. Although he had blocked the punch, Chen Han was well aware that Xiao Long's physical strength far surpassed his own. Not bad, relying on martial arts and domains to enhance your physique and go toe-to-toe with me. But my advantage cannot be offset by mere martial arts. Xiao Long launched another punch, showing no intention of holding back against Chen Han. The human and demon races were fundamentally in competition. If Chen Han was allowed to develop, he would undoubtedly threaten the demon race in the future. If he could eliminate Chen Han here, the human race would lose a genius. Then the future of the demon race would be unobstructed. He might even dominate the entire Lingwu continent. However, Qiulong was also very aware that capturing Chen Han would require significant effort. As the top genius of the human race, Chen Han must possess powerful trump cards. But a trump card is not unique to Chen Han. If there was a chance to kill Chen Han, Qiulong would not hesitate to reveal his own trump card. The power is impressive, but brute force alone cannot kill me. Chen Han lifted his head, the shadow-devouring sword appearing once again in his hand. Qiulong glanced at Chen Han and laughed. Do you really think that sword can harm me? My dragon armor can withstand even a sacred grade weapon. It may not be able to shatter it. Your sword isn't enough. Qiulong laughed heartily, recalling that Chen Han had previously taken out this sword. It might be useful against a King Realm expert, but against Qiulong it held little value. Chen Han looked at Qiulong's sword, pointed at him, completely unfazed by Qiulong's words. How about you take a sword from me? Qiulong chuckled coldly. 1 sword. 10 swords are no problem. Chen Han smiled faintly. Is that so? Sword rise. Sword energy burst forth around Chen Han. All the sword energy coalesced into a towering mountain, exerting an invisible pressure on those nearby. What kind of sword technique is this that even I feel a sense of dread? Emperor-grade martial art. Impossible, there's no Emperor-grade martial art with such power. Could it be a celestial-grade martial art? People began to guess, looking at Chen Han with grave expressions. They could not fathom how terrifying this sword could be. Only Qiulong, facing Chen Han directly, would understand the terrifying nature of this sword. Qiulong's expression also turned exceptionally grave. How could he have known that Chen Han had such a lethal move? If he didn't reveal his trump card soon, he might very well perish under this sword. Mount Tai presses down. Chen Han roared, the sword mountain charging straight at Qiulong. Dragon roar and laugh. Qiulong no longer held back, unleashing his strongest move in an instant. The dragon howled into existence, a giant dragon pressing down towards the sword mountain. But Qiulong realized that he had underestimated the situation. Under the pressure of the sword mountain, the giant dragon actually began to resist. It was afraid. How is this possible? Qiulong's body trembled, gritting his teeth, and then transformed into a giant dragon, directly revealing his true form. The sword mountain pressed down directly onto Qiulong. As everyone looked on, they felt the immense pressure emanating from this sword mountain. This was indeed the prowess of the #1 prodigy of Lingzhou, truly astounding. I cannot withstand this sword. Yin Xining took a deep breath, finally understanding why Chen Han was so valued by the demon clan. Just this one sword was enough to make a mid-stage Holy Realm practitioner feel endless pressure, let alone a warrior of the same realm. Yu Ping glanced at Chen Han, wondering if this kid had already reached such a level of strength. Fall. With Chen Han's command, the overwhelming pressure descended upon Qiulong. The roar of the dragon echoed across the sky, deafening. As the sword mountain vanished, everyone's gaze shifted. They saw Qiulong transformed into a giant dragon in a state of weakness. No one would have expected Qiulong to be defeated so tragically. The younger generation of the demon clan had officially lost to the younger generation of the human clan. The strong ones of the demon clan revealed solemn expressions. Qiulong's defeat meant the demon clan's defeat. Qiulong has fallen. This human Chen Han is truly terrifying. This is the pride of Lingzhou. He has truly brought honor to our human clan. No matter how strong a monster is, once it's dead, it means nothing. How could our human prodigies let you demons kill? When Chen Han possesses sufficient strength, he will surely wipe out your demon clan without leaving a trace. The strong ones of the human clan and the demon clan began a war of words. Chen Han quietly gazed at Qiulong ahead, not saying a word. He had won, but that did not mean Qiulong was weak. On the contrary, Qiulong was very strong enough to pose a threat to the human clan. Had Chen Han not defeated Qiulong could have swept through all the prodigies of Lingzhou. You are very strong. Qiulong rose, and the strong ones of the demon clan gathered around him, protecting him in the center. Qiulong was the hope of the demon clan, though he could not be allowed to die at the hands of the human clan. You are not bad either, but only with brute strength, you cannot shake the human clan. Chen Han spoke calmly. Qiulong fell silent, looking at Chen Han with an unknown expression. But he still shook his head and did not speak. He was a loser, saying more would only highlight his defeat. He had lost to Chen Han, and further words were useless. Chen Han paid no more attention to Qiulong, shifting his gaze to the light pillar. The light pillar shot straight into the sky, and a golden radiance slowly erupted from the light pillar, landing directly in Chen Han's hands. Everyone looked on, seeing a golden sword in Chen Han's hands, its grade astonishingly reaching imperial level. An imperial divine sword, the Qian Luo sword. How could it be here? And it even fell into Chen Han's hands. Could this be a reward? Perhaps the temple thinks that Chen Han is already the strongest among the early stage Holy Realm, hence granting him a reward. Upon hearing this, many people began to stir. If someone in the early stage Holy Realm can obtain an Imperial Sword, what about those old monsters? If they could obtain an immortal grade artifact, their combat power would rise several levels. Because of this, many strong practitioners began fighting desperately. As long as they could obtain an immortal grade artifact, they could undoubtedly become a formidable force or even unify the Lingwu continent. Watching the fierce battles unfold, Chen Han had no intention of intervening. The essence of this temple was not to incite them to slaughter each other. Continuing down this path would only lead to meaningless deaths. Chen Han stood there alone with no one daring to approach. Those of the same cultivation level did not have the confidence to defeat Chen Han, and those of higher cultivation could not strike at Chen Han. Moreover, with Chen Han having obtained the Imperial artifact, who would dare provoke him? Many were expelled from the battlefield, including some powerful beings of the human race. Buzz! The light column suddenly made a sound, and everyone's gaze immediately turned toward its direction. What's going on? Why is the light column reacting like this? Look, another divine artifact is falling out. The crowd's eyes sparkled with greed as they turned to look. However, these treasures only fell into the hands of certain individuals who were the top powerhouses within the same realm. Despite this, there were still those who pounced like hungry wolves. The slaughter continued, with even a saint-level powerhouse falling here. Many revealed heavy expressions, as this temple contest was likely to claim numerous lives. Chen Han, what is your opinion on this? Yin Shuning spoke indifferently, not attempting to snatch any divine artifacts. He understood that only the strongest in the same realm had the right to claim the rewards. But how could these individuals be so easily killed? To obtain the divine artifacts, one would likely have to pay the price of their life. Eliminate the irrelevant crowd. Chen Han spoke, his tone grave. The individuals who received rewards were all the top powerhouses of the same realm. Only they had the qualification to inherit the legacy of the divine. Yin Shuning glanced at Chen Han without speaking. Yet Chen Han was correct. This was indeed the temple's cleansing. If he did not receive a reward, he had no place here. Those who went to seize the divine artifacts were all killed. None of these top powerhouses were easy to provoke. Let's leave. It was unclear which powerhouse spoke first. Many began to exit, realizing they had no chance against those. The number of people in the small world dwindled, leaving only those who had received rewards. Xiao Yuyan remained behind as well. At the peak of the King realm, no one was her opponent. With the Ling Yanqin, Xiao Yuyan was more than capable of competing against all in the King realm. Her reward was not as terrifying as Chen Han's, merely a pair of holy grade bracelets. Yet these bracelets greatly enhanced Xiao Yuyan's abilities. The spiritual power within her was already on par with a pseudo-saint. Whoosh! The light column stirred once more, and then the entire small world plunged into darkness. Everyone exhibited expressions of astonishment of what was about to happen. Boom! When the light returned, there was no one beside Chen Han, only a void. It seemed this challenge was a struggle against oneself. Chen Han. A voice full of antiquity echoed. Chen Han looked up, but found no figure. The legacy of the divine is right before your eyes. Whether to take it or not is entirely up to your will. However, let me warn you, once you acquire the legacy, it won't be so easy to cast off. As the heir of the divine, you are required to save the world and protect the future of the Lingwu continent. Chen Han frowned. What was this voice trying to convey? Soon a wisp of remnant shadow appeared before him, exuding an immensely powerful spiritual force. As long as he refined this remnant, he could obtain the legacy of the divine. Is it really that simple? Chen Han hesitated. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If he could obtain it, wouldn't others easily do the same? The legacy of the divine was extremely precious. How could it be so easily acquired? Do you not want it? The voice in the sky seemed slightly puzzled. The legacy of the divine was something everyone in the Lingwu continent desired. Obtaining this legacy would allow one to unify the entire Lingwu continent. Does Chen Han not want it?